talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag bless, I choose.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back, like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing, I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em, these bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em, I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle, I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free, I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on a ball that is rolling faster, faster, moving faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster, disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together, only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swole, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag bless, I choose. Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swole, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. I'm going way up like to the moon. Get up and get it, yeah, I zoom. Money keeps falling, I need a broom, I sweep. Straight off the humble, I don't tweet. Family around me don't say a peep. Got what you need, so what you need. I'm in the earth, plant my seeds, and I ain't watch them grow till I say my piece. Know you feeling it, I got you
really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em, these bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em, then I leave 'em. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle, I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bustin', I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came across my intention to rule the world. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on her ball that is rolling faster. Move it faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swole, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you got it, go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag blessed, I choose. Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swole, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. I'm going way up, like to the moon. Get up and get it, yeah, I zoom. Money keeps falling, I need a broom, I sweep. Straight off the humble, I don't tweet. Family around me don't say a peep. Got what you need, so what you need. I'm in the earth, plant my seeds, and I ain't watch them grow till I say my piece. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you got it, go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag blessed, I choose.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shop till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case one. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shop till we drop. This beat rise up and beat them. These bags, you can't believe them. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet them, then I leave them. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle, I can't trust you with my freedom. Get me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came across my intention to rule the world. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on a ball that is rolling faster. Moving faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag blessed, I choose.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bag, she shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em, these bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em, then I leave 'em. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle, I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on her ball that is rolling faster, faster, move it faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster, disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swell, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag bless, I choose. Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swell, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. I'm going way up like to the moon. Get up and get it, yeah, I zoom. Money keeps falling, I need a broom, I sweep. Straight off the humble, I don't tweet. Family around me don't say a peep. Got what you need, so what you need. I'm in the earth, plant my seeds, and I watch them grow till I say my piece. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em. I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came across my intention to rule the world. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on her ball that is rolling faster. Move it faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swell, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag bless, I choose. Always on go, feel like I'm never home. Pockets on swell, it's time to let it go. Got me going dumb, like I'm illiterate. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling this. Heat rise, have you ever stayed up to the sunshine? Came through fourth quarter in the crunch time. Need to go flee on the run like just one time. Have a fun time. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. I'm going way up like to the moon. Get up and get it, yeah, I zoom. Money keeps falling, I need a broom, I sweep. Straight off the humble, I don't tweet. Family around me don't say a peep. Got what you need, so what you need. I'm in the earth, plant my seeds, and I ain't watch them grow till I say my piece. Know you feeling it, I got you feeling it. Monsters, tell me, do you believe in those monsters? I'm talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag bless, I choose.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. This beat's bust up and beat them. These bags, you can't believe them. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet them, then I leave them. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle, I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bustin', I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shop till we drop.
Dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came across my intention to rule the world. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on a ball that is rolling faster. Move it faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world.
talking dreams so big that they'll haunt you, or they'll calm you. That's how you know if you gotta go and get it, get to win and not conquer. I had to go out and get it without a sponsor. Kept it real, never crooked, yeah, that's honor. Now I can go out and get it how I want to. Hashtag blessed, I choose.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. I know I've been quiet for a minute. I've been grinding still in it. I've been counting these digits. Excuse me.
الهدف تبعنا البي ام جي او 2025 هو انه نفوز البطوله ونجيب الكاس ان شاء الله.
Just been so stalwart his hold. The cross in the open though gets carved through by Lorizil left standing, and it's up to Snowix and Redox to try and find the crossfire, but there's nothing.
Excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it, like those rookies all on draft day.
Every team is strong, but I want to say for Miracle Vibes, DX, NGX, they are threat for us.
I'm not with the tip attack game.
チャンピオンの座を守るというよりかはまた、挑戦として1位を目指したいなと思っています。
PMGO оролцож байгаа багууд ер нь одоо бүгд тэр нь сайн багууд ер нь бүгд хүчтэй өсөлтгүй. Тэгээс одоо энэ хоёр өдөр энэ хүчтэй өсөж байгаа яа.
我觉得所有来到这个舞台的战队目标都是冠军。 因为只有拿到这个冠军，才能证明自己战队。
There is the Netflix and T2K. They are consistently battling off against one another. There it is. Stim's ticking up. Has a first aid, won't pop it. Yes! Immediately that's the third shell.
Excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do it.
Pain. Symphony drops down, and a cacophony of bullets ring through the hills of Miramar. Black Esports all the way.
Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
You can be the one.
Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to Tashkent and welcome to day one of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open main event.
Xonimlar va janoblar, barchangizga assalomu alaykum deymiz. PUBG Mobile muxlislarining e'tibori O'zbekiston poytaxti Toshkent shahriga qaratilgan. Va albatta biz PUBG Mobile Global Open'ning asosiy bosqichining birinchi kuniga start berish arafasidamiz.
Today we begin the show in the beating heart of this beautiful city, Tashkent Railway. And just like any train station, we've seen many teams come and go throughout the early stages of this competition. But it appears that we are approaching our final destination.
Toshkent shahrining qoq yuragida joylashgan Toshkent vokzalidamiz va albatta vokzal singari musobaqaga ham ko'plab jamoalar keldi, ketdi. Eng asosiysi bu emas, biz yakuniy nuqtaga tobora yaqinlashib boryapmiz.
The main event. Brand new smash rules, and not simply the lion's share of $500,000, but also the stunning PMGO trophy.
Musobaqa jamg'armasi va albatta 500 ming AQSh dollari. Bu kimga nasib qiladi va kubok ham aynan unga tegishli bo'lishi mumkin.
It's a simple task, really. All you have to do is lift the trophy. The only thing standing in your way, 15 of the best PUBG Mobile teams from around the world. So, let the games begin.
Yakuniy maqsad sari barcha jamoalar shag'dam qadam tashlashga tayyor. Biz esa musobaqani boshlaymiz.
The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open has become more robust than ever. 90,000 amateur players have competed across more than 4,600 matches for the chance to be right here on the global stage.
PUBG Mobile Global Open har doimgidanda kuchliroq va nufuzliroq bo'lmoqda. 90 mingdan ortiq o'yinchilar dunyo sahnasiga chiqish uchun 4600 o'yinni ortda qoldirishdi.
With players from over 150 countries, we are now left with 8 of the best amateur teams. And today and tomorrow could be a life-changing opportunity for them to prove their worth in PUBG Mobile Esports.
150 dan ortiq mamlakatdan kelgan havaskor o'yinchilar 8 ta eng yaxshi jamoa orasiga kirish uchun ter to'kishdi. Va albatta bugun erta ular uchun juda ham muhim. PUBG Mobile Esports olamida o'z sahifasini ochishlari kerak.
This tournament continues to surpass our expectations, even after such an incredible PUBG Mobile Global Open in Brazil last year.
Turnir mavqeyi kun sayin ortib bormoqda. Hatto Braziliya mezbonlik qilgan chempionatdan ham yorqin lahzalari shijoati bilan yodda qolarli.
Welcome to the PMGO Brazil. Let's start the competition! It's the third, but he gets shut down. It's another chicken dinner. That's huge. Wait a second. PMGO Championship.
The road to the 2025 PMGO main event has been a global odyssey of skill, determination, and passion. Each region tells a story of triumph and challenge. Our journey begins in the Americas, where Dope Esports and Action Esports have secured their spots, representing two continents with distinct styles of play. Action Esports won the South American qualifier convincingly, while Dope Esports had to fight much harder for their spot in the north. Europe's competitive landscape saw Fenerbahce Esports emerge as the top contender, with Black Esports and GOAT Quality following closely, proving the region's depth of talent. In the MENA region, iKurd Esports dominated the qualifiers, with R8 Esports and K21 Esports coming in second and third with identical point totals. Asia's representation is equally impressive. NEPX Esports leading the pack, followed by Trained to Kill and Zotix Esports. Rounding out this qualifier group are KZE Underage, who are eager to prove they can compete with the best. From Uzbekistan, 4 teams have managed to book a slot in the 2025 PMGO main event. The first team to book a direct slot to the main event was Hellion Gaming. Upgrade, aka Cyber, and the 721 Aggressor are the other 3 who have made it by coming in top 7 in the prelims stage. PMGO isn't just a tournament, it is a global celebration of up-and-coming talent in PUBG mobile esports. And it shows that everyone can be the number one.
If you've been watching throughout the Uzbekistan finals and the prelims, you will have heard the support echoing through the arena. These fans have been so supportive and engaging, especially when our local teams have put on a show, proving that anyone can be the one.
Agarda siz O'zbekiston saralash va final bahslariga guvoh bo'lgan bo'lsangiz, albatta arenadagi muxlislarni jonli tarzda qo'llab-quvvatlashini ko'rdingiz, kuzatdingiz. Ayniqsa ular milliy jamoalarimizning o'yinida yaqqol sezilib turibdi. Barchaga omad yor bo'lsin. Kuchlilar ichida tengsiz bo'ling.
The 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan quarterfinals was nothing short of a banger. 16 of the best teams from the host country, all gunning for that one golden ticket to the main stage of 2025 PMGO. High stakes, heavy firepower, and zero room for error. And in the thick of it all, it was Hellion Gaming who, through grit, clutch plays, and sheer refusal to back down, claimed the crown. But the path to glory? Oh, it was anything but easy. Like any other good story, match 1 started with a disaster. Hellion Gaming got boxed in on the northern edge of the map, and Crystal Gaming didn't hold back. With a barrage of nades and pressure mounting from all sides, Hellion crumbled early, going out in 15th place. A rough start. No doubt, not the kind of opener you'd expect from the eventual champs. Meanwhile, Team Upgrade, soon to be a thorn in their side, was off to a flying start, banking 13 points and quietly setting the stage for a brewing rivalry. Match 2 rolled around, and it was time to pick up the pace. Erangel became the battleground for a gritty mid-range showdown. Team Upgrade and Hellion went head-to-head, trading knock after knock. But just as Upgrade looked set to bounce back, the zone turned savage and forced them into the open. Straight into a wipeout. Energy Gaming swooped in to clean up and served up a beautiful 1v3. Even so, our heroes, Hellion Gaming, wrapped up this round with 17 points. By match 3, things were getting spicy. AK Cyber, a new contender, had entered the boss tier bracket through their consistent gameplay. Hellion had momentum, but now they had company. The two clashed in a classic high ground standoff in the end circle. Both teams worked with enough terrain to get creative. While AKE brought in their trademark aggression, Hellion stuck to a more calculated game, reviving teammates, holding angles, and waiting for AKE to slip. And when they did, Hellion swooped in and grabbed their first chicken dinner and bagged a juicy 27 points. AKE weren't far behind, dropping 24 points of their own. The leaderboard tighter than ever. Game 4 was Upgrade's redemption arc. They didn't just bounce back, they went full road rage mode in the final circle and literally ran over Hellion with the car. Hellion tumbled out in 3rd place, while AK had an absolute shocker of a game, getting sent to the lobby with a donut. 0 points, but somehow Upgrade and Hellion still walked away with 15 points each. No one was pulling away. By this point, AK knew they couldn't let things slide any further. Hellion and Upgrade both played it a little too safe, dropping mid-tier performances in match 5. AK stepped up just enough to snag the 2nd highest points of the match. Still not quite a game changer, but enough to keep their dreams of #1 alive heading into the final match. So it came down to this. One last match. Three contenders: Hellion at 67 points, Upgrade at 56 points, and AKE at 47. Hellion had to lead, but in PUBG Mobile, one wrong rotation and you're watching the spectator screen, and that's exactly what happened. Crystal Gaming woke up and chose violence, sending Upgrade packing in 15th place at the graveyard. Their dreams buried. Hellion didn't fare much better. The circles were brutal. The team got split mid-rotation and slowly bled out in 9th. Not ideal, which left AKE. They went beast mode, held center zone like it was sacred grounds, and punished anyone who dared to rotate in. With every knock on Diversion Gaming, they edged closer to the ticket. It ended in a sweaty 1v1, and AKE clutched up. The crowd thought they did it. We thought they did it. But when the dust settled and the scoreboard lit up, it was Hellion Gaming. By just 3 points, they held the line. No flashy finish, no final chicken dinner, but enough grind, grit, and game sense to snatch the golden ticket straight to PMGO main stage. Upgrade stuck in 3rd. Divergent Gaming and THE71 Aggressor joined them in the prelims. Don't forget to catch all the action live in the PMGO Prelims, where the fate of these 4 teams will finally be decided. It's only getting even more intense from here at 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open.
We then saw the prelims take place over 2 days, where our regional qualifiers met face to face, and boy, did they put on a show.
So'nggi 2 kun davomida qonli saralash bahslarini guvohi bo'ldik. Ushbu mintaqaviy o'yinlarda jangchilarimiz bizga chinakam ma'noda shou namoyish eta olishdi.
If day 1 lit the fuse, day 2 was an explosion. With 6 matches to make it or break it, every bullet had weight and every second counted. Welcome to the blood, sweat, and chicken dinners of 2025 PMGO Prelims Day 2. Let's break down the madness match by match. With only 6 games left to decide the fate of Day 2, the first match became a proving ground for the bold. In a sizzling drop at Paradise Resort, our Esports and the 721 Aggressors clashed in a rapid-fire 4v4 wipeout that set hearts racing. Both teams dove in head first, but Arid flipped the script in a flash. Riding a wave of raw momentum, Arid then stormed through every engagement. And as the final circle shrank, the result reached fever pitch, culminating in an astounding 15 elimination run that snapped up legendary chicken dinner. Next match reminded us why momentum is the secret sauce. When a teammate clutches a 1v4 like this, it's like igniting a firestorm for the squad.
Ticks are gonna fall in the face of Upgrade here.
This boosted Team Upgrade's confidence in an instant. It was full throttle march to their first chicken dinner, with Ramses MVP closing things off in style.
There it is.
And a 1-2 punch to finish the game for Upgrade.
Match 9 lit up the arena. Just when crowd thought that Table Toppers was losing the steam, GOAT quality silenced Doubter with a slick 1v3.
There stays on the ground floor.
Table shifted as other teams started taking wild risks. Suddenly chaos reigned. Upgrade, still riding the wave from their last win, found themselves teetering in a 3v1 until Ramses MVP timed his shots correctly and saved the day. With their 3rd teammate back in action, the squad caught a whiff off their 2nd chicken dinner. Capitalizing on the frenzy while rivals were too wrapped up in the fray, Upgrade swapped in at the perfect moment to lock down their consecutive win. But boy, how the tables can turn in PUBG Mobile. In the very next match, Upgrade began with the upper hand. Half their opponents were already down, but in an instant, the cards flipped.
And he's low, he's going down, and he's fallen.
With one Titan toppled, GOAT quality seized the spotlight, holding down the most contested zone with flawless coordination, cold, clinical, and commanding. The Desert Winds of Miramar blew wild in match 5, and the chaos followed. The action kicked off early with UPG and the 721 clashing in a gritty brawl, but it was just the appetizer. Upgrade then steamrolled through Black Esports and Action Esports in a fierce 3-way showdown, showing off serious squad synergy. But then came the storm. Iker Esports. In the closing moment, Iker clashed with the Titans GOAT and T2K, trading blows like seasoned gladiators. Upgrade's last man made a daring bid for glory, surviving deep into the final circle, almost pulling off the unthinkable, but Iker stood tall to clutch their first chicken dinner off the day and 2nd in the prelims.
Finally put down.
With just one match to go, nerves were fraying and fingers were trembling. The mid-table was a minefield. One wrong move could shatter dreams. But Team Up Parade, they came in with ice in their veins and fire in their guns. No theatrics, just a clinical takedown. And their third thunderous chicken dinner, slamming the door shut on any last-minute upsets. As the battlefield fell silent, GOAT quality reigned supreme on the leaderboard, with Upgrade a breath behind, both Titan chicken dinners, but GOAT edging ahead on points. And in the final twist of fate, NEPX Esports swooped in with a smooth 12-point haul, leapfrogging Fenerbahce Esports at the buzzer to grab the golden ticket to the main stage. These are your magnificent seven, the survivors, the grinders, the clutch king, ready to take on the region's finest in the grand showdown. Battle-hardened warriors versus regional royalty. Who will race the 2025 PMGO trophy? Stay tuned, the war's just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main stage where we would like to invite the Uzbekistan World of Wonder Map Design Competition Champion, Sanhok Savarjon, to the stage to receive his award.
Xonimlar va janoblar, demak World of Wonder xarita dizaynini yaratish tanlovi g'olibi Sarvarjon Samuxjonov yonimizda. Negadir qarsaklar ovozi eshitilmayapti.
We are truly thankful for your contribution to this great community and congratulations on becoming the World of Wonder Map Design Competition Champion of Uzbekistan.
Mazkur xaritani yaratganingiz uchun sizga cheksiz minnatdorchilik izhor etamiz va sizni yana bir bor tabriklamoqchimiz.
And if you're curious about this wonderful map, you can just grab the code off the screen and check it out. Once again, congratulations.
Qadrli do'stlar, ushbu xarita bilan tanishmoqchi bo'lsangiz, ekraningiz ostidagi maxsus kodlarni ilova qilishingiz kerak bo'ladi.
Thank you so much. And speaking of our local creators and teams, our local teams truly have stepped up to the plate here this week, setting up their region as one of the toughest on the map. So, we would like to cast your minds back to see how this year's bigger than ever PMGO developed.
Xaritalar yaratish borasida gapiradigan bo'lsak, vakillarimiz so'nggi yillarda dunyoda allaqachon o'z mavqeiga ega bo'lib ulgurishdi. Endi esa keling, PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ning rivojlanish va ommalashish bosqichiga birgalikda guvoh bo'lamiz.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, at the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open, players from over 150 countries across 5 major regions took their first steps in esports. More than 90,000 participants joining the battle. The PMGO qualifiers saw more than 4,600 matches held across the world, where amateur teams delivered pro-level performances. In the end, we will witness the rise of new stars who have earned their place alongside the 8 elite pro teams, all fighting for the 2025 PMGO Champions title. PMGO is just the beginning of 2025. We believe every player has the potential to prove themselves on the world stage, turn passion into greatness. PUBG Mobile Esports will stand with you, creating more opportunities and more stages to support the stars of tomorrow. Thank you for being part of this journey. You can be the one. Log in now to PUBG Mobile. Check out your 2025 PMGO album.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me.
الهدف تبعنا البي ام جي او 2025 هو انه نفوز البطوله ونجيب الكاس ان شاء الله.
Just been so stalwart in his hold. The cross in the open though gets carved through by Lorizil, left standing, and it's up to Snowix and Redox to try and find the crossfire, but there's nothing.
Excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it for you get it like those rookies all on draft day.
Every team is strong, but I want to say for Miracle Vibes, DX, NGX, they are threat for us.
I'm not with the tip for tag game.
チャンピオンの座を守るというよりかはまた、挑戦として1位を目指したいなと思っています。
I've been quiet for a minute. I've been grinding, still in it. I've been counting these digits. Excuse me.
PMGO дарагдж байгаа багууд ер нь одоо бүгд тэр нь сайн багууд ер нь бүгд хүчтэй өсөлтгүй. Тэгээс одоо энэ хоёр өдөр энэ хүчтэй өсөж байгааг харж.
我觉得所有来到这个舞台的战队目标都是冠军，因为只有拿到这个冠军，才能证明自己战队。
Beat the pressure. I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab.
Netflix and T2K, they are consistently battling off against one another. There it is.
I've been counting these digits.
Stim's ticking up, has a first aid, won't pop it. Immediately turns for the first shell.
Don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me.
Pain, Symphony drops down, and a cacophony of bullets ring through the hills of Miramar. Black Esports all the way.
Small city kid couldn't dream a bigger one. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute. I've been grinding, still in it. I've been counting these digits. Excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
You can be the one.
I know I've been quiet for a minute. I've been grinding, still in it. I've been counting these digits. Excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute. I've been grinding, still in it. I've been counting these digits. Excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me.
Our goal is to be the champion.
My goal is to win it and lift the trophy, of course. We're done with getting top 3 and not winning championship.
我觉得来到这个舞台，所有战队都有构成任何的威胁，但同时我们也对他们造成威胁。
I meet them, then I leave them. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Get me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go
The
bust and I go play Jane
7-2-1 aggressor.
Yeah, I see you now. I can tell you what you need.
Z721 Aggressor jamoasi.
Influence, rage.
Influence Red jamoasi.
D Xavier.
DX Iver jamoasi.
GOAT Quality.
GOAT Quality jamoasi.
LGD Gaming.
LGD jamoasi.
R8 Esports.
R8 Esports jamoasi.
Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim Red Force jamoasi.
Aki Cyber.
Aki Cyber jamoasi.
Nigma Galaxy.
NGX jamoasi.
Nepex Esports.
Nepex Esports jamoasi.
Reject.
Reject jamoasi.
Helion Gaming.
Helion Gaming jamoasi.
Black Esports.
Black Esports jamoasi.
Regnum Carrier Esports.
Regnum Carrier Esports jamoasi.
That's fine. For Miracle Vibes.
For Miracle Vibes jamoasi.
Upgrade.
Upgrade jamoasi.
Tomorrow, one of these teams will have their names etched into the esports history books of PUBG Mobile. With some of these smash rules in place, 16 teams enter and only the strongest will survive. So, let's head over to our analysts to break everything down before we get into map number 1.
Ertaga mana shu jamoalardan biri Esports tarixiga o'z nomini muhrlaydi va PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 da g'olib sifatida e'tirof etiladi. Shoh supadan joy oladi. Kubok esa ularniki bo'lishi mumkin va kuchli jamoalardan biri shu nomga munosib ko'riladi. Birinchi xaritadagi janglarni boshlashdan avval to'liqroq ma'lumotlarga ega bo'lish uchun tahlilchilarga izlanamiz.
Over 90,000 players have participated in the Open qualifiers. We have narrowed it down to 16 teams. This is the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Uzbekistan main event. My name is the 7WG alongside Maxman the Great, that he's not going to be cursing any teams. And on top of that, we have Matura.
That's me, my new name.
Is the mature one on the desk, Natura, to be fair. But I'm excited. I mean, we got a chance to see some of these teams straight from the Uzbekistan qualifiers go to quality. Oh, I can't wait. I'm excited. Which teams are you excited to see?
I'm super excited to see some of our main teams. I think we'll get into that a little bit later. But honestly, GOAT as well. I really want to see them. I really want to see more from Upgrade. I mean, not more in that step-up sort of way, but more in just like, I want to see them win again because that was awesome yesterday.
I don't want to see more. I just want to see the same day 2 of the prelims. And I'll be super happy with that. But really, right now, Uzbekistan, we said it, they proved themselves in that stage. They showed a lot of potential. Can they prove themselves once again, clearly at the hardest stage of PMGO?
It's going to be the hardest one. I mean, I'm intrigued to see what Reject is going to be doing, right? This is the defending champions of PMGO. We have only seen 2 teams do it in the past where they're able to defend their title with, I mean, Nova Esports, way back, PMGC, and on top of that, Vampires doing PMWC, the mid turning is usually what we like to call it. You know what? We'll go with that. But let's take a look at the participating teams. That way you kind of have an idea of which teams will be playing here today and tomorrow. You can look how they were able to qualify through there. And it was tough, too, for some of these teams from the PMGO Prelims.
Yes, it was indeed. I mean, we saw some big things coming up. I want to mention as well NepX, right, coming in from those prelims because they went all out in that last game just to sneak into the top 7. So I kind of want to see what they've got up their sleeves for the next 2 days.
Just sneak in and take it away from Fenerbahce. Yeah, that was how it went pretty much. Really happy with RA. I think that they kind of got in the zone on that second day. Really big step up in terms of how they were taking fights. I think the macro was still just on point as it was in day 1, but the way they were picking fights were just so good timing-wise. It's so important. If RA can bring that A game back here today, maybe they can prove that they're not just good in the Saudi E-Leagues, they're good also in other big LAN events.
Not only that, right, but we also saw Uzbekistan teams being able to perform well, kind of show the support from the crowd here, from their hometown. Yeah. It's absolutely insane. One thing I have in mind right away that was able to carry momentum yesterday on the final day of the prelims was Upgrade. That team definitely performed.
They did indeed. I mean, Upgrade, I don't know how many points they got yesterday, but it was quite a few, right? I mean, let's just put it this way, right? 3 wins is going to be 30 points anyway. So it is going to be something where that's a lot of points. It's getting to that point where if they can redo that, which is going to be hard to do, but if they can, I mean, a lot of these teams, even the global ones, are going to be struggling.
Let's not forget the last year, right, with Reject winning it, this is the moment where actually we saw Japan as a possible team to win, a possible region to win in these big global events. And now this might be the opportunity for Uzbekistan to make it happen. So there's so much on the line, and going up against once more the best teams in the world here, like your 4MV and squads just like them.
I'm excited for the teams. I'm excited for the format. I'm excited for everything, but we do have, talking about format, we do have something new here. It's called the Smash Rule. So let's take a look at this first.
2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open is going to be historic because of a new rule that can crown one team champion even before all the matches have been played. Welcome to the Smash Rule. We introduced the Smash Rule to inject a new level of excitement for our viewers, challenge teams to develop innovative strategies, and create an alternative path to victory that rewards both consistency and clutch performances. The Smash Rule has 2 simple steps. Step 1, teams have to accumulate 80 points in the leaderboard. Step 2, secure the winner-winner chicken dinner in any of the remaining maps of main event day 2 to become the champion of 2025 PMGO, regardless of how many matches have been played. If no team achieves this after all 12 maps, the team with the highest points in the leaderboard will be crowned champion. The Smash Rule is going to turn up some serious heat in the 2025 PMGO main event. Will we see a champion team emerge with this new rule? Stay tuned to witness PUBG Mobile history.
This is a rule that I'm definitely excited for, considering that it is going to take effect on day one. I mean, actually, on day two. On day one, nobody's going to be able to smash, Max.
Yeah, I mean, day one, no smashing happening. It's happening on day 2, 7, that's for sure. I mean, what you can do in day one is get to that 80-point limit, right? Which is going to be quite hard to achieve, right? But if you're able to make it happen, that means you're able to smash rule right away in the first game of day 2. But we know that that's going to change the whole dynamic of the end of this tournament that we've never witnessed before in a global PUBG Mobile Esports event.
And something to keep in mind is after 12 matches, if nobody's able to win due to the smash rule, it is going to be the team with the most points. And honestly, I'm hoping that we do end up having at least a couple of teams that can go for it, because it's going to be exciting, especially with that smash rule. And I mean, talking about teams that can possibly win that way, right? I think one that I have in mind has to be 4MV.
I mean, big banging games, right? You're looking at if you're looking at a team to do well over there, it is going to be 4MV that I know I should not talk about. I have a certain owner of the org.
Sorry, Max. I shouldn't have put you on the spot there. I forgot.
Asking for it right now.
No Maxman curse. I got you, 4MB fans. All right, so Neptura, 4MB.
Are you sure you want to ask me? Because I also have been known to curse teams occasionally.
What do you think about
You might be on your own here. No, but honestly, 4MV, I am super stoked to see how stacked this team really is, because honestly, I mean, we've followed Top for a long time. We followed Doc for a long time. I mean, Ziol for years now. All of them, right? Baron as well. So it's looking like we have a very hyped team coming up. We have to hype them up a little bit. And I know, fans, I'm so sorry. We will speak about them just because they're so cool. It's going to happen.
The only team to ever have 2 PMGC MVPs on the same squad,
exactly.
right? In Ziol and Top.
Exactly.
That alone should just kind of set the tone as to what we expect from this team going into this tournament. They need to come out swinging. Looking at the plans for CSA, they just dominated that tournament. It was just not, it was not even a hard tournament for them. They were just having an easy time. They were chilling, testing out the comp, the strats, the rotates, the synergy. And the synergy, from what I've seen so far, is looking pretty good. One thing I'm a little bit scared about is maybe some players getting too in that fragging mode. We did talk with Senator earlier. No, he's not working with a team. He's just
a translator.
We got to be careful. Some players don't forget that they do have a squad.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, it can happen, right? Especially when you have superstars of the caliber of Doc and Top on that team. And on top of that, I mean, there's other 2 players that people, I mean, Seal, MVP in the past from PMGC, and on top of that, Rufus. Nonetheless, though, don't forget that in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to players around the world. This is the official gaming phone. I hid it from you guys.
I didn't even notice.
It's built to outplay the rest. I don't want you guys to get distracted with the vertical streams. By the way, for everybody currently watching, if you want to check them out, make sure you check them out on TikTok and on YouTube as well. PUBG Mobile Esports vertical streams, match streams as well, if you want to see what kind of rotation some of these teams are doing. But let's take a look at the schedule for today, that we kind of have an idea of what the maps are going to be like. And if you've been watching the previous days, it's going to be the exact same. I'm going to be going to Sanhok, and the first question that I have for you, Neptura, is, are we going to be seeing R8 on a hot drop again in Paradise Resort?
It's possible that not only 1 hot drop in Paradise, but 2 hot drops in Paradise. Max,
So
and I'm talking about
No. It's 1 hot drop with 3 teams.
that. Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, because technically you're going to have R8, D Xavier, which has shown willingness to avoid fights if they can only game in recent years, right, especially last year. And I think you mentioned earlier, right, the 7-2-1 aggressors, which were dropping their fighting versus R8 in the prelims.
Yes.
A 3-way fight in Paradise Resort. Kind of odd because it's definitely not big enough for 3 teams, and 2 definitely not. So are we going to see teams trying to give it up? I hope so, but from what we saw yesterday, at least T721 and R8 might just commit once more.
I mean, I'm excited, all right? I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to do and what kind of pace they're going to be setting here in the first match, right? But talking about teams, talking about going into matches, give me some predictions.
Rejects.
Rejects.
Straight out.
Okay, well, my 3 teams I already posted about it on Pandemonium. Go follow. No, I'm going to be going for 4MV, Reject, and I also got the side of D Xavier that I think can be a big threat in this lobby.
He said 4MV. You know what, Neptura? Just because he said 3, I need you to give me 3 as well.
Okay, you know what? We're going to go with Rejects. We're going to go with LGD. You know what? Let's go with LGD. Let's see what they've got in there. And also Upgrade.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, we got prediction counter. I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Can we hide my counter, please?
If that's the case, I have to predict as well. Actually, you know what, Max, I want to make sure I don't pick yours. So remind me real quick, what was your pick?
Don't change it.
For MV, DX, and I had reject.
And oh, those are so good.
Yeah.
I picked the best ones.
Come on, bro. I have to go with Influence Rage. Gotta support Brazil. Come on now.
Makes sense.
I'm not biased, I promise. 4MV and Enigma Galaxy. I know, none of the prelims team. Please don't judge me.
You might be judged.
I want to see, the reason why I'm picking them as well, I want to see how they're going to be performing considering some of these teams haven't played, right? We have seen it in the past.
We have
slow.
indeed. Yeah, a little bit slow, a little bit speeding up towards the end. Maybe we'll see a little bit more from them in day 2 if they don't pick it up in day 1 for sure. But yeah, Sanhok is going to be really, really interesting. We do have that hot drop, that's what it's called, on Paradise Resort.
That is what it's called.
Yeah, that is what it's called indeed. But you know what? I think we got several teams here who historically are pretty darn good on Sanhok, and I think we will be seeing some action from them.
We do have another hot drop on Sanhok though, and this is the second hot drop we had. Nocturne Red Force versus LGD, and I did see one of the PEL talent known to curse teams and players. He goes to shake their hand, Zenshi, actually go to see the Nocturne Red Force player and shake their hand.
That's true.
So that is their 5th player. He went to help them directly. So I got to respect the commitment to the bit.
Not some Red Force fans. That's not fair. You're not allowed. What are you doing that for? One team I'm actually interested in is Rangam Karya. We haven't gotten a chance to talk about them much. But this is a team. Remember what they were able to do at PMG, given that Sarah's not here. Sarah's not here with Regnum Karya, neither will Reject. We don't really know what happened there. We can sit here and speculate as much as we wanted to, but I'm not going to. Maybe later. We'll find out. Depends on how they start, okay?
Yeah.
Hold on to that one. But for Regnum Karya, what are you guys' expectations?
I think they're going to start out a little bit slow, honestly. I think they're going to want to get the lay of the land just a little bit, Max. I feel like we're not going to see too much of them at the beginning because they just need that time to kind of warm up a little bit, get used to things, and get a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I think that they, at least, you know what, they don't have a player just coming in last minute like they had in PMGC, so I think that was a little bit of an X factor. They actually performed really well with that in mind, but now they got the full squad that they prepared for a long time, so I feel like we can expect big things here from Regnum Karya.
We've been talking about it, we've been hyping it up. This is the moment that we need to get started as we're going to be jumping into Sanhok for the first game of the main event of the PMGO Uzbekistan. Take it away, John Allen and Blank.
It is time to kick off the finals here in Uzbekistan. It has all been leading up to this. Blank and Sanhok is ready, rip-roaring to go. And so am I.
Straight into the finals here in Uzbekistan. Very, very fun prelims that we saw there, with plenty of the Uzbekistani teams actually making it in to the finals itself. It was 3 out of the 4, not including Hellion Esports, who already made it in. So 4 Uzbekistani teams here with us. A very, very successful turnout for the home crowd, I would say. And look, what I will say for the desk is that, yeah, they chose some very, very interesting picks. I was just surprised no one talked about Regnum Karya too much up until the end. I think, personally, that is a team that could definitely go very, very far here. Yes, they're lacking Sarah. We've got to remember that these guys dominated over the PMGC and were just pipped to the post by D plus Kia right at the end.
Right at the end, and speaking of D plus Kia, well, their countrymen from South Korea, Nongshim Red Force, will be taking on hope for the PEL, Chinese region, LGD here, over in ruins on the southwest side of the map. Right now, it's a bit of a standoff, and they have isolated themselves side to side of this building, which means that if they choose to, it's a little bit more likely that maybe they look to disengage here. XZY breaks wide, spots. No, doesn't see actually. Tian low ground, so not fully committed to this fight on either side just yet. But they are putting their toes in. Like they might just get snapped off if they're not careful.
Moving on, toe snapping action here. The start. LGD though holding pretty strong. Again, it's kind of a weird one having Ruins be the hot drop, because we all expected Paradise Resort, but I think that both the 721 Aggressor and RA give that one over towards the Xavier, and fair play. Lamborghini, Nate T, both very good close quarters. I think that you would show deference in that moment. Regiosio got word from them earlier that he will be IGLing the team for rejects as they move over towards that northwest side, already crossing. Understanding that some of them going towards the west. Likely going to be at least Ruins or Cap Alpha northwest split here. For LGD, they give it the ghost this time. You know, it's not worth it. Really, we're not fighting over something crazy. Let's just hold in Ruins.
Yeah, they get out of there, they disengage. I was expecting to maybe see something on that line. I was also maybe thinking about Enigma Galaxy potentially coming in later if they'd have held that standoff. Enigma Galaxy very likely to be moving up north, could have third-partied that, and that would have been a catalyst to make that fight happen, and could have gone either way. In that instance, I think, depending on how Enigma Galaxy approached it. But the disengage from LGD, I prefer it. That split that they have now, or can go for rather, across the bay if they try and go further up north. Meanwhile, over the top of the mountain on the northwest island, it's two home ground teams, the 721 Aggressor and Go Quality. A little bit of a scrap going away right now. On the 721 Aggressor, they pick up one on Go Quality, and then another right around the corner. Epius has found one over on the Butcher. The DBS not quite connecting, finally able to get it done. Has to go for the weapon swap, and that will be rezzed up. So the 721 Aggressor staying alive.
Butcher, only the one to get knocked out, will keep himself nice and healthy, but it's going to lose two players, a team that did so well up until the end of the prelims, where Upgrade started to add new little bits of machinery to their current form, which was pretty awesome to be honest with you, because they certainly did upgrade the kit towards the end of it. Go will send at least two out, but top of Northwest Mountain, held by 721 Aggressor here. I think with Enigma Galaxy you talked about earlier, Ralph, I would say, is a very risk-averse IGL, in my opinion, so I wasn't expecting him to make too many down towards the southeast. Still waiting to cross here. A lot of teams are backed up.
Hellion trying to get across. R8 have been on this bridge hold by Hatin in a nice split for quite a while. Marth, though, the forward point for it goes down to Falcon. Groza could be rezzed here. However, there are many players down
Cut
for
off the
Hellion.
map's bugged.
Eskaton moving on in, and Groza looking to get the... Aggressor. Oh, look at that spray transfer there from the 721 Aggressor. Nicely found. But this was a crazy sweep out wide from Doc, right? Able to do so much work. It's so unfortunate they couldn't quite hold the inside down for the rest of the team.
Yeah, overall, I think that the tiered play style, where you had one player further back and another
It felt like last year was Ralph's year, right? Like he really started to step up towards the end. A little bit shaky in the late parts of PMGC, granted, but they were still there and they were still in that conversation, finishing very high up the tables, right? Certainly in with a chance of getting that victory, but couldn't quite go the distance this time. They are looking to try and change that story. And on the west side, they are looking to channel that cohesion that you described of them into this tournament.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, the French team.
The French team, absolutely. That's true and a fact.
I mean, I had a little bit of a fall off, I would have said. But recently they've been getting a lot better in terms of those international events, or at least adapting to. I think that's probably the better way of saying it. The fact that LGD is actually starting out strong is a very positive sign. Because usually, I think the running gag was that the PEL teams are day 2 teams. Yeah. So this is really promising. This is very, very promising. I like this from LGD. The 721 aggressors, they don't want to move too much here. They know there's a high possibility that this could move away from that compound, pushing R8 into a more uncomfortable position. There's still another zone to go before we hit zone 9, and it's fairly open ground around R8.
Okay. All right, win, I think. I think it's safe to say they are in the control of this final circle. LGD seem to know that, and they want to dispatch the 721 aggressors. But how do you crest this ridgeline? Marth steps up and spray down, but he's not connecting. He empties the magazine into thin air. However, Mau Mau gets the nade from the low ground for LGD, not quite finding it, and Marth backs off the hill. What on earth, Marth? You've got to hit those shots.
That is not great. Not great at all. In the meantime, 721 aggressors have been absolutely obliterated on their side. Yonik doing his best, looking for all of them. Does get it with the help of R8, and Yonik continues to move out. And it will be the end of it there. R8 taking the first chicken dinner here in the Uzbek finals for PMGO. Really, really good stuff there from R8. Obviously, the dice was tossed, right? The die was cast right at the end, purely off the back of the circle moving over towards that compound. I think it might have been a different story if the 721 aggressors moved slightly earlier whilst R8 was occupied with Enigma Galaxy. And it's just one of those things where you don't make that call soon enough and the game just gets out of hand at that point.
All right, with the boys in the crowd, getting that support. Pretty annoyed about that one for a chicken dinner. I mean, to be fair, Marth had a big whiff in those final moments. I think it's safe to say, even though it was a chicken dinner, that was a bit of a weakness, right? There were two players completely open, not really moving that quickly. You should be hitting that double spray down 9 times out of 10. That was that 1 out of 10.
He needed that.
Yeah.
He really did. He was looking pretty upset in that moment. Yeah. But yeah, I think they should be happy with that win. Obviously, bit of a whiff on the crest. And I think that more than anything, the reason that's so important is purely because those are additional eliminations that you could be taking away from yourselves. And with the smash ruling, the more elims you get, the closer you're going to be to that goal. Because yes, placement points are good, but you're limited to 10 at the most per match.
I mean, it is an excellent thing. If you go into day 2 with 80 points already, you can end it right there and then, right? You go in with 79, you missed that by 1 point. Yeah, you have to play again and then win a chicken dinner in order to win via that smash rule. So it can all come down to single points. But either way, R8 do find a chicken dinner and a very healthy points tally there. 12 elims, meaning 22 points to kick things off. They're already a quarter of the way to breaking that smash barrier.
Yeah, 25% done. So that is very, very important. Remember though, everybody, no smashing on day 1. Okay? We got to wait till day 2. Let's head over to this stage with Barney to interview ID7.
I've got Ida from R8 Esports here joining me on the main stage. An extremely impressive first map of the main event. That's got to ease some of the nerves. You had this really clinical push from the edge of circle all the way through to the compound. It was like textbook PUBG Mobile. It seems like everything's clicking into place for you guys. How you feeling?
اول شيء الف مبروك حصلت التشيكن دينر في اول خريطه وحاب يسالك بخصوص الروتيشن على المنطقه الشماليه من الزون لقيته الكومباوند في المراحل الاخيره من المباراه كانت فاضيه ما كان في اي حدا فيعني مبين انه المباراه عم بتساعدكم الخريطه عم بتساعدكم الزون عم بتساعدكم فكيف حاسس شعورك هلا بعد الفوز بالجيم الاول
اول شيء الله يبارك فيك ثانيا يعني تقريبا كانت عندنا خطط او انه نعرف انه جوت نازلين الهاي فكانت عندنا معلومة انه راح الجهة الغربية راح تكون كلين يعني ما فيها احد فكنا متأكدين من الانفورميشن انه تكون ما فيها احد فعشان كذا كان الجيم سهل لنا.
So we did a lot of studies, we did a lot of research, and we knew, for example, one, when it came to GOAT, they were going to be focusing on the northern side of the circle, and that the western side was going to be completely open and completely clear. So we trusted our instincts and our decision-making. We found the compound, and it was just easy from there.
I can confirm that you were the MVP of that match as well, so congratulations. But I've got another question because we spoke yesterday on the main stage and you told us that your hot drop was not going to change, and you changed it. What happened? Why did you decide that?
ليش تغيرت النزلة باختصار؟ امبارح حكيت لنا انه ما حتتغير واليوم تغيرت فايش اللي صار بين امبارح واليوم؟
تقريبا يعني هو مو عشان التيمات اللي نازله معنا امره بسيط يعني لكن حتى مع التيمات اللي تنزل معنا في تقريبا 3 ايام قريبه مره منا فحتى لو فزنا بالفايت هذا راح نموت من الثيرد بارتي.
So it wasn't just about the teams that are going to be dropping with us in our drop spot. It was also about the fact that there's multiple teams surrounding that area as well. So even if we did manage to win the fight at the beginning of the game, it's going to be very difficult for us to escape with multiple teams surrounding us as well.
Well, I mean, let's face it, you made the right decision because you got a chicken dinner to kick off the main event. Congratulations. I'll let you go back to your team. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. And for now, we're going to continue main event, day number 1, by heading back to the analysts.
That's why sometimes putting your ego to the side is rewarded in a massive way here for RA, being able to clutch up the first win. The splits from this team, by the way, once they got into the compound, were insane.
Every step of the game, going from, like, of course, the drop location, Logan and Paradise Resort, the way they're playing edge northwest, and then as you talk about the compound here, that 4-man split in the compound, having one playing every single angle is, I don't think there's a particular name for that, but I call it a collapse comp. And the reason why you have 4 angles covered, the moment you have a team coming in and interacting with that one player, everyone collapses on that single player.
It must be taken, right? We're not going to go for it. R8 were the only ones to do so, and that won them the game. I wonder if any of the others could have won if they had done the same.
Unfortunately, not a lot of teams had a good scouting angle, and Skaton sent it in, got the information, it was free, and off the back of that, they get one of the best compounds in that circle.
One team that did seem to be setting up a great scouting position, and that possibly could have ended up winning the match if it wasn't for a circle shift, was Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I feel really, really bad for Nigma Galaxy, honestly, though, because they did such a great job. I loved how they played this game 100%, right? They were careful, they were safe, they played it quietly, but they weren't frightened, they weren't hesitant, nothing like that. They were just playing it very, very smartly. You had a quick rotation, you had them scouting and moving. There was that mobility that I love to see up along the western side of the coastline, and they were looking for that high ground. Unfortunately, like you said, Seven, the zone just completely messed them up, and I don't blame that for them at all.
Would have been one of those situations where you would have wanted them to be a little bit closer and maybe make the push, which ultimately they ended up making that push through R8?
I don't know, honestly, I really don't. It's so difficult to figure out what to do in that situation. I would have to really do some serious VOD review to understand that.
Yeah, I think that they're a little bit scared also of the option that if they do crash onto R8, then LGD is going to third party, and no one really wins in that situation. You want to delay it as much as possible. I get it, but I also want to echo what John was talking about during the cast there, which is that Rauf, I feel like, has stepped up heavily in the past year. 2024 was like one of his best years as an IGL. And sometimes you have games you just cannot win. And unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy, with the position R8 had, I think this is one of the games where the top 3 is as far as you can realistically get in a match like this. But you know what? They still gave themselves at least some placement points. No eliminations, though. I hope to see some going into the next game.
Showing what can happen when you take control of a compound there. Mar did end up scaring us a little bit. They end up with those 22 points. The 7-1, though. We saw them getting, once again, early fights throughout this map. The 7-1 went up against GOAT, and luckily for them, that strong power is working for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We like to see that aggression right out the gate like that. It makes them not hesitate when they come up against these global teams. It's super easy to kind of get that mentality going there. But they were good. They went forward with it. And as you look over onto the leaderboard on the second time, we got Black and Helion both with 0 points there. That's a little bit rough at the start.
I mean, talking about rough starts, I'm looking at 4MV there with only 2 points, and it comes from elimination.
Do I talk about that? I don't want to talk about that.
Max, don't talk about Max.
No versus Nongshim
You
Red
have
Force.
permission to talk about 4MV.
To be completely honest, in that fight, Nongshim Red Force just had way better positioning and synergy. It was as clean as it could be in that exact situation. We were talking about the angles in particular. There's 2 players of Nongshim Red Force in the building and kind of clearing the door frame. One player pushes. Even if a player gets knocked, you have a player to back it up and then go for the reverse knock. So Nongshim just completely outplayed 4MV in that particular engagement.
Well, we got the first Sanhok out of the way, a team that, as I said earlier, they decided to put that ego to the side. We usually don't see it that much, and I got to talk about it again because we got to reward situations like that. We are going to be going into Erangel, and as we're talking about hot drops here, are we expecting any possible hot drops?
There was one that might be happening, which was going to be Nigma Galaxy versus Deek Xavier in Pachinki. Though I have heard Deek Xavier has changed their drop location, maybe towards like a school, apartment area, more in that kind of direction. So if that's free, Nigma Galaxy are really looking good because extent of the map, rotation-wise, it's a really big advantage.
Well, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, players worldwide are checking in. Open the World of Wonder map and enter map ID. That's going to be showing on your screen right now. Immerse yourself in the full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue tour now. Imagine if there was like little models of us right there. That'd be actually kind of cool.
That would be so adorable. I would love that. Can somebody make that? And
I will
then
be
give
so
me the
short,
code,
but
please?
nonetheless,
It would be 1 pixel high.
1 pixel. Well, that's
I'll take it.
Seven's
That's
real height,
fine.
so, like,
At least make it 7 pixels.
Yeah, make it 7 pixels.
It's still not a lot. It's still not a lot, so that works.
I want to see how Foreign B is going to be able to bounce back out of this one, because as Blank and John were saying during that match, it's so fun to watch Doc. Sometimes doesn't go their way, but it's still just so much more fun to watch.
I just love it every time. Whoever's watching the game, if Doc has a nade in hand, you're like, oh. And he puts it back like, oh, again. Actually, talking about nades, I was really impressed with Mao Mao. His nade was so impactful in this fight, especially when they were pushing on one of the central teams. I think it was Akis Cyber. They were in that sniper tower position. Boom, the nade goes on out and gets a double elimination, and then goes for a few more nades onto T721 Aggressor. Hey, maybe Chinese Doc right now? Like, he's been looking pretty crazy that first game. It's just one game, though.
It is just one game, but looking forward to the other games. There is another great nader that's coming into this competition at this stage, and it is Peregrine from Xavier. He is noted for his excellent nades, and so when you put that together with Doc and then with the other great nades that we've seen from the prelims and the Uzbekistan finals, it could be quite interesting for the next 2 days.
Sadly for them, we weren't even get a chance to really see them throughout that match, right? They ended up with an early fight between themselves, DX and Regnum Karya. It didn't go their way, but it might be different here on this map.
Yeah, it might absolutely be. We'll have to see. Maybe there's a little bit more room on Erangel for those nades to get a little farther, a little bouncier, you know. Maybe Sanhok is just too cramped, Max.
I actually have a really big new positive point I want to make about one of the Uzbekistan teams here. I want to talk about T721 Aggressors.
Yes.
Their scouting on northwestern Island Mountain was actually on point. They saw the big flow of teams coming from the southern side, understood, okay, that's a fight with those 5-6 teams we don't realistically want to get involved with. We're just going to enter into the northern side, go into Camp Alpha and just call it a day, and then just 1v4 Loxy, that was unfortunate for him to encounter that full squad. But we talked about them as a team always willing to fight, especially early game. Here, if the macro steps up and they can steal back up the fight, T721 Aggressor might have just significantly leveled up.
That's going to be the main one, right, for this team. Can they continue on with those early fights, move on? We have to wait and find out, as we're going to be jumping into Erangel with Blank and John Allen.
Thank you very much to the desk for that breakdown of the last match, but we're going over the grassy pastures now. We will wrench it back into our control. We will guide you through the first match on Erangel. Day 1 continues here for match number 2. Novo up to shooting range on the plane.
Interesting approaches going to be happening on this map, indeed, over an Erangel. We'll see where everyone drops off, see if it's a bit more organized than we saw perhaps in the prelims and the qualifiers. I think Max brings up a great point about DX Xavier as well as Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki, because actually that has been a massive issue in the past where both teams was very unwilling to give it up. Now, I would say that the team that I most associate with Pachinki would be Enigma Galaxy. So I think that it is reasonable for DX Xavier to try something different. I don't think they'll have too terrible of a time playing in school apartments. But again, you never know. It might be a case of another hot drop. Pachinki can be shared. It is awkward. It doesn't look like that's the case here.
Yeah, DX Xavier definitely breaking out to the northeast side there. You can see Enigma Galaxy headed to Pachinki. I've also seen Reject with a 3-1 split. You can see Duello on the northern side of that military island, whilst the rest of his team play on the south. Akis Cyber quite close to the 721 Aggressors on their breakout west. Could be fighting over a few vehicles, but they do want to extricate themselves from one another. I'm also looking at R8 and LGD flanks on the northern side.
Yeah, both going in similar direction here. I mean, it is a case of you could play North George and South George, but both teams dropping out early, trying to get vehicles. Pretty typical play there from Duello as well as Rejects. Waiting for the service pod, at least they have an outpost over towards Lighthouse on that western side, and can play that one through. And 3 vehicle spawns down towards that north side of Sosnovka. Really easy way to get your game going at the start there, whilst also having Duello on a long parachute drop as well, scouting as much as possible from the air.
Hellion managing to snaffle a vehicle away from underneath LGD's nose and bring it back over towards the sunken city, towards those ruins. LGD are looking to punt super hard, but instead going to divert up towards that Everest position, maybe move over, get some loot on the west side, because they have yet to really confirm their drop spot, and they do not have the loot to be going on, so they'll have to figure out where they want to go.
Yeah, for LGD, weird one right now, because understanding where they want to play next is a bit odd. I think they should know once the prelims they go right to play Gaka. Playing Southside Everest is not amazing. They could head all the way down towards Primos if they wanted to. You'd expect them to have moved much earlier, so that hospital is potentially an option. Yeah, right now, very, very strange. Regiosio, in a buggy. Very close to Imron from Aki Cyber.
Oh, okay, luckily the spray down from the Micro Uzi doesn't fully connect there. And the double barrel doesn't quite have the quick swap to find Reiji on the way out, but maybe Force can find something, hops to the backseat of the buggy, but loses momentum and allows Reiji out of there. But it's
Yeah, head back straight back on the straight here. I mean, honestly, on this circle, I think for Reject, just playing very key and then making a move later on is a far better idea for them. But at least they get some scouting done. They know there should be a team on their north. Yeah, Aki going for a bit more of a split drop around Quarry at the moment. But 4 vehicles available for Reject. They've got all the mobility that they might need going into the future portions of this game. Very central on the circle here, so teams like Nigma, Galaxy, and Pachinki, which is an awesome starting point for any team who wants to move exactly where they'd like to go. Also the Xavier over towards Apartment, and Regankaya actually in Rozok on their north side. Regankaya, I was a little bit disappointed with that last game. They didn't go through, but it wasn't disappointing with the engagement that they took. That was not an easy fight. Two very experienced teams going up against one another. There were mind games upon mind games, and clean shots traded either way. Roxy does win it out in the end, but Steve's man is solo. I think that he plays Camp Alpha expecting it to stay there, in which case the team is not likely to continue scouting down towards that south side, not as profitable as holding north, keeping teams away from that longhouse. Just look at the draw, really. So, down towards the south.
If it had been more than just Loxy, I think they might have just been able to hold that as well. So it could have been a different story. But that is how Sanhok goes. Things get messy. 4MV on the south side, on Sanhok military base C block right now, looking to get on the road. Seeing plenty of ammo for Reapers. Has got the SK-12 in the back pocket. 4MV. For Mini 14 player as well in top, so expect some range tap-tap on your screens shortly.
Upgrading Yasnaya. I think for Upgrade they have some real fan presence here. Honestly, which is very nice to see. They were fantastic over towards the prelims, but now you're on the big stage, the main event. It's a question of how that affects you, because a lot of the teams in the prelims were, I wouldn't call them amateur teams, but definitely not experienced in the international waters, right, where you're playing against some of the best squads in the world as well. We kind of thrust them into the flames a little bit. So it might take a couple of games for Upgrade to really find their footing here. But they certainly were playing like some of these top squads in their matches yesterday. So I'd like to see some kind of that same firepower coming through to today. The Xavier. Now, this is the team that has gone through multiple iterations of, man, what is this team doing? Man, this team is looking. So now, man, this team is really damn good. They've had some strange iterations in the past, but I think right now it's very clear that the Xavier is one of the best teams in the world, 100%.
Rematch. But the player has to hop into the vehicle to try and get the angle. Oh, it's nasty. Just a couple of feet further and he would have been able to get the spot. But now they've allowed him out. And they will not have the angles to take the challenge. No rematch this time.
I mean, they have forced them out, though, from this position. Which is pretty damn good.
Been going back to back to back to back.
So for the Xavier, pushed away. I don't think they're too unhappy with this. Recoalescing over towards Apartments, a little bit more central for them as well.
I don't say none, I go swish. That's an A1.
So Apartments currently with only one team inside of it. It can hold more than that. We have seen that in the past. Generally, in This stage in the game, though, I don't expect too many teams to be fully sending on in there. I think it's much more likely they wait until at least stage 2, if it goes that way, to be pushing in towards that. But certainly can have more than 4 players on the inside. On the west coast, LGD did manage to get a little bit of loot on board, and they will be heading on up the west side, pushing in over those gap fields or around that Everest location, depending on which turn they take. But try and keep that third place under control for now. They got 13 points in the last game. Actually, I think they got 12 points in the last game. And this game have managed to find an elimination over on that side.
That's an A1.
For LGD, I would quite like to continue doing well into the main event. Very excited to see what the PL team has on offer. Here is that replay from earlier. Thank you, production. We appreciate it. And Lincoln does pick up that final blow. Most teams starting to get a little bit more crunched in now. I think we actually have an outpost in Sanhok towards that north side.
Keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now. On the top now.
All that much is probably 721 aggressors. We're playing down towards the south. We may come into contact with 4 and B fairly soon. Towards the eastern side, that system very central here on the circle pop.
721 aggressors with angles over towards 4MV. Doc in the smoke cloud billowing around him. There are off angles being established. Yonic getting a little bit bold with this one, actually, to go out to the north side. Try and take that off angle against what is arguably one of the strongest teams in the lobby. Let's see if that's going to be effective. The 721 aggressors wanting to push a little bit further north. On this rotating aggressor spots someone out in the field, trying to swap to the backseat of the buggy. A little bit too bold, and he ducks him down. Doc, though, is away, and Ziol in the driver's seat.
Yeah, very rough shift on the circle. Very hard shift, in fact, over towards that northwest side. I think teams might be quite pleased about this one, though, because it cuts out practically all of the field that was in this previous circle down towards the south side and off towards the east. Influence Rage with a very snappy rotate. From Upgrade, Ruzen will go down. Here was the replay. Good initial spray from Zjol. I mean, goddamn.
Wait, was it Zeptimus on a... No, okay, Symphony was there, but they were able to get those.
Far. But for Influence Rage, both of their snappy rotates that they've made this game, very, very fun to watch. And I think overall for Influence Rage, they should be very, very happy with themselves this game. It was two very heads-up rotations. First one was little to no information, but assumption work. The second there was quick thinking on the fly. Circle moves horribly down towards the south, and Black Esports
Bots behind these pathways, they're nadeable.
Saying earlier, they really like the Xavier's play where instead of looking over towards Church, they would look directly over towards Nick McGallagher.
Exposure. The circle closes central here, Blank, and at the moment, GOAT quality are further from the edge, which means that Nick McGalaxy will have to move first. You can see the circle pushing in now, smoke starting to be thrown out, and actually from GOAT quality will be the ones to do so. Ralph can use that to crawl forwards. It's isolating his sightlines as much as it is GOAT qualities. I'm not too sure about the decision to pop smokes here. Here, you can see the Molotov on that breakout to the right for Ephius as the smoke starts to clear. And now those path ridge lines are starting to work in the favor of Nick McGalaxy.
I don't get this because there's a very obvious ditch where both GOAT are going to be playing, so why aren't Nick McGalaxy pushing further up towards these smokes to get those ones in? Finally, Ralph, they find their confidence, but...
Bouncer. A swift kiss from Redux.
I mean, they have that advantage from Pachinki, right? Because they got to play western side. Honestly, for DXAV, I was very, very impressed with them that game. Nick McGalaxy's nades over towards the storm drains were, to be honest, sublime, and that is very fair. But I do think I preferred the way DXAV played Pachinki over towards Nick McGalaxy. They just had that inherent advantage being on the western side there, that they could slowly push out. We'll say playing Wizard Tower for Redux was a real boon for the team later on, having a lot of information and being able to wrap out and being able to hold out on those teams that play Church. But yeah, it's a really slow late game. But that is a second time in a row that they've got themselves into, I believe it was a top 3 or a top 5, and with this one taking the chicken dinner. So it is a successful start for Nick McGalaxy here.
And what a nade into that storm drain as well, coming across the open ground to leave. If they hadn't have gotten that knock, if they hadn't had to be facing 3 players from the Xavier, I think that could have been a different story. The rollout would have been pretty impossible, it's safe to say. So that nade play was impeccably timed. You can see Ralph with 6 elims, IGLing from the front Blank. He's going headlong into this fight.
Yeah, very good stuff from Ralph. I think, like you said earlier, Ralph has probably had one of the biggest improvements from a player that was an IGL, and that's really all anyone knew him for, that he was the guy at the back of the team that was pushing them forward, telling them where they needed to go. And I think he realized that he just couldn't be that guy anymore. He needed to step up and be an effective player on the team. And speaking of Ralph, we're going to head over to the stage with Barney talking to Ralph.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Ralph here joining me from Nigma Galaxy, an impressive match. I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you. You know, throughout that game, you had Redox positioned across the road. Was it just to get a better angle or to just gather information for you? What was the method behind that?
For Redox being on the sniper tower across the road, it was more of having an angle in case we get crashed, so he can shoot people from outside. So that was the play.
Okay, so when the circle then pulls out of the city, and so basically drags you all out, what's the approach there? Because you have so many potential threats everywhere. How do you approach getting yourselves out of the city and into a better position?
I mean, we were on the edge of the city, so we had a bit of an advantage. We just need to make sure to play it a bit slow and not play too aggressive, and just wait for everybody to come in and we eliminate them.
You gathered a lot of information. It was really impressive there at the end. Now, I think that obviously you've been seeing a lot of people competing here on the main stage over the last few days. You've been gathering information. Like, how has that set you up for now being here and competing on the main stage? Do you feel like you're prepared? Do you feel like you're ready?
I mean, it was good watching other teams, but it didn't really matter for us. We just prepared our own gameplay, and we're going to stick to it, and hopefully it works.
Well, hopefully, I think it is working, Ralph. Congratulations. And by the way, you're the MVP of that match as well, so congratulations once again. Congratulations, Enigma Galaxy. And for now, we're going to head back to the analysts to break everything down before our next map of the day.
A player that has been performing better and better over time. Raouf being able to bring it there with 6 eliminations. Something that I did enjoy that they talked about was Redox being across the street, because I felt like during, I think it was Circle 4, Max, if I'm not mistaken, that kind of made RA push away from a really good position.
Yeah, I mean, RA is a completely different conversation we can almost talk about. But looking at Enigma Galaxy, not only, as Ralph just said, it gives them a really solid off angle in case maybe they get cracked. Of course, that ended up not being the case, but if it did, actually Redox would have maybe allowed them to make it even further in that game.
Yeah, and that's what I've really liked from Enigma Galaxy's playstyle so far in this tournament. The last 2 games, they've been doing the exact same thing, right? Of course, they do land in Pachinki and Erangel, but still, they're playing it safe. They're playing it very smart. It's not hesitant, it's just cautious. They're just biding their time and waiting, and the results are very clear here. 6 eliminations, and I think I have to do the bell. Sorry, Kalaris. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. There we go. Raouf coming in there with 6 elims on top of all that. So really, really nice work from him.
Another player, too, being able to perform quite well. We're seeing on the screen, Diego. Diego was popping up at church.
Versus RA, actually.
Yeah.
Again, I talk about RA later. I got a segment, don't worry. We will be chatting about RA.
Discussing.
But actually, Influence Rage, able to see that fight of Regnum versus RA is happening, but it's happening outside the building. So what do? Send it in the building, have natural terrain advantage off the back of that, and just force them in a bottleneck situation, allowing them to get so many DPS 1v1v1s all over the place as you go through the highlights. And actually, the team was quite interesting this game, Nitra. LGD just applying pressure pretty much from minute 1.
Yeah, I really liked how they played that. Once they had a little bit of control, they really ran with it. They took off and made teams go away, right? They really held their ground very well. Shoot, away with you. I mean, that's a really nice one, allowing them to just get up and over. But yeah, it was really, really nice from them. 4MV had a hard time against them. I believe Rejects as well didn't fare too well with them as well. Nongshim also falling victim. So a really, really nice control that they were able to effect in the last south side.
Look at Diego, man. The move. He's so good. He's cracked.
Yeah.
Right in that fight in the church
So nice.
area. Unfortunately, we did see that the circle moving away from them. Influence Rage could not capitalize on that transition anymore. But looking at this finish, a little bit annoyed that so many nades. Okay, extremely annoyed and angry. That so many nades were wasted by Enigma Galaxy. I mean, we'll be able to see it in this highlight as they try and wrap up the game. They get way closer. There's even smokes to create a little bit of a line of defense, even though technically could still get shot, but the smokes are kind of hiding that position away. And yet they still throw nades in the smokes just without any information, wasting their utility. And we talk about it so many times, Seven, on every show, how utility is so important in these finishing moments. And yet Enigma, if they maybe used them a little bit even too earlier than that, maybe they have no more nades, and then they just can't quite wrap up the match.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you here. I loved how they played all of the game, except after those initial knocks onto Dick Xavier. I think they slowed right down, and that wasn't entirely the way to play it. Maybe just because it's the second game, we'll see. But for me, I would have loved to see them just pick up that pace a little bit more and continue it.
Yeah, it seems like a bit slow there out of that team. But as we're looking here at the match rankings, they do end up with 20 points. Good for them. Influence Rage, as we were talking about earlier, that's crazy. Diego ended up getting 6 out of their 7 eliminations. And LGD, 8 eliminations for this team.
Yeah, I mean, no placement points just yet. Okay, that will be coming in eventually. But we talked about how annoying they are. They're extremely efficient at making space for themselves on the edge of the circle, right? We saw it, especially early game. They encountered a reject. They encountered also another team, I think, after that. So they're very, very prepared for these fights, especially the Mau Mau. to that individual player. Going on to the second page though, a few teams going to be a bit lower.
One of those teams I'm really looking at is actually Upgrade. That's the second game in a row with 0 elimination, or 0 points. Not even just elimination, 0 points on the board at all. And after yesterday's game, maybe this is just a replay of what we saw in the prelims, right? Day 1, nothing. Day 2, everything. We'll have to see.
Well, after 2 matches, RA is still maintaining their top spot with 28 points. Big Galaxy after that win, I mean, you can just see them shoot up on that leaderboard. But one team I want to talk about that is barely there in 8th place. Black Esports. My goodness. I think Blank put it best, or maybe Wade did when we were watching it. That is one annoying team, but congratulations.
It was such a pain looking at them play because they are LGD and PMGO are fighting. They see the fight like, we're going to third party. Oh wait, they regen. We're going to come back, but we'll come back later. And now, oh, you weaken once more. We re-engage and we claim the high ground position. Okay, they're annoying, but they're annoyingly good.
Yes,
it's
they're
such a pain because
good.
the timing is on point. They claim the best position, and we talked about also, especially during the prelims, they are incredibly powerful when it comes to finding good entry points into the circle, taking the path of least resistance, and that is going to always reward you with a lot of placement points, which you've seen in the prelims.
What I really like from them as well is that you're actually able, or rather, they didn't just third party, they waited for that opportunity. They saw that the fight between LGD and 4MV was taking far too long. They were just like, oh my god, I'm so bored, get it over already. Actually, let's help out. And they went for it. They saw that that was weakening, that fight there was weakening, and they took advantage of it right away.
Yeah, you saw that at the end of the fight too. 4MV were just not ready to take that fight anymore. Not in terms of how many players were alive, they still had 53 players at that point, but they just had enough resources to maybe take a few shots, and after that, it was just not going to go the entire way.
Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how these teams are going to be reacting. One thing that I do know is that BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing at the booth during the event, or check them out on the internet, BYDauto.com. One thing, I mean, for all the 4MV fans, everybody that's been hyping them up, I know they're currently on the second page. Relax. It's okay. Max, right? It's okay.
I don't want to check the comments on the internet too much. No, I'm sure it's talking about me.
No TikTok vertical stream for you.
Guys, I'm not logging on today. There's no use to sending me a DM.
Okay, all right. Well, the good thing is that we are going to be going to a break, so you know what? You'll get a chance to maybe take a look at those comments. We'll be right back.
Mana o'yindagi nikim Rashidov Helion Gaming jamoasida kapitan hisoblanadi.
Assalomu alaykum, Habibullayev Azizbek. Helion jamoasida o'ynayman. Rolim flagger.
My nickname is Falcon and my game role is a support.
Mani ismim Abdulloh. Men Helion Gaming jamoasi zamin o'yinchisiman.
Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Mening nikim Graza, Helion Gaming игрокman.
Describe your journey from PMGO qualifier to the main event of 2025 PMGO.
Birinchi karta unchalik yaxshi bo'lmadi. Komandamiz birinchi yo'qib ketdi. Oxirgi o'yin turdi. Undan keyin bolalar bilan gaplashib, hammasini kelishib oldik, idealga zo'r ketdi. Xursand bo'ldim, bolalar zo'r o'ynashdi.
Bizga yarasha hammasidan qiyinchiligi bo'ldi. Harakat qildik, trenirovka qildik, komanda bilan ishladik, hamma mehnat qildik. Bizni manshetgacha olib chiqqan oxirgi emotsiyali vaziyat o'sha oxirgi kartada bizdan bitta pastga ketgan komanda bilan testimiz bir xil edi. O'sha oxirgi plus pointni hal qilish kerak edi. Bizni keyfimiz Rashidov o'sha komandani birga klash qildik. Ikkalasini o'ldirib, bizni mana shu potential slot plus PMGO lamigacha olib kelishga safini qo'shib ketyapti. Qolgan igroklar ham hammasi yaxshi o'zgarishga harakat qildi.
Talk about how the team was created and how the synergy between these guys fell into place.
Helion Gaming jamoamiz zo'ravon tashkil topgan. Jamoamda o'yinchilar juda ham yaxshi va o'pimli. Men jamoamning ishonaman.
We work by ourselves and we train also up forward like a team, and our captain do support us, do his best, and just he's doing his best to support us. I think this is the main point for our communication, which we improved by these 4 months. I trust him at all. He has lots of experience, and he's, I think, one of the best captain in Uzbekistan.
At which moment during the qualifier matches did you guys realize you can come number 1?
Uchinchi kartada birinchi o'rinni olishdi. Ular meni yaxshi deb qo'yishdi. O'shandan keyin men o'zim kamini ishondim. Birinchi o'rinni berib qo'ymasligiga.
Ikkinchi kartada men xato qildim. Komandani yopilishiga sababchi bo'ldim. Lekin komanda tilka kirmay, siqilmay, to есть menga yordam berib, iplaymiz shu qolgan 3 ta karta, 4 ta karta birga chiqamiz deb yordam berib, men shu yerda men bildim, уже to'g'ri olamiz, xudo xolasa. Komanda hammamiz harakat qildik, bir jamoa bo'lib, уже bilgandek men shu vaqt
birinchi karta bizda uncha o'yin o'xshamadi. Deraga jamoasi ajoyib to'p oldi. Ikkinchi karta o'zimizga keldik, yaxshi skilllar bilan to'p tuta oldik. Deraga jamoasi ham to'p bir oldi. Ikkinchi kartani o'zimizga yig'ishtirib olib, motivatsiya olib, to'p bir oldik. Oxirgi karta boshlanyapti. 11 to'p yig'ildi. U ishlamagan point. O'ynaymiz, xato qilmasdan. Keyin Erangel jamoasi, Kristal jamoasi aprilga yo'q qoldi. Shundan keyin bildik, o'zimiz chempionmiz.
Which main event team are you most excited to play against?
With Foreign B, because they're, like I know, their captain Doc, I like his game. They play style, they fight, they do good. I think we have 2 days while Prelims will go, and we just analyze the games of the Prelims teams as well, and the main event also, because it's PMGC and the teams are in the higher level.
Foringi, Nigma Galaxy. O'sha ikkalasidan biz o'ynamaganmiz umuman. O'shanga ularga bo'lgan o'qitimiz yo'q, hatto nima qiladi, qaysidan yengib chiqadi. Qolganlari bilan SMG turnirlarda, hamma turnirda o'ynaganmiz, bilamiz. O'sha ikkita komanda birinchi marta 17 desa ham bo'ladi landa. O'shanga ozgina hayajon bor, men eklaymiz xolasi.
Bizlarni qo'llab-quvvatlaganligingiz uchun rahmat. Qo'llab-quvvatlashda davom eting. Hammaga rahmat. Videoni ko'rganingiz uchun rahmat. Hammaga xayr. O'zbek
Pretty good. Oh, sorry, we're back messing around here with the Infinix GT20 Pro. It is built for precision, pro-level speed, and seamless gameplay, being able to bring players the ultimate edge. And also, this is the official gaming phone. It's built to outplay the rest. And one thing I'm really enjoying right now is, you guys gotta see this. The vertical stream on TikTok.
It's got an emoji.
It has emoji? If you give it likes, it has the PMGO logo, which is really, really cool. So if you guys haven't checked that out, make sure you definitely check it out. The new vertical streams, not only just on TikTok, but also on YouTube on PUBG Mobile Esports. And make sure you check out as well while you're at it, the map stream, because everybody wants to be analytical over there. Feel free to check that out. We are down now. 2 maps have gone by. Sanhok, the first Erangel. We're going to be jumping into that second one. But I want to go back to something that you've been wanting to talk about for a bit there, Max, and it's going to be none other than R8, because there was some questionable plays and we couldn't really agree on it.
Yeah, because just to set the stage, by the way, this game, R8 took control of Church, northwest of Pochinki. Pretty much phase 1 going into phase 2, so very early on they had one of the best positions in that circle, and afterwards you saw R8 actually leave that position, go to the northeastern side of Pochinki, and decide to play edge moving forward, which I don't know why. It might just be a playstyle thing here, Neptura.
Yeah, I think it might be. Traditionally, we have seen RA as an edge play team, so I do think it is something where they came right back and were more comfortable.
Well, let's see if they're going to be reacting different here on the second Erangel as John Allen and Blank are going to take it away.
The plane path sits in the air once more as our 64 players take to the skies, soon to drop down, mostly to their demise, as we head into match number 3.
Barring maximum 4, at least 1. Players will make it through to the end of this match. Already we've had some amazing moments here in the PMGO main event. Match 3 though, also a quarter way through this bad boy. It's only 2 days, remember. Smash rules take effect tomorrow. Teams are trying to get towards 80 points. Once you reach 80 points, then 1 chicken dinner and it's all over at that point. So as soon as one team hits that moment tomorrow, it's going to get very dangerous for these other squads. Might want to even start holding them out. We've done that before with Smash rules.
It's a difficult set of strategies to unpack for these Smash rules. If you're just going for these chicken dinners, and teams come across you, if they get an Elam on you, they're going to know it's you, they're going to chase you down potentially, so you are the highest bounty in the lobby. The interesting thing happens when multiple teams break that 80-point barrier, because then what happens if it's a fight between 2 of those teams? Are they going to chase each other down? Are they going to potentially give the other team the opportunity to win if they roll into a poor fight or not? It's all a lot to think about. These IGL calls are going to be really important in tomorrow's matches, but they need to build that foundation today. And when you do that, earn the points. Hot drop for R8. Not trying to build the points anymore for either, unfortunately. And it's LGD to be the beneficiary of the first blood to go down. Mark now being hounded by 3 as he drops out the window into the eye and into the arms of Prestige. Mau needs to hold it, but cannot do so. Prestige with the backup perfectly timed. Afu wants to try it, will be able to find the shot that his teammates could not. Tian and Mau now in the backlines with only Afu protecting them against Keaton, who's charging forwards.
Afu sending around the side, not looking for the reses here. Biding his time a little bit, goes to the pre-spray.
Back to back. The neighborhood warriors.
This one out just a little bit. Afu. Very dangerous moment. Switcheroo will get the knock and the flush. But Mau and Tian both bleeding out, and SK-Ton's on their side now.
Oh, gets across. Doesn't take any damage for it. Reload. Last magazine into the UMP. Running dry on ammunition.
on the other side of the building. Either way, they've got good ears. Give them that. 4MV, Reefus looking over towards Nepex. Domain gets in the vehicle. Stacked M4. Pretty good gun when it comes to taking sprays on moving targets. The playing path was fairly on the western side, so Circle popping over towards the east does open up a huge amount of space over towards the eastern edge of the map. So Prison, Milta Power, Lepovka, Mansion, all open. Those high ground positions that sit around Mansion 2 could be a possibility. This is honestly a game for Upgrade to show us what they've got.
Oh, Domain eats one, eats two. Reefus on the reload and can't connect. Domain back behind the buildings, giving him another opportunity, maybe. Spins out to the side and does manage to get away with his life intact.
You know, if you're Reefus there, I think that at this level of play, you should be hitting that shot. He was driving directly at you.
More like Reefus.
Yeah, so that's one of those things where you'd really just have to track the driver's seat. So pretty wild there. We will be heading over to the desk very shortly for an interview with DXavia's coach. But in the meantime, we're just watching Reject rotate through. But let's head back over to the stage with Barney to get some
insider info.
Insider info.
Welcome to the front of stage, where I'm now going to call it the pit. I've got Coach from DXavia with me. I've got Gare. Now, I've got to ask you first and foremost, your drop normally on Erangel is Pachinki, but you decided to give it up for these past few maps. I just want to know what the decision was to do that.
Bình thường vị trí nhảy của mình ở map E là Pochinki, nhưng trận vừa rồi thì mình lại chuyển sang ở gần khu vực trường học. Thì cái lý do đằng sau cái quyết định đấy là gì ạ?
Vì chúng tôi sẽ cân nhắc theo những cái vị trí mà trống thì vẫn sẽ chọn hơn là việc giao tranh ở một giải đấu lớn như này.
So we will consider where's the empty space, not like the hot drop. We'll try to avoid it so we can get a little bit more safety.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, give us a little bit of insight into what your style is as a coach, because a lot of people are curious to know.
Vậy thì cái phong cách huấn luyện của anh là như thế nào? Với đội tuyển của mình, kiểu mình sẽ kiểu cầm tay chỉ lối hay là mình sẽ giống theo kiểu là để cho player tự sức thoải mái?
Đối với đội tuyển của chúng tôi thì sẽ ưu tiên cái việc là tất cả đều đưa ra những ý kiến riêng của mình và sau đó sẽ thảo luận với nhau và đưa ra phương án cuối cùng.
So for our teams, we are like each own have like an opinion, and we'll like group up, and then we'll discuss it, and then we'll bring like a final decision for the whole team.
I like that. A group decision. That's great. Gare, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Best of luck to DXavia. But for now, let's head back into the action.
A nice democratic decision-making process for DXavia as they are able to keep things in line. Right now, they're in 4th place, and with the top 2 teams in the lobby dismounted, they have a chance to push on up there. RA on 31 points, though, after this match, still in a very good spot. They are still over a 10-point average after this 3rd match finishes.
That they are, looking very, very strong. And you keep up to date with all those statistics over on the new official vertical stream, which you can find over on YouTube as well as TikTok. We showed it off over the desk. It looks very beautiful. You tap on it.
Huge.
It's PMGO logos.
That's
we spent
so
a lot of time on this bad boy.
I love it.
Make sure you check it out.
getting past farm. Circle closes towards Potato Hill. Keeps a lot of that hillside open ground available.
And I think this is the difficulty for our prelim teams coming up against some of the best squads in the world here, purely because a lot of that sluggish start in their matches, inability to gain center quick enough, does come back to bite them now, because there was far more room to get towards center, towards stage 5, stage 6, where areas were left open. The scouting capabilities of some of these squads is incredible. Like Regnum Kaya, immediately from Rozok, they spot a location, they head there. I mean, they had prior on it, so they go for it. not going to be accessible. And not have to worry about getting shot at. Zol going down to the play zone is odd. I wonder if that's because a couple of shots came through from Nepex and then he got slightly tickled there by the blue zone itself.
Yeah, it does seem that way. That feels like the most likely explanation. Zol not just going to be sitting in the blue. This northwest shift gives DX Xavier the position on the north side. XZY a little bit happy about this, but this southwest edge is going to be deadly here for probably...
Goat here. So Enigma Galaxy, their life is so rough, not only because they can't move over towards that north side, but because teams like 4MV, like Nepex, like Aki Cyber, their only option is to pincer in down towards this south edge.
Well, 4MV are almost certainly going to be picking up points here. You can see Snowick spotted, goes on through, Nepex going down and down and down here. Rex, I think, the last to stand on the off angle. Reject just continuing to put pressure on. But 4MV are now kind of ahead of the curve for Reject here. And may be able to trap them against the blue zone. Aki Cyber as well, feeling the heat of the blue zone pushing them as Reject... No good options here, but is he going to thread the needle on this one? No, certainly not. Divine's got his number.
Yeah, Reject's actually it's a precarious spot, but it's a better spot than others because although it's out in the open, it is guarded from sightlines on that north side, and there's plenty of hard cover here that looks over out into open ground. So 4MV, again, kind of stuck. They don't really want to move further over towards that northeast side because luckily for Regnum Kaya, they're still inside the circle. So one shot will go through over towards 4MV, and Reject is very happy to just lock this team out.
A lot of the teams towards the top are starting to drop blank. Goat Quality in that west side position, though, with an opportunity to put the cat amongst the pigeons at the top three. It's Duello launching that Molotov over the top. Reject so far not really had a massive impact as defending champions. You'd hope they could have a little bit more. 4MV, their next test as they roll out and around into the blue, giving them the old carousel. Doc on the swivel, good for Duello. Looks to try and turn his attention now to the vehicle rolling away, but hits the deck for the heel. And there's a third party across the way coming through from Goat Quality. They want more, though. Duello sends straight back in. The driver's left the vehicle, looks for the shot down, or Doc falls next. However, Reject getting lit up leaves Apollo and Duello in the thick of it.
Yeah, and I think likely to go down as well. Only Duello left remaining behind the tree, and there is an onslaught of fire. And I do want to talk about this because it's very important to go over. I love this from Goat Quality. They had that compound on the north side. In many different aspects, they could have just sat up there for the next couple of minutes. Instead, they send two players down towards that south side to clear out the entirety of that southwest edge. They see an opportunity happening there, and they don't sit pretty. They continue to push in. And for Goat Quality, it's the idea of taking advantage of not sitting around and being inactive, having an influence, having a presence inside of the lobby, because they were one of the key factors that made that south push so difficult. So very nice from Goat Quality.
Timely press down towards the south side, crunching teams in their maw. 6 teams now remain blank, and the southwest side is, as you say, cleared by GOAT Quality. North edge for DXavier, east side for Regnum Kaya. These are the strong points in the circle. And it's very likely that we're going to see these three teams battling it out for the first place position, as Influence Rage getting torn apart in the midst of it all. Akicyber have got Force as well on that hillside, but you imagine that GOAT Quality or DXavier are going to spot that out, and Force will be rolled down towards by Lamborghini. Has got the DBS. Oh, Lamborghini unaware of it. He might be able to get a point for his trouble.
Akicyber finding one. And DXavier very unhappy with this one, sending a scout down towards that south side to take control of the ridge. Not happened. By all rights, Regnum Kaya should win this game, or it's a game that they desperately need to win. They've been given so many advantages here with their compound still on that eastern side. If they don't win this game, it looks very, very bad for them. Loxy even has an MG3. Ramses, though, just allowing him to spray down. Finally, they take him out, but that looked a little bit dangerous, a little worse for wear. Wild even gets taken down by 20% HP.
They should be able to get that res, however, with the cover from the crate. They will be able to survive just a moment longer, get those reses. You can see Silas wasting no time, getting position against GOAT Quality, who will have to run downhill.
Such an accurate player as well. He's super precise. FEs from GOAT on this western side. They're getting crunched in slightly, but not really anywhere else they can go. Nasty shot from Regnum Kaya. I don't know how they threaded that one over the rock and the vehicle.
I mean, fair enough. DXavier right now, the only ones in this circle, but on this ridgeline, if GOAT Quality get a lineup, or if they get rid of Regnum Kaya, they can really do some damage to the DXavier position.
This is a good wrap. This is a good wrap from Silas. Moves over towards that northeast side. If they can start clearing DXavier from the north, it makes their game so much easier versus GOAT. Luckily, FEs is not letting up the pressure one tiny bit here. Some great shots from him. Silas goes incredibly low. A very, very good thing that he doesn't go down in that situation either, because he's the front man for the team on the north side.
Yeah, Regnum Kaya complete that spin out and will have that line now to the east side of the circle. You can see Loxy anchoring behind the tree, has that vehicle cover as well. DXavier still holding this ridgeline, and GOAT Quality have it all to do in this scenario. They're the only team really to make their bid for this one, as the other two looking a little bit safer. DXavier don't want to fight Regnum Kaya right now because they know that they're suppressing GOAT Quality on this ridgeline. If they can just stay put, avoid the nades that will almost inevitably come from GOAT Quality down the hill, it's very likely that we're not going to see GOAT Quality make it further in this one.
Yeah, if the circle edges even a little bit over towards the east here, Regnum Kaya should win because they have the high ground advantage looking down over towards DXavier. You need to move out towards that eastern side into open ground. Ego makes a bit of a crazy play, and AT steps up, but Regnum Kaya does not allow anything to go through. Very, very good refrag though from Varadik. Not sure how that happened. It's onto Silas as well, which is the worst member to go down here.
That off angle on the north side, Silas was such an important position for them. Had so much control over this DXavier position, and that opens up a lot more freedom for DXavier to start to move, to start to frag, maybe tag onto Loxy, who you can see was getting sprayed at. Silas is flushed away, and now it's 3 players for DXavier, 2 for GOAT Quality, and 3 across the way for Regnum Kaya.
DXavier just need to survive this front versus GOAT. Paragin took the moment in his hands, moving over towards the eastern side, crossing that road nice and early. A full 3v3 now between Regnum Kaya and DXavier.
Loxy has to hit the deck behind the rock there. Apparently Regnum have got the only position in the circle. DXavier need to move a little bit further forwards. There are trees. There are small little bits of cover that they can try and play around. And Loxy with a smoke cannon. They're going to try and open up some cover for himself. Stay alive for just a moment longer.
Yeah, the M79 is not going to buy him a huge amount of time, but they don't need a huge amount of time. Most of these locations that currently DXavier is playing in terms of hard cover are outside the circle by a small fraction, but a small fraction is all it really takes at the end of the day. So for Regnum Kaya, they need to sit still on this one.
I don't think so. They were going to roll down towards Paragin. They could get lit up here. Toshpik already tagged twice. And out the window with a shotgun. Hops down and Wild. With a wild swing out, Toshpik is refragged, but that takes another position away from DXavier. I don't think Toshpik's getting back up here, but is this going to be enough to control the position seen by DXavier across the way? What is he doing? He steps forward. That could have been disastrous.
I mean, fair play to Regnum Kaya, because Wild does have a crazy spot right now. M79 immediately laying down that smoke, but it's that angle, right? For DXavier, they have to come out from these spots. I think Paragin would have been that small point of contest which could have swung things favor in the side of DXavier. Great shot from Wild. Now only one left to go in Nati. And again, it's a matter of time. Fantastically done. Regnum Kaya takes the chicken dinner.
What a close out for Wild. It felt like he met no resistance in those final moments, playing that sweep out, Toshpik, his chauffeur to the chicken dinner. And it felt like DXavier was so confused by it, perplexed, they didn't have an answer.
It was a really risky move, right? I think that they have the time to allow the circle to push those players in from the west, but I think even they realize that they don't want to leave it up to chance. If they can take a 2v1, technically that is a favorable fight for them over towards Paragin, and leaving Loxy behind means those two players can't peek too wide on the western side. So yeah, a really, really good play from Regnum Kaya, but that's bold. It requires confidence, and Regnum Kaya make it work.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff coming on through. As we take a look at these final moments, you can see in these moments, it was Goat going down that gave Regnum Kaya a little bit more freedom to move, but we didn't expect them to move that much. I mean, we were talking about them maybe just trying to stay still, play that circle position, but no, Wild had other ideas. And I mean, this final spray downs are crazy. It was kind of strange that they allowed him to go out towards those crates as well.
Well, honestly, they didn't really have any option. They'd already pushed down the smokes, and they had no information of where he was, if he was peeking, and they had to stick behind those rocks anyway because of Loxy's spot. It's just a very well set up endgame. It is also unfortunate for DXavier that both those rocks were outside of the circle.
I think I can see a player taking to the stage here, Blank. We may be having an interview in a moment with one of our victorious squads. Yeah, I was holding that back, but you know what? Yeah, it will be Silas, one of the greatest players of all time. Great guy as well, but absolutely,
it's a great guy.
Doing work for the team to call that one, I'm sure. Maybe Wild had a hand in it, but Silas was happy to serve as the IGL, as he always is. A long-standing face in PUBG Mobile. But let's head back to the stage with Barney and Silas.
Welcome to the main stage. I've got Silas here from Regnum Kaya Esports. A couple of questions and I'll let you go, because I know that you need to get back into the swing of things, but you held a compound really early on in that game and you kind of held it. And it was really important that you didn't kind of expand too much. Have you been working on kind of slow rolling it a bit more and being more methodical with your approach?
Oyunun başından itibaren alanları çok iyi sabit tuttunuz, kendinizde tuttunuz. Böyle yavaş oyun oynamakla ilgili daha önceden bir deneyiminiz var mı? Böyle stratejik ve taktiksel bir oyunla ilgili daha önce çalışmış mıydınız?
Yani sadece şanslıydık. Yani alan attı, alan atmasa da oynardık tabii ki ama şansımız yaver gitti. Win aldık.
We were really lucky. The area was on us, so it's cool, and we did it. We were lucky.
Silas, I didn't get a chance to talk to you in December at PMGC. Really close, obviously second place, that's got to hurt, but how have you made sure that you're going to bounce back stronger? What have you guys been working on between December and now?
Aralık ayında sadece birkaç puanla kaybettiğiniz bir konu var. Oradan buraya nasıl bir sıçrama yaptınız? Motivasyonunuzu ve kendinizi nasıl buraya kadar getirdiniz ve şu an bu win'i aldınız?
Yani çalışmalarımız aynı şekilde devam ediyor. Ne yaptıysak yani aynı şekilde yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Sadece daha fazla odaklandık, daha fazla hırslandık. Yani kaybetmemiz bu sene için bizi daha tehlikeli yaptı diyebilirim.
We are studying, we are working on it, same, it doesn't change, but losing on December, it just made us much more dangerous.
Much more dangerous, and I imagine much more hungry for the victory. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it, Silas. And we're going to head back over to the analysts to continue day one of our main event.
Regnum Kaya finally waking up here on day one of the main event. And for this team,
I mean, we got to talk about a little bit more, too, that we're talking about in regards to how much, you know, you hold a compound, you make sure you don't lose it, and if the circle goes your way, you usually win, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I like the interview there because not like, oh, we were so smart, we knew the circle was going to go there. It's like, no, we got lucky. Like, come on, let's not mess around right now. But they played really well. One thing I do want to highlight, actually, by how they played it, despite them being in the compound, they were still kind of proactive here, Niptura. With Silas, he's a very proactive IGL, leaving that position a lot, getting information just to know what kind of threats could possibly come their way later on down in that match. And that alone gave them so much information that they know where teams are coming from to then set up that final fight for that 2-2 split.
Yeah, absolutely. You know who else is super proactive on that team? It's Wild. That he's going to be our MVP for this game. Very nicely done there. And you're seeing those stats come up. And no, look, it's Force and Ramses next to each other.
And what team is Ramses already?
Ramses is on Upgrade.
Yes, good.
Yes.
Okay. You guys might not know what's going on because if you didn't watch TDM from yesterday, you need to go check it.
Yeah, you do. It's very funny. But yeah, really nice damage from them, really nice elims as well across the board, and some very, very similar time frames, some survival times that we got going on here, Max.
Yeah, definitely a lot of teams able to reach the late game. I have to say, though, for every single team, not an easy terrain. Except for Random Karia, that were given like that compound. The terrain was just horrible. You're getting pushed downhill, going over roads. You got a few rocks and trees, but really not that many. If you don't come in with a very strong game plan, and especially players to back up those play with off angles, you're just going to crumble apart. So a lot of teams, I think, understood we're not winning this game. We're just going to try and get a few scraps here and there.
I will have to say it was a little bit scary seeing Silas get eliminated there whenever he was trying to get that scouting done.
Yeah, it really was, but I'm really glad that his teammates picked it right back up, right? I mean, they did a very, very good job. But yeah, I think it was really nice to see them use that pivot, eliminate that anchor of Peregrine, and actually continue that fight.
I do like it because some IGLs I know I talked to said, I start to really IGL once I'm eliminated. It's just like, I can just look at all the POVs, it's kind of cool. It's like an RTS at that point, just controlling your troops around the battleground. But no, Silas was definitely trying to do as much as possible. Got taken out a bit early. It does happen, though. As we go through the highlights, I do know here, Niptura, that Akicyber kind of stole the mojo of another squad.
They really did, and I love the adaptability coming in from Akicyber because they used Black's strategy against them, completely against them. It was really, really nice because they came in right behind Black as they were finishing up, as they were getting ready to actually get into zone. They were right there and going, no zone for you, we want it, please, let's have it. And they did a really, really good job with it.
And actually, I'm happy you're talking about Akicyber. I want to highlight one player from Akicyber, which is Vesta. We've seen this guy being one of the top fraggers of the team, right? He's been doing amazingly well going into the prelim. But one thing I want to highlight is that he was involved in the direct confrontation versus Black, and he was behind a tree with a shotgun. Does not get too overconfident. He waits for his teammates to roll over that ridge line, get the big off-angle advantage, and then he starts to commit and just clears the entirety of Black. So Zvezda, really aggressive, but not overstepping his welcome when time requires it.
Regnum Karia there with the 16 points. One team that I actually thought was going to end up taking it, it's not DX. I thought it was going to be GOAT Niptura.
So did I. I think that was definitely one of our favorites to go in. I really liked how they played everything. They had a really, really nice push into Rejects, I think it was. Yeah,
and Akicyber too,
yeah, and them too, right. Because GOAT couldn't actually push into that new zone because of that off angle, because of the south side. It was very, very busy. So what they ended up doing is waiting, timing that third party really nicely, got rid of Rejects super easily, and then they had both the high ground and room to actually push.
One thing that's very important, as I talked about already, the circle, this kind of terrain was very, very rough for all of these teams. One big advantage you can get is high ground, which is actually what GOAT understood from the get-go. Leave the compound, roll down the hilltop, from that off angle from the high ground, they started obliterating all the teams such as Reject and Akicyber as mentioned, and get himself a really, really solid game. Actually, because of that, we do see some actually pretty decent shifts happening over here, and RA still standing strong, but DX jumping up in second place.
I'm actually surprised to see RA being still in first place because RA and LGD, they got eliminated fairly on. And this is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on because it is only going to be 2 days. Anything can happen. Some of these teams at the top, I want to try to think about possibly creating some buffer for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think certainly teams like Nigma Galaxy, for instance, who have had a really, really good day so far, might want to start thinking about, now we're kind of halfway through the first day, thinking about stepping it up just a little bit, continuing that gap, creating that gap, and getting it to where they need to be, because you never know how day 2 is going to go.
And for some other teams like Reject, upgrade. This isn't the prelims anymore. You're not going to be able to
take off day one and hope that you make a huge comeback on day two, they definitely need to wake up.
I'm not going to lie, we saw some games in the prelims with positions open that should not be open. And we know that when we go into a higher caliber lobby, those positions were going to be taken pretty much instantly. And now Upgrade, we see them struggling to find playable spots. They're a lot of the time on the edge, which we know when you're on an aggressive team like Upgrade, you want to try and play center, get involved in the conversation pretty damn early. You just can't do so. And to adapt on a 2-day tournament like this against this kind of lobby is really tough.
Yeah, it is, and especially when you consider, as you said, right, that Upgrade are a very central team. Time and time again, we see them go straight to that center, and when there's no space, to the edge you go, and when you're not an edge team, to the lobby you go. So it's been a very, very difficult day for them so far.
And Max, during that engagement between 4 and B, actually before they even engaged, you were talking about how 4 and B could possibly wrap around, but the biggest worry was that they were going to end up having to fight and end up getting their party, and that's ultimately what happened.
There were so many teams. I'm looking right now at the map feed. We had ourselves like Nigma Galaxy, Helion, Active Cyber, E721, Aggressive, you had Nevex2, Nongshim Red Force, like just so many squadrons to the southern side. Though there was actually one advantage for them 7 here, which is they were actually involved in the fights, but they were outside pretty much from the engagement. They were over to the east, and there were no teams further east than them, which means if they want to apply pressure, if they want to fight, they can do it without any teams fighting them from the backside. So that was kind of an advantage, but still when you fight 1, 2, 3 teams in a row here, Nepa, you're just going to start losing players eventually.
It's going to happen. The other thing I really liked, though, is Xavier, able to have that anchor spot of Peregrine, right? He did a really, really good job of controlling that area, and you saw just how vital his position was when Regnum Karya were actually able to take him out, and then it was just game over from there, because as central as that ridge was, 7, it was very, very open, and they needed Peregrine in that spot.
I did enjoy that massive split that DX had at one point. That was favorable. And then whenever Silas did end up getting knocked, I was like, okay, DX, do your thing.
Yeah.
You might be able to do something here, but for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that players worldwide are checking in on the... I mean, just check out the map. The WoW map, because you're going to be able to enter the map ID that's going to end up appearing on your screen. And before it appears, oh, okay, they beat me to it. 12-12-35-03. Immerse yourself in the full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan Offline Tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue for now, because the tour, I mean, the area, I think this might be one of my favorite stages.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I've been watching PUBG for a long time. This is very cool. I love the colors. I love the setup. I love these big screens we got on either side. Very immersive.
Yeah, giving access and information in regards to players too. I absolutely love it too. Going into this final, Erangel, any teams that you guys might be thinking of surprising us?
Surprising us? You know what? Xavier. They got that second place. I think they could do some cool stuff.
I'm going to say LGD. We didn't get placement points on the first game. Decent fight earlier, but they still get engaged by Black. I don't want to see an early game from the side of LGD. If they do so, we could maybe see at least a podium finish.
Well, it's time to find out as we're going to be heading towards the final Erangel of today. Take it away, Blank and John Allen.
Match number 4. We are going from Milton Power over towards the shooting range. You can see all our 64 players locked out, loaded, totally ready to get into this one. The thick of it will remain. Sure, we'll see plenty of it. Erangel, a 7 brightly says for the final time today.
Match number 4. We are getting through today fairly quickly. I'm not going to lie, I think it's because the plays have been so exciting and so enjoyable to watch so far. From Milton Power shooting range, I would say this is pretty kind playing path. I think that the game was definitely switched up a little bit by the playing path on our last match on Erangel, where it was far over towards the west, and we had an eastern shift on the circle. That caused some problems for our teams and allowed Regnum Karya playing on the eastern side to have a lot of advantageous positioning. But yeah, I did really enjoy that last game. I think it was a situation where it's very clear to me that Regnum Karya is not one to just wait around. I think that, you know, in that play, my head is like, and in the analytical side, it's like you should be able to win that engagement. Paragon might be a difficulty on that north side, but you take those 2 players that are going to get pushed out on the rock, and you deal with that. But they didn't even want to worry about Paragon. And if you can take that 2v1, like I said, you absolutely go for it, because you're trying to minimize the chances in those games to cause issues for yourself. LGD up towards that north side, currently looking like it might be a hot drop. The circle does move far down towards the south, incorporating Sosnovka.
Yeah, that hot drop between LGD and I think it was R8 as well over in North George. Maybe actually going to South Georgia. Both teams changing their drop spot, but at the same time. Oh, they were in South George before, that's right. It's Black Esports in North George. But they are going to the same apartment blocks. We're going to see it again. Circle hard south side. Could be military, not super likely. It's difficult to call at this point. Wait and see. It's just waiting to see how this one unfolds. You'll remember, it was, I think, the last player to survive for LGD, but then immediately got run down by Black Esports, who are nowhere to be seen. They're all the way in Milta Power, so no third party this time. Lings to eat the first chunk of damage, has to back off. Afu with the double barrel will lose both of them, but Ida immediately with the refrag and the flush as well. Lings now with an M16, hops on in for the fight, looks for the challenge, but goes down as well. The pump action good for Ida around the door frame. Look, doesn't have any rounds in the chamber, no. He's out of slugs, needs to get the reload going. But that PP Bison for Marth will hold down the door frame for the meantime.
It's 2 players now for LGD. Good nade from Tian. Leaves us in a 2v2. Come on, don't tell me we're in another situation where we a solo survivor coming out from South George. North George is open as well right now, which must be very frustrating for both teams. Marth attempts to get one, but Prestige is now down. A solo left remaining.
A lot of damage done though, both ways and through the middle of it. Oh, that was a revolver shot down. Coming on through from Tian, you love to see it. Closing him down, Wild West style.
For both RA and LGD, this is getting a little bit tiresome for both teams, I imagine. For LGD, it must be even more frustrating considering this is one of the best starts to an international tournament for a PL team there's been in quite some time. Like I said before, it's usually day 2 where PL teams start to stand up, and I think LGD should be proud of themselves, but this is really ruining their chances. Same for R8, who are currently on the top of the leaderboard. Both teams don't want to be doing this going forward.
It's 50% of your matches playing on Erangel, right?
Yeah.
And you're guaranteed to at least take a lot of damage in this early game, right? You're dropping on another highly skilled team. Sure, you may have that 1 in 5, 1 in 6 scenario where you aren't losing any players, but more likely than not, you're going to lose something. And it severely limits your point scoring ability, and you could just go down flat on your face right at the start as well. Because R8 walk away from this game 2 points. They've been over that 30-point mark now, I think, for 2 matches running.
For R8, it is silly business. For what was such a great beginning to the game with some good macro throughout the others, to come into Erangel and just have a poor back-to-back match purely because of hot drops. Very frustrating. Luckily for both teams, they still sit in the top 5, but that could very quickly change towards the end of the day. But this is making the Smash rules, I'd say, a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, a little bit harder to achieve, yeah. You're right. It's going to put it a little bit further out of reach. We're now into match 4. If the top of the tables is at 30 points at this stage, it's very unlikely that we're going to see 80 points until maybe looking in towards, I mean, 3rd match tomorrow, if things keep going the way they are. But then again, we can load up the points from the bottom of the tables as well. Maybe NepX get 27 million points in this game and are able to pull it out the bag tomorrow. We are going to see what they can do, but Nongshim Red Force going to be denied an opportunity to do anything more, certainly for one of their players. The 27 Aggressor, who have lost one of their own, are going to be looking to try and pull things back into control.
721 Aggressor. They lost a player early to Nongshim Red Force, actually. I think it was the first elimination inside the lobby, which is slightly unfortunate. I think it was a scuffle over vehicles too, which is always going to be the case, especially when you've got 2 teams playing very close around farm. I think I'm very curious about the fact that we have 3 teams down towards Sosnovka trying to set themselves up early. I mean, if it's area to play, you go for it.
I mean, 4MV is one of those 3 teams, but they are actually split 2 and 2, Lighthouse to military base. A very, very wide split. They will at least have info on teams rolling on in, but they may have a little bit of diminished capability to take the fight if a team looks to roll up to that Lighthouse position.
Yeah, for 4MV, I think that they're more solidifying over towards Lighthouse at the moment. as opposed to sticking around on Sosnovka. You still got around about 1:40 to go before that circle does close and we see stage 2.
Correct.
So a lot of teams are just kind of hunkering down.
Oh,
that's little boy. It
doesn't complete the spray.
It just makes me laugh that Nepex has done the same thing 2 games running. Just forgetting that someone could be playing up here. Luckily for Precious, I mean, skirmished it out.
Amnesia, a superpower here, no fear, rolling into a scenario that could be a doom. But then again, sometimes you win those. And it seems like Precious will do so. Domain is down in the meantime. 1 first aid for Lil Boy, so doesn't want to overinvest it here. May have a bandage or 2 to back it up. No stims active either, which means he's not healing up over time, whereas Nepex seemed to be. Domain going to get rezzed, and a regroup for Nepex. Gives them the advantage in this fight. Command over this bridge opening.
Got Law far in the back line, actually.
Ooh.
Over on the hills. Influence Rage is just going to give it up there. Teams have situated themselves alongside the coast, you know, preparing for that odd eventuality that we do end up down towards Sosnovka. I'd say it's a little bit unlikely, but it's not out of the picture here. So teams are still going to prepare for it, get themselves close to these bridges. 4MV, I think they've got the best deal out of it, being so close to the bridge with guarding possibility, but also a decent rotation outside. But yeah, that was the first elim that came through.
And then Galaxy taking some chunks as well, which is not ideal for their bid towards the top of the tables. If you guys want to stay ahead of these circle shifts, Blank, you need to head over to the map stream as well, which you can find on YouTube, because we've just had a hard north shift, which you would have seen if you were tuned into that map stream on a second screen available to you. And it is a hard north shift, confirming we're not on Sosnovka. 4MV fully regroup. We're sending out to the west side of Pachinki again.
Yeah, back up to where we've seen before. I mean, overall, a very, very nice position for Regnum Kaya, who actually saddled themselves over the top side of Pachinki here towards Church. And I think Regnum Kaya could be setting themselves up for another good game, especially with this hard shift. Definitely plays into their favor, I would say, considering that this was kind of undecided between the south and the north. But I do like the quick and swift rotate they made there, though a lot of other teams have already tried to set themselves up for success. This traffic jam, though, down towards the south is disgusting.
I mean, Nepex have forced the issue here. One of Influence Rage tried to go out with that hovercraft across the water. You can see Lil Boy in that right now, but had to divert back because Nepex were chasing down the remnants of his team. 2 players into... Sorry, 1 player actually still in that hovercraft. The others, they're going to send all the way out west on the land in the vehicles that they have available. You imagine that Nepex may think that there's more in that vehicle, but they're going to be aware now as Precious has their number, spots this rotate, and it's 2 players against 4, potentially, if Nepex roll onto this hilltop.
Again, though, really, if you're Nepex, you let Influence Rage get across that water, and you make a rotate on the eastern side and swing back around school. Try and play up towards Ruins on this one. It's just a weird play to me from Nepex. Totally out of the equation of endgame possibilities. Not always looking towards the future here are some of these teams.
Influence Rage, I mean, currently they're breaking out for this west bridge. It's not really worth your time to guard this west bridge with the circle as it sits, which means it's very likely to be open. And I think that's what Influence Rage have read into. What they may not expect is a team just over that ridge line as they come across in the 721 Aggressors, although it is a very popular location to play. That compound, nice, strong outlook, and it is a little bit towards the edge of the circle, so maybe not 100% that there's a team there, but you will certainly be wary of it as you get across. And it looks like Influence Rage will be making that path, except for Lil Boy, who I think may be on the swim if his hovercraft went down fully.
So funny to me that Enigma Galaxy do get Pachinki, but despite that, DXavier act like they own Pachinki. A lot of us coming over here and just kind of shunting Enigma Galaxy out.
Why not? Push them on their way. Give them a little bit of firm encouragement here as Snowix encouraged it a little too firmly for his liking, and DXavier pick up a point for it.
Yeah, you guys can have Pachinki. That's all yours. That's all yours.
Actually, we are in Pachinki.
But we'll be coming back later to collect.
Oh, they're just paying rent then.
Yeah, they are. The price just went up.
Absolutely.
By 2 knocks.
You know, in this economy, You're not staying in Pachinki for free, my friend. That's a point. Thank you very much. Shift over to Gatka, though.
That's
We're out
pretty
on the west
grim,
side. It is
actually.
pretty grim. It's going to force a lot of teams to enter those hills to the west of Pachinki. Those open fields create this north-south dichotomy of rotational paths that you need to choose from. That can be a tricky business. Reject, though, on the north side, you can see they are making the early break over towards the north side of Chopsticks. It seems like that could be a pretty prescient decision.
Yeah, I mean, there is like the buildings that sit to the side of Chopsticks as well, which could be very, very nice to hold on to. But likewise, just even holding on the edge and the end of Chopsticks means that your heads are undercover, right? You have that lower ground where you can peek up from, you can get a bit of information off the back of it. Scouting's good from there too, which is nice. We'll see how teams play around this one, because again, it is that scenario of so many of our squads are all coming in from one direction. And you're waiting for teams to get the idea of starting to wide swing some of these circles. I'd like to see that a little bit more. On our screens, though, it is Hellion, as well as Aki Cyber. Zvezda's down.
Last player for Aki Cyber on the top floor. I'm Ron with an aid on the bounce off the staircase and actually finds the flush onto Falcon. Doesn't have too much health to be working with, and Zvezda, you're right, he's crawling around, clambering for any sort of safety he can find, and I'm Ron finally up to as much health as he's going to get, I think, in this scenario, but sees a nade going up to the sky. And immediately bouncing down. Hellion with maybe a bit of a misthrow there, but that's going to do a lot of damage. And you can see players waiting in the wings on those off angles. I see DXavier poking their noses in. I see LGD taking some shots out this way. And down go Aki Cyber.
It's a nice shot coming through from Tian. Long distance, waiting for him to post up in that backside building. But for LGD, I mean, they rotated down from South George. They picked up this compound. It's a nice spot to play for them. They're extremely central, in slight danger of being crashed towards that late game. But again, that is going to be late game by the time that happens. And with how difficult this circle is to play a lot of times, you're going to be losing players left, right, and center. So we'll see how much value LGD can extract from this match. Yeah, Nepex just, they took way too much time, man.
They didn't allow Influence Rage to get away as soon as they would have liked, and you're right, they paid the price. Slow on that rotate, and out another of their players goes. Upgrade trying to move on the southwest edge, but there's so many teams on the south side. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Black Esports at loggerheads. 2 players alive for Black Esports. There's a player just behind where our camera perspective sits right now, but Tizzy's on the inside with Zeptimus. Takes him very, very low. There's a nade bobbling around, but that's a third player to fall down, and I think the off angle coming through from Nongshim Red Force actually finds the last player from Black Esports. They go down, and Doc, the only casualty for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, well played. Well played to Nongshim Red Force there, getting rid of Black Esports. There is a position on that northeast side that teams could take. Paragon's currently sending far over towards the northern edge, though. And he has scouted it.
Okay.
And he's calling back that it is free, so DXavier can take a quick and speedy rotate up towards that location. Regnum Karya, a little bit clueless there.
Drop the ball.
Yeah, they've just let that one go through, and they're not even taking shots here. Again, it is on the outer edge, so for DXavier, perhaps this is more just of a position that they can hold on to, but I would have thought that Regnum Karya would have at least taken some shots.
4MV falling in the crunch. An upgrade, the recipient of a whole bunch of points there. 4 now on the cards. Molodoi did go down. Ruzan, though, resupplying on the death crates. An upgrade now moving in behind Goat Quality. This is on the south side, outside of the circle, as we are getting pressured in. Stage 4, which means you get knocked in the circle. You are not going to get rezzed unless you get carried out of the circle, either by your own crawling or by a teammate in a vehicle.
Very, very difficult circle to play in. A lot of open land here, John, at the moment. I really have liked how DXavier's played today. Again, very disciplined play. I think Paragon's been making some very cool moves during these matches. I just feel like there's a very direct competition between Regnum Karya and DXavier at the moment in terms of the rotations and where they like to go on the map.
It's interesting to me how DXavier didn't all go to that compound that Paragen scouted. Instead, they've opted to line the roadside north of Regnum Kaya, and that makes their rotation out of there very, very difficult. It also puts pressure on the teams by proxy to the south. So I think this is really smart from DXavier.
Yeah, because they could have held that compound, but right now what that compound is to them is just an anchor point. They want to hold further forward because it is 50% of the zone in control of Nongshan Red Force as well as DXavier. Goat's a little late to the party, and this is where that lineup comes into effect, John.
Goat quality careening into the side of Laviso. Ephius with a nade. Not going to land behind the rock. It goes low, goes down. Paragen sprays it out. That's that backstop off angle, the anchor coming in to weigh down the rotation from Goat quality, and they have to fold back on themselves.
DXavier to 3 elims. Great stuff.
Taking first place.
Yeah, Regnum Kaya currently just, I think they were first place before. They leaped over RA by...
They beat them on the tiebreaker.
Beat them on the tiebreaker, yeah. So now they've fully leapt over them.
Kaya getting lit up, and this is the pressure that DXavier have forced on them, right? Regnum Kaya, do you go into this 3-player hold onto these ridge lines? I don't think so. You're going to have to swing south. This is an unfortunate circle shift, though. If you guys have the map feed up, you'll see this hard southwest side shift on the circle. We've had a lot of difficult shifts this game, Blank.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this one as well, though, it's LGD, who are probably going to be first to face here. I think it's a reasonable position to play. I mean, you can back it up all the way to the sheds at the back of this small collection of buildings. But teams would like that. For Reject, though, huge boon for them.
Massive.
Sending over to what is open ground all around them with clear sightlines from that position. Should be a strong game from Reject. I mean, if you were looking at all the cards in front of us here,
I think it depends on what Nongshan Red Force do, right? If they get a successful crash, obviously they could take down that position, but I don't think it's likely they'll get across that open field unharried, unhampered by teams like Goat Quality, by teams like Regnum Kaya, who may actually just be able to roll straight across. Hang on a minute, maybe not. They're getting torn to pieces. Wild pulled out the back of the vehicle. They're going to keep on going over towards LGD. Regnum Kaya, I mean, they've managed to keep 3 players alive, Blank. I don't know how they got that one through.
Yeah, it was a Hail Mary. But the Hail Mary does work specifically because of how these compounds are set up. It's hard to get efficient shots down across these 2 buildings over towards the longhouse, right? And that's why Regnum Kaya crashed into this one. So it is shareable. You would like to get rid of the team that sits at the end there, so you have the 2-story for yourself. But I think Regnum Kaya are very happy just to sit in this one. Whoever is on the end is likely a diminished team. Regnum Kaya understands that, and they were happy to give 1 player.
Nongshan Red Force on the road now. They're opting to sweep wide out to the west side and maybe approach Reject's compound. No, they're going to sweep all the way into NepX. They're going to crash straight into the north side of the Nepalese team and into the end of the chopstick. Death in a basin delivered on the defense.
Good spray down. I mean, for Nongshan Red Force, not many options available to them other than to face up against NepX, but clean sweep from Rex there. DXavier still trying to figure out their next move. So we saw Regnum Kaya still sitting over towards that eastern edge where they had safety before they made that rollout. But yeah, so many teams are going to struggle. I genuinely don't think many teams can crash onto Reject as long as they consistently hold them down. You can see this field in front of them. It's nice that we get to get an aerial view over this location. Very easy to hold on the outside of the building as well, so you're not locked into sight lines that are made worse by the fact you have to look through the windows because you're only getting set sight lines from that. But the fact you're able to play on that little trench area is really nice for you.
Many, many knocks, and in they go for more. Lamborghini with the pump action, and now it's just 1 player on the hold around the edge. They'll keep on going, but Naty goes down. Leviso goes down as well. Lamborghini has fallen too, and it's all onto Paragen on the off angle. That was a 3rd party from Regnum Kaya, actually, over towards this push, and now Paragen has to move if he wants the rest of his team alive.
It was Hellion that was taking shots over towards them.
As well, I think everyone was.
Yeah. Pretty much everyone took shots over towards DXavier.
Shift.
LGD as well, I think it was Tian, I think Regnum Kaya kind of just ignored that. They were looking further down towards the southwest. Yeah, shifters go back over towards that northeast side. I think DXAV is kicking themselves at the moment over this. But this has just been a game of hard shift into hard shift into hard shift. So I feel like in that situation, DXAV maybe could have waited for this next circle, potentially.
Valo wins these on the south side. I'm looking at him being a snake in the grass. He's been solo for a long time for Enigma Galaxy. Yonik has been taking a lot of shots as well, so his position is fully known, and Regnum Kaya were taking shots back out his way. This is a replay on the rundown, right? And it was a little bit too messy for my liking.
Yeah, it was staggered. I think it's the staggered nature. I think if DXAV all hit that at the same time, it's a very different story. Because they were clearly better in terms of mechanical skill by Goat there. It's just Goat had all targets in the same place. That's Hellion out. 3 elims, 0 placement points, going down in 9th place.
Mad dash for Yonik. Wants to be ahead of the zone, drawing the fire of Regnum Kaya. I was going to say RCB, but then I cut myself far too short, far too early. Paragin holding his nerve behind the hay bale. And will be able to survive just a moment longer with 7 elims. DXAV keep on climbing.
Yeah, I mean, despite everything, very respectable scoreline from DXAV. 7 elims here. Upgrade losing 2 players. They attempt to hit the smoke train and get across, but Reject's having none of it. And to be honest to you, Reject has such clear goals now in mind over towards the Storm Drains that this is a very easy position to hold on to.
Buzz down at the end of the Storm Drain. Enigma Galaxy do get spotted. That goes into the pocket. I think that might have been Upgrade, if the crowd noise is anything to go by.
6 elims though, not bad. Not bad at all. That loot crate actually is not a terrible spot for Paragin to play on.
If you're looking at the map feed, that is to the middle of this open field, if you can push up towards the rest of the players.
I'll see how Reject plays out the rest of this game, because Regnum Kaya at some point need to deal with LGD. I think they're hoping the circle cuts them out beforehand, so they can't just wait. Last time I said to wait, though, Regnum Kaya just took all the restraints off.
They dropped the lead weights there. We're taking a look at some of the knocks over towards Upgrade from LGD on the high ground. We also saw Ramses beating Narvalo in the 1v1. Under pressure on the high ground. Ramses just trying to heal out in the zone right now by the looks of it. And I don't know how much longer he can last, but he's giving it a good go, Blank. 5 teams remain. If you can outlast one of them, that's more points for you. But he's only got 1 first aid left. He's dashing across the open field, and it's Reject to pick the point.
Again, ridiculously good result there for DXAV. And he does move up over towards that loot crate. The fact that they have 7 eliminations and a top 4, I mean, that's very successful. The vehicle sort of gives him away. But it's Reject who has to move. Tian needs to regroup with Mau Mau in the building towards the north here. Regnum maybe, possibly looking at a back-to-back.
Regnum Kaya really wants to keep this under control. Reject have to make the move though, Blank. It is all on them to make this decision. And this sweep out wide from Divine, I think, is probably the correct play here. If you get rid of Paragin on this angle, you can start to occupy the field. And that's what Reject are looking to do.
It is a lovely wide swing. Getting towards the backside of Paragin. He's fully smoked as well. And I think the distance they are away from them in the vehicles, he has no idea. Regiosio holds the off angle. Nades start to come through from LGD. Mau Mau knows that they need to get rid of Regnum Kaya and soon. This would be an incredible push from them if they're able to make it happen.
Mau Mau dodges the first. Tian as well, avoiding the damage. Toshpik and Loxy both on the cook. And the launch comes in from Tian. Half HP into Toshpik. Mau Mau still yet to unleash his. Loxy trying to drop the smokes. No damage found from either of those, unfortunately. And now Mau Mau into the building. Playing up and close, Loxy with the DBS pump action for Mau Mau, and it is going to be Loxy to pull the trigger first on the door frame, immediate flush. It's all up to Tian for LGD, as Regnum Kaya want to hold their line, stop them from moving on in any further. Tian cannot step into the fire there, it's getting a little bit too toasty, but has some flames of his own to dish out. Silas has that off angle on the long, taking a tickle of damage. Does start to burn out onto Toshpik and actually gets a good Molotov on the door frame. Loxy now in a little bit of danger. In the meantime, Paragin did fall out in the fields blank. That means Reject are starting to establish their line, and Loxy shuts down the compound. But with the pick onto Paragin, Reject have it in control.
Yeah, Regnum Kai just kind of allows LGD to sit in that building for a little bit too long. By that happens though, Reject has been clearing the entirety of the field up to the roadside. Such an important factor here as well. And they have Duello on this nasty off angle over towards the road. That's on the right hand side of your screen there. So I think Regnum Kaya likely are going to go down here to Reject. They were very proactive inside of this circle. They cleared out a huge amount of space. There's only one location left remaining for them. Now they just need to make sure that they hit these shots. And I think with Duello being on that off angle where we saw Goat go down earlier alongside with DX Xavier, this should be a pretty clean win here for Reject, the defending champions.
I mean, it may be unexpected as well, because they were embroiled in the fight with LGD. Duello may have gone unnoticed breaking out this side, and I think Silas may not have realized that there was a player here. Almost stops dead in the middle of the open because he realizes Duello is there, and that leaves Regnum Kaya with two players on the inside of the compound, and Reject with a battering ram to keep them locked onto the inside, put them under siege.
Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya knows it, we know it. But Reject do not want to give up on one more extra elimination as Regiosio tries to get in the building to get at least a tag off.
Not going to happen. Toshpik fancy on the feet there. Playzone claims the final victim, but it's Reject from Japan, our defending champions here at PMGO, to be able to take a chicken dinner and at a much-needed juncture.
Yeah, very good work to them. I think it's a strong game too overall. They played it well, a nice wide wrap from them. They were nice and early towards that circle, picking themselves up a very good compound with so much area around it to deal with. Very, very lovely stuff. I think overall for Reject as well, it's that moment where they're in the fields, when after they make that wide wrap, they take down Paragin, and then they clean out the rest. So between Regnum Kaya taking that long extended fight between them and LGD, Reject's position in the circle was just getting more and more solidified as time went on. And that's the proactive nature that you want to see in a team.
Definitely needing to take that momentum onto side. Loxy behind the bed frame. Unexpected for Mau Mau. Although they did know that there were plenty of players on the inside there. Tian goes down to Loxy as well in those final moments. But it was Reject really who made the most of this match in those final moments. That timely swing out to the north side, clearing Paragin whilst the fight popped off, and then establishing so much control.
It's a nasty read as well from Duello, knowing how Silas likes to play. He was trying to go for that wide swing over towards that vehicle so he could potentially create a little bit more open ground for the rest of the team. But the fact that Duello's still there makes it so difficult.
We are going to be heading down to the stage for an interview again, and we are going to be this time joined by Reiji, one of the most long-standing players as well from the Japanese region and in PUBG Mobile in general. Over to Barney.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage where I've got Reiji here with me from your reigning champions of PMGO, Reject. Reiji, I feel like you needed that. Great performance, but I do feel like something's been lacking from Reject so far today. What's the problems you've been encountering?
第4試合はすごく素敵な勝利ができたんですけれども、前半はそんなにうまくいかなかった気がするんですけど、この最初の3つのゲームはいけなかったことは何でしたか？
そうですね、物資があまり美味しくなかったので、自分たちの得意な形を作ることができないのと、あとは少し緊張があったのかなとは思います。
So first of all, the looting phase wasn't too good for us. We couldn't get what we want, what we like, the system we want to get in place. We just couldn't get that. And I think we're just a little bit unlucky with that. So, and also the stress kind of ate us at the beginning, but now we're all good.
Now you're finding your groove here on the main stage. Now, Reiji, you're actually the new IGL of the team at the moment. How have you embraced that role? And, what stamp are you putting on the team now as the IGL?
レイジさんはチームの新しい IGL になりましたけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか。そしてチームにどのような影響を与えたいですか。
今のアンチのメタだったりチームの強みを生かせることが僕の長所でもあると思っているので、その部分を含めて変更したっていう感じです。
So in this current meta, I feel like my role main is to get the strength out of my team, like to let them shine in the current meta. So that's what I'm focusing on, and that's what I'm bringing to the table in the new team.
Amazing, I love it. Reiji, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. You guys are performing really well. Let's see if you can continue that momentum. And thank you so much to Victor as well for joining us here on stage. But for now, let's head back over to the analysts to continue day one of the main event.
The 2024 PMGO and the 2024 PMWC MVP Reiji also there. That's what we've been wanting to see out of them. They were a little bit quiet there at the start, but good bounce back for Reject.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff from Rejects. I love what they did there throughout the entire game, and I will be gloating a little bit later, but that's for later. What I want to talk about right now is the end of zone, Max, because that was very, very well played, as we would expect from a team of this caliber. I mean, to set it up slightly, I mean, you did just see it, but Peregrine has that anchor point right at the north side, right in the middle of the field. It's not looking good because he actually controls so much of that open space, as do LGD, as you see here. MVP here, nothing to mess with. And also, who was it in the other thing? Regnum Karya, that's right.
She didn't need me.
I didn't even need you, I remembered.
One thing, I mean, since you're bringing up Regnum Karya, we saw LGD versus Regnum Karya pretty much coexisting for the longest
entire time.
It wasn't Regnum Karya versus LGD. It was Regnum Karya with LGD.
Yeah.
They were working together
Absolutely.
in complete symbiotic relationship in that compound. And actually, LGD had a pretty smart play looking at some of the top players, by the way. We do have then Tian that has been a top performer for the team alongside the great nades from Mao Mao. Good stuff from those two players in particular.
Yep.
But they did lose two players early to R8, which I think that's its own issue. I hope to see fix going into tomorrow because that was our last Erangel for today.
Don't get me started.
But, that's an entire different topic there. We were going to get pretty involved in that one. But actually, they had two players in the compound and they start shooting at everyone as two players. And that's a really smart thing to do because then teams around you think, oh, that's a full squad because they're willing to fight. They're looking really confident. We're not going to crash them. That is a very small detail that not many teams do, but when they do it, and in this case, it was really, really impactful. And you even saw that Regnum Karya were a little bit hesitant. Is that a team? But they ended up only having two, so they could work in a symbiotic relationship in that compound.
Yeah, and that makes them even more dangerous, right? For a team like Rejects, it was like, well, we don't know when they're going to fight, so we really just have to hold back because the zone was so open. But I tell you what, they timed that really, really well. They waited for that zone shift. They waited for everybody to just like chill and wait. And then the minute that Regnum Karya and LGD started fighting, they were like, boom, time to go. Let's go. We are ready to get onto the show and get with it. So what they did in the end, what did they do in the end? They went all the way to the north side. They're like, nah, this compound is busy. They are fine. We don't need to worry about them because they're not worrying about us. Peregrine all of a sudden is like, oh no, I am surrounded. What do? I go out to a nade. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. From there on, Rejects have that momentum, the mobility with all those vehicles to just go, Rejects, Regnum Karya, chill, fine. There's only one solo. The zone's coming in. This is our time to shine, and boom, win achieved.
Win achieved. What a great achievement. But Reject had the information. They didn't see any movement out of that compound of Regnum Karya and of LGD. Like, you guys aren't really doing anything with this circle. We are going to be the one to be proactive. We're going to send it up north, get the angle, and off the back of that, secure that juicy chicken dinner.
See, Regnum Karya, I was going to say Reject, actually, with the 16 points right there. One team that I wanted to see a little bit more of, especially with the north control they were having at one point, Nongshim Red Force. Man, they let me a bit down because I really thought they were going to be going for it.
Yeah. Do you want to jump on that?
No, you go ahead.
No, Nongshim Red Force. There were a lot of teams trying to actually capitalize on that northern side. Of course, Reject, you had the South Xavier, and you had NSR, Nongshim Red Force. And yeah, Seven?
Sorry. You remember that crazy split that Reject had, though?
Yeah.
I think it was Apollo. I really enjoyed that. That
Scouting.
was
Yeah,
he was
really
getting
nice.
actually some really, really valuable information, especially in fields. You never know. You might just have one player straggling around one of those hay bales. It's always an issue. You want to get rid of them as soon as possible. So scouting from Apollo was definitely really impactful. And the Nongshim Red Force would love to see them go a little bit further away. But when you don't have too many strong positions, especially strong buildings to play with, it is going to make it quite tough for you to play around that. So quite unfortunate. They're looking at the second page of these rankings. Yeah, Ningma Galaxy, unfortunately, not able to follow up with that win from earlier and a bit of a downwards trend.
What are we talking about?
4 MV. 4 MV. Max, what was it that you predicted? It's okay.
It's all right.
Yeah, you know what? Just saying. Just saying. But I know, Natura,
Yes.
you do want to give us a bit more insight in
let me
regards
at it.
to Reject and what they were able to do throughout that map.
I'm ready. All right. You know that whole setup in the final game that we just saw? The way they did it, and I am going to gloat here. This is the gloating point. When Rejects did... Nope, wait. There we go. When Rejects did this, I was like, they're going to win. Because look at this zone coming in here. You have a zone like this. Sure, why not? All of these teams, a little bit off, but all these teams going here, and it's just one great big happy family to the south side. The minute that Rejects go, no thank you, we're gonna go over to Gakka and basically stay there near Gakka, it was like easy peasy, so done, because by the time teams actually get to them, they're kind of done. All those teams are low, they've got no utilities, they've got no health, there's nothing for them.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to see macro-wise is seeing a team understand how an entire lobby reacts to a certain shift and being able to outplay pretty much 15 teams all in one singular rotation. And that's what allowed him to get himself that chicken dinner and actually jump up nicely up on that first page in 7th position. But DX 42 points, they get already halfway through to what you need to get to start smashing in that game.
DX being consistent there just throughout those Erangels, and I'm honestly surprised to see LGD still there in second place with hot drops.
2 hot drops.
On Erangel.
No, wait, 7 with 3 hot drops. Sanhok as well. 3 hot drops in their second place. This is an exception to the rule. Don't hot drop anybody. Don't do it. This is an exception.
Don't
LGD,
go Ultimate
you're
Royale
not
thinking
LGD.
that's going to work.
Yeah, literally.
I feel like that's something that maybe RA was going to push out of, right? We saw them being able to push out of in Sanhok. They were like, it's the smarter play. And then they go to Erangel and they forget to just not hot drop people.
George Poe is the new paradise for resort. They just completely changed the hot drop location. But I am genuinely surprised. I hope that's fixable going for tomorrow's matches. They're going on to the second page. Upgrade, no, they talked about it a little bit earlier. Here, Natura want to see them step up a little bit. 16 points, about to just maybe encroach on the top 8 position on these leaderboards.
One thing I do want to see here for MV, I mean, I was giving you guys a break earlier in regards to it was match 2. Now we're way past the halfway point in regards to just day 1 of the main event. All of their points, Natura, are coming in from eliminations.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's both them and Nongsim as well, right? 15 and 13 elims each, which isn't that bad, to be honest. You're chilling for 3 games so far, 4 games. It's not bad at all. However, those placement points are rather abysmal.
Yeah, they're just not able to make every single time. Elimination-wise, they're looking great, but the placement points, they're just struggling to enter the circle. They get involved in these big, like, 3-4 team fights on the edge of circle, and I want to see them do what Reject did in this game, which is find a way to outplay the lobby and avoid those early to mid-game fights.
It can happen. They just need to narrow that down. We know they have that fragging power, but don't forget that BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing at the booth during the event, or check out BYDauto.com. I still want to drive.
Yeah.
Just pulling that out there.
When we were driving here, I counted how many BYD cars I saw, and I saw a total of 7 along the road.
I swear, if we get a taxi and it's a BYD, I'm going to tell the taxi driver in hindsight, he doesn't speak English or Spanish. I'll be like, oh.
Me?
And he's like, I don't trust him.
No.
Why not?
Come on.
Are you trustworthy? I'm not sure.
No, definitely trust me.
He's like, you can't reach the pedals, man. You can't reach it.
That's actually true.
You can move the seats, you weirdo.
If he has a booster seat for you, maybe.
This is, I'd be nice.
You know what, I apologize. I'm sorry.
I'm messing with you. I probably wouldn't be able to reach the pedals. But don't forget, we do have 2 Miramars left right after this break.
Wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like they stay strong. I got summer toys.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Nick Levitt, mình đến từ PMGO Championship, vị trí ở trong team mình là tanker.
Your team has quite the talent with a couple of MVP awarded players. But when it comes to team results, something is lacking in global tournaments. What's the issue?
Nếu vấn đề ra quốc tế là team em mắc nhiều lỗi như là tem quốc, và lần này ra bọn em đã sửa lỗi và vấn đề tem quốc của em cả đội rất là ok trong lần giải sắp tới lần này.
What's the most intense match you've ever played, and what made it stand out?
Trận đấu nhớ nhất chắc là trận game solo của SEA Games. Em nghĩ mang huy chương về cho nước nhà là trận đấu em đáng nhớ nhất.
How do you mentally recover after a tough loss in a crucial match?
Bình thường là em và cả team thất bại trong một trận đấu nào đấy, bọn em về cùng xem lại và giải quyết những lỗi lầm và tìm về lại và nhìn nhận nó để cố gắng mà làm cho nó hoàn hảo hơn các trận đấu tiếp theo.
What's the best piece of match advice you've received from a fellow gamer or mentor?
Cứ cố gắng thay đổi bản thân thì tốt đẹp sẽ đến với bạn.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat to you guys?
Em thấy thì mạnh nhất là PUBG thì họ có những nhân tố bí ẩn như là MVP thế giới do top chẳng hạn, và các thành viên còn lại cũng rất mạnh, không toàn FMVP thôi. Cảm ơn các bạn cũng tem miền trong các trận đấu tiếp tới nhé. Bye bye.
Olá pessoal, meu nome é Liu Boy, sou jogador da Influence Rage e estou de suporte.
You guys missed the podium by a small margin in last year's PMGC. How have things turned around for the team since then?
Apesar da gente perder o pódio, eu acho que o quarto lugar foi bom para a gente voltar com a confiança da torcida na gente e do nosso próprio time, porque a gente teve o gostinho de poder estar lá no top 1, então todo esse tempo a gente se preparou ainda mais, sabendo que podemos buscar o top 1 dessa PMGO.
Which qualified team do you think is the most promising and can pose a threat in the main event?
Dos times do Qualify, eu acredito bastante na Action. É time brasileiro que a gente é acostumado a jogar contra e o poder deles é bem forte. Eu acredito que eles podem ser uma ameaça aos times que já estão na final.
What is your opinion on the Smash Rule at 2025 PMGO?
Bom, na minha opinião, acho que será bem interessante, porque acredito que mais de um time estará no match point, então isso deixará bem mais competitivo e deixará bem mais difícil, então o time que ganhar, conseguir a win, ele realmente estará bem preparado.
For all your fans back in Brazil, what's the message?
A todos os torcedores da Influence Age e do Brasil, a gente conta com o apoio de vocês, pois estamos aqui também representando o Brasil, então será muito importante o apoio de todos.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
Bom, eu acredito que seja a Erangel, pois eles têm um tático bem constante e eu acredito que eles estarão disputando. Obrigado a todos que assistiram o vídeo e obrigado pela torcida. Tchau.
it's time for some Miramar, but don't forget that in the heat of the battle, the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinite GT20 Pro delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to the players. This is the official gaming phone built to outplay the rest. And Barney? Okay, so we have had Max, we've had Neptura, now we have... Barney, give me the phone. They probably need you at the stage, bro.
Yeah,
He's been doing amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the schedule. That way we can see the maps coming up. We have gone through all the Erangels. We've also gone through the Sanhok. But I'm excited to see what we're going to be doing in Miramar.
Absolutely. I'm super duper excited for this one. Who have we seen do very well on Miramar before?
Black Esports!
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Who
That's
has been a pain in the butt to some teams?
But Black Esport again?
Oh.
It's always them. They're always like a troublemaker on Miramar.
Forever in the corner of your eye, it is absolutely Black Esports. And I'm looking to see that same sort of energy coming through with them again, Seven.
I'm going to be looking for some consistency, continue with the consistency that we're seeing out of DX. I mean, this team, they were able to take advantage of Erangel. Could they possibly do it here in Miramar?
I mean, they have been typically a really good team when it comes to Miramar, so I have expectations for them to do hopefully well.
Okay.
The one team that I really want to bring a lot of attention to, so I'm going to pivot to my team I really want to talk about here, Seven, is LGD.
How dare you?
How dare I?
But I want to know.
There's
Tell me.
LGD. Looking back at their
Yes.
PL games, Miramar has been their best map by far. Knowing that they still did good on Erangel despite hot dropping is quite interesting and impressive by itself. Miramar, I'm expecting a win for LGD. I'm expecting it to happen. 2 games. Hopefully it's going to be going down these next 2 matches. Yeah.
You said a win.
Damn, they are really good. Like, they're very proactive, doing 2-2 splits on the edge and scouting. I think they're very on point. Terrain knowledge is 10 out of 10. So that would be my prediction for the day.
I'm with you. I think that the fact that they were able to hot drop into Erangels, lose players on top of that, and still maintain a top 2, that's quite impressive.
I mean, to be honest, I
Or not?
almost think, no, the only thing I'm thinking of here, which is with Max's point earlier about the previous Erangel and the Regnum thing, they wouldn't have been able to get so far if Regnum hadn't called truce there.
Huh.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max?
Yes. Not much to add to that one.
Let's find out if it's going to be Black Esports. Let's find out if it's going to be the Savior. Who knows? I know one person that's going to know. John Allen and Blank.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything. I have no idea. What game are we doing? Are we doing? This is PUBG Mobile. Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I hope so at this point. We're heading over from the western side over towards Puerto Priso via the Mar. This is a very southern plane path, dude. Pretty unbelievable, honestly. Getting very difficult to get over towards our north side. You're going to hope for a south circle here, John.
Certainly would if you're not, well, unless you want to head up to La Cabrera, try and drop split around there, get some loot on board. If you want to head north, then sure. The teams are well practiced who came through the qualifiers on the southwest side. We'll see if they are able to play to their practice or if they're going to be sent further afield. Things can get crazy over in the desert. We're going to see if there's going to be another hot drop as well coming through for both R8 and LGD, that was it. There we go, got there in the end. Yeah, I had to run through all the replays in my mind very quickly there, just to double check. But yeah, LGD, and the desk is right. The fact that they are in those top spots, whilst still hot dropping in 3 matches out of the 4 that they played, is kind of crazy, both R8 and LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a frustrating scenario, I'd imagine, coming through here. In the meantime, let's look at the circle, head over towards the eastern side of the map. So it's not too difficult here. It just means that we're going to be having teams somewhat crammed over towards the southern edge. And the traffic jams are going to get pretty nasty.
Nobody talk about the island.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Ralph having to IGL that again.
Yeah, that'd be rough. It would be very rough.
All the way from the west side as well, where they drop.
So far, we have DX and LGD on top, somehow, some way. Despite all the mishaps they've been going through, they have been technically the most consistent. I think for LGD, they had a very, very good salvage game. That last match, I don't think we got to talk about it too much, but we'll talk about it now because they did start up in South George, had that hot drop between them and R8, who lose a player early here in Ida.
Squad roll down, look at that.
But 2 players making it to, I think it was third place? Yeah, third place is very, very good.
Certainly nothing to be ashamed of, getting that far. Nice and profitable. First point goes over to Nongshim Red Force. They catch Ida on the rotate. They will be happy with that one to earn that point nice and early, nice and quick into the game. They had all the information they needed, and the way you guys at home can get all the information you need is on our vertical stream. That's right, our official vertical stream is now available at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube and TikTok. You can see player cams, you can see all the stats, you can see the map as well, which is obviously hugely beneficial for you guys at home. Our players can't see the map. That's just for you guys and making sure that you are up to date with all of the rotations, and you can have it as big as you like on our individual map feed. Whack it on those 50-inch televisions I know everybody at home has, or any other device that you so wish, over on the YouTube channel, PUBG Mobile Esports.
Up towards El Azahar already. Nepex is in business, in position. They rotated extremely quickly. Black Esports able to take over the entirety of Impala, so a very nice initial drop for them. I think Nick Galaxy had stumbled slightly at the start of this game. Took quite a few shots, but they're moving up towards El Pozzo now. Had to escape the deadly clutches of DX Xavier, who seem to be harassing them almost every game.
It's pretty nasty, isn't it? You don't like it. Quite mean. Vindictive? Maybe not that far. Either way, DX Xavier, Nick McGalaxy, GOAT Quality, who sent all the way up to La Cobreria, are going to have to move east at some point. Influence Rage currently in the middle of Graveyard. Do have some maybe more than noisy neighbors to deal with. You can see on top of them, they've got Hellion, named for rascally players that they are, causing havoc over in the Uzbek qualifiers. Able to come first, and havoc they will continue to inflict onto Lorazin.
Barbarino finding the first there. Good stuff. And much needed with Hellion being in last place right now, 8 points tied with Nepex. Very, very difficult scenario. I think for Nepex, they definitely have better prospects on this game, considering they're starting in El Azahar. That does require them to play well throughout the rest of this match, and some of their moments have been a little lackluster, I would say, during the main event. One team that has performed very well is GOAT Quality, though, going through from those prelims. Currently in 5th place. Excellent stuff, honestly. And I think they have been able to transfer their skills over because they were consistent both day 1 and day 2 in those prelims. It was really Upgrade who had that sudden upswing in terms of ability. But I would say GOAT just did decently well over both days.
Yeah, definitely. And they are the highest placing prelim team. We are seeing a little bit of a division between those finals confirmed teams and those prelim qualifying teams. Obviously GOAT in 5th, 4MV and Influence Rage down a little bit lower, Nongshim Red Force as well. But beyond that, it seems to be very heavily populated towards the top of the tables from these teams that had those direct qualification spots to the finals, which, you know what? We kind of expected. RA, obviously the other outlier here, in 3rd place coming through from those prelims, but it in general has been a better performance so far from the teams who have come directly into the finals.
Yeah, yeah. And that's fair enough, and that is what is expected. But it's nice to see some of our prelim squads actually, you know, taking some of these strong squads to task. And that's what it's all about, right? This is about uplifting, you know, new talent within the scene, and just being able to play at an equal footing at these guys is an impressive feat.
Definitely, it's no mean feat to stand on that stage or sit on that stage and play to the quality that you believe yourself capable of. You just hope that you've got enough in the tank that you can last the distance. This 12-match sprint as well can be hella volatile, which means that it really can go any way. But at the moment, we're not really within striking distance of having a smash rule possibility in those early stages of Tomorrow Blank. 42 is currently where our top team sits, with 2 matches left to play today. Maybe they push towards 60s, 70s if they're lucky. But getting towards 80 to have that opportunity to win at the start in game 1 tomorrow, I don't think that we're super likely to see that. However, never say never for DXavier.
Yeah, it's just a case of 2 games at around about a 7 elim average would put you in good stead for maybe a match 2 smash coming through. But yeah, that's 2 very strong games back to back. I think I'd agree with you that a match 1 smash might be a bit more difficult.
Not only would you probably need 2 chicken dinners in a row now for DXavier, but also then the match 1 chicken dinner for DXavier tomorrow in order to get that smash. But maybe towards the second half of the day, we'll have more teams starting to breach that barrier. In the qualifiers, we had Upgrade going over that 100-point mark and doing 3 chicken dinners in a single day on day 2, so things can get a little bit spicy. Had it been the smash rule, I haven't actually gone back and checked, but I think Upgrade would have won in the prelims had it been the smash rule. They certainly had the most chicken dinners out of yesterday with a 50% win rate.
Yeah, I think they would have won. I think it actually was Go who would have won.
We would have to double check, but
I'm pretty sure it would have been Go who would have won on their chicken dinner yesterday.
You're perhaps right.
No, I'm definitely correct.
You're so potentially right.
I had confirmation.
Yeah, which means that you are definitely potentially right.
No, I had confirmation. As it was confirmed.
Yeah, which could be correct.
No, that would be potentially.
In with Wherefore All and Wherefore Art Thou.
What does confirmed mean to you?
It's like how I can confirm that right now Nate is in the thick of Regnum Karya because he is up against it, and I don't think that's going to be a good time. Silas, Wild, Toshpik, Loxy rocks on in, and Leviso, though, doing a lot of work from the high ground for DXavier. Paragin as well, we know how he likes these off angles, will enact that once more, but spotted by a third party. I think this is NepX on the east side, potentially getting involved. Lamborghini for DXavier, 2 around the bonnet. The first is good, the second not so much. Up to Leviso now to try and close it down against Wild. A nade over the top, that looks good. Could be right in the sliver of the crack that they're looking for. Not going to explode in time to catch Wild. And Leviso falls and it's all up to Paragin.
This is messy for Regnum Karya. Loxy will go down. Quick step up there coming through. And Regnum Karya is holding on by a thread right now. Wild not allowing this to go elsewhere. Steps up, takes down Rex. This is incredible coming through from Regnum Karya to hang on for this long. Going to look for the res here, but Domain already taking shots round the wheel.
Those chunky tires keeping him safe for just a moment longer. Wild, the man of the hour here for Regnum Karya. Paragin repositions away, gets the hell out of there. Hellions as well on the flank. And trying to maybe have a little bit of a crunch impact on this fight, but it's NepX really who are forcing the issue here. Wild down on the deck. The bounce off the bonnet of the buggy is unfortunate. That could have found Wild had it not gone up into the sky. Drops the smoke behind him, knows that that off angle could be devastating if NepX try and occupy it, but they disengage.
I wonder if Regnum Karya can actually get Toshpik up here. They're looking to go through for it. I think it was twice in a row that Toshpik was on broadside and they missed the shots. Right now, Regnum Karya is heavily surrounded. This has been a tough rotate over towards the eastern side for a lot of our squads. We are starting to confirm over towards the position on the center. Hellion getting further than we've seen them get in a long time.
And 4MV on the northwest side, who are on board with right now, close by to Influence Rage, and actually beyond that on the north, Enigma Galaxy up over on the road out of Hacienda del Patron. Actually spotting Diego, getting the flush as well. Navallo picks up that point into the pocket for Enigma Galaxy. The northwest side, they'll try and make their way on in a little bit later. Hard south shift on this circle. It's an Impala edge finish. So we're going to be going into those mountains that sit around that area.
Enigma Galaxy had a rough start to their game, but I think they've got back up on their feet now and will be on that northwest side. Reject up against Go Effies. Looking to get run down by Apollo.
Oh, no.
Effie's very low. Is that going to be confirmation as well? We'll have to wait and see. Duello moving around the side. Apollo trying to get out of danger.
Trying to face off against both of these two players left standing. Varanek goes down. No flushes just yet, and Effies is super low. Apollo is still down, and he's driving his cover away from him. Just wants to get out of there because it is the last player standing for GOAT quality. Up towards Ego, maybe looking for this res onto his teammate. The blue zone is upon them. It's stage 3, so you can res in the blue zone if you have that bandage on nice and early. Apollo potentially going to get picked up too.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, though. It's going to be very, very tight here. Effie's has the advantage of having the peek over, should be able to get Ego as well. Penati, a nasty off angle. Nepex, taking down Black Esports.
Center circle. Reject, repositioned, Divine trying to slide under the watchful eyes of Ego, and will be able to do so for just a moment longer. Low HP for Apollo as he still has to back off in the buggy. Meds are starting to look thin on the ground now for GOAT quality. I imagine it's probably going to be similar story for Reject on this northern side, and the disengage comes through. 3 players alive for GOAT and 4 players alive for Reject. I felt like that was a hell of a lot bloodier than that scoreline would entail.
Yeah, it was a messy fight from both teams. Effie's just getting knocked out by Mar on a rolling vehicle. Do they know?
Oh, no.
A Reject's just over the crest here. So Reject might be swinging down south. Try and deny as much sightlines as possible away from them. But RA, I think of a general idea of this.
They'll hear the vehicles. Marth repositioning. He should have been spotted too. Reject just beyond that white boundary, which means that they will be in this next zone. They can afford to spend a little bit more time navigating this coastline, but trying to get ahead of the game. Reiji is going to break down early. And RA on the longhouse, actually getting spotted by Nongshim Red Force. So 2 teams fighting. Potentially Reject up to the ridge line as well. So danger afoot for R8.
R8. Definitely in a worrisome spot, but again, this position is pretty decent, pretty nice, gives you cover. Prestige going down, though, is not great news and could be the invitation to push in for Reject. Circle down towards the south on Impala. Always makes for an interesting finish with a high ground that sits on that south side, but it is undecided between the high ground of the north and the south. But a lot of open ground over towards the west. That's Wild moving through from Regnum Karya. You do have both players still alive. The Toshpik did get picked up.
Getting back on top. Reject first through. Ninja Galaxy hot behind them, and Black Esports not really doing too much to slow it down. And there's also another team moving through the same area. Duello has his vehicle go up in smoke and right up to the metal fence here. Nongshim Red Force, I don't know if they're going to be able to take the time to hop out. Reiji gets spotted as they crash into Ake Cyber. And there is really, I mean, it was crazy that they got that far, to be honest, on an unscouted roll in with a bit of a Hail Mary to the north side of Impala.
I think Enigma Galaxy even getting here was pretty risky. Going straight past 4MV, and I think so many teams are just trying to take Sanctuary right now. Inside of Impala in those buildings, Regnum Karya, 1 player goes down. Same story for Enigma Galaxy. Can Ralph even get towards Redox? He's going to have to crawl all the way back to the building.
Ooh.
It's not the case with 721 actually picking up that elim.
Ralph now last player alive for Enigma Galaxy. With 3 elims on the match, they did want a little bit better of a showing so far. The 721 aggressor on the outside of Impala, and actually that may not be a bad thing, Blank. There's so many teams looking to put pressure into this settlement that being a little bit on the outskirts may net you a top 5 type performance. Play your cards right. This is the roll down from R8 between them and GOAT quality. Reject as well stepped up from that north side, but no one really made it out unscathed. Hellion, they're still active on that northwestern edge.
To be honest with you, Hellion's position is not terrible. It's just, it's not in where we imagine this circle to go. Crossing that road has always been historically very difficult. Upgrade getting down towards that southwest though, that is definitely interesting. I think the crowd is roaring and wanting Upgrade to do a little better here in the main event. We need to see that same kind of prowess that came through from yesterday, as something just switched in the mentality for them. SK Tong getting taken down. That's over on the north side.
These teams enter Impala in dribs and drabs and are playing fairly split from one another. Regnum Kaya playing as 2, you've got the Galaxy as a solo, you've got Upgrade as 4, which, as you highlighted earlier on that southwest side, might have quite an impact. Reject as 2 as well. Aki Cyber currently split 2 and 2, it looks like, over the Impala Hills on that higher ground beneath LGD. But we're going up further north, Blank, and this is a fairly indecisive circle. You talked about it before, that north high ground, that south high ground, having that conversation with one another, and it still has not resolved.
Yeah, it's seriously difficult now, because I think at this point in time, you can't make any clear decision. You kind of just have to gamble with your spot. I like the 7-2-1's position over on that western side, though. It has that clear delineation between both spots at the moment, and has good sight lines out towards them. If this moves south, I think I put my money on Nongshan Red Force, because I really do like that high ground. Oftentimes it does become a terrifying spot for teams to try and aggress over towards. The only thing in my mind which would make me worry about that is the fact that Nongshan Red Force hasn't been the most fearsome team, let's say, inside the lobby.
Yeah. Ooh, lovely nade up on high from Mukesh. Not really anything Duello could do about that on the replay. Black Esports taking those long-range shots. Upgrade, 4 players, holding their line and maybe thinking teams are going to be pushing them, but I don't think that's really on the cards for anyone. With LGD up on that high ground, Tian has so much oversight onto it all, as well as Nongshan Red Force. I don't think anyone can realistically successfully crash through Impala without all of those smokes being invested early, and I don't think teams are willing to do that at stage 5. Hellion sweeping out to the north, and actually 4MV trying to stay safe on the slope, but the ankle is showing. And top is toppled as Hellion find that sliver.
It's good stuff from Hellion. I mean, I don't even know how they got this northeast push in the first place. It's such a difficult crossing. They made very good use of this terrain. Azik does go down, but a nice spray from Groza will hit Dog within the smoke.
And they're looking for those flushes from Groza. Crawls out over the smoke, gets a little bit of info maybe, but those gunshots should be further information. And now 4MV dispatched down to 2. You can see Black Esports on the other side of that high ground, which is why they're not chiming in for the shots over towards Hellion. And it's a decent rotate for Hellion, but without Azik, they're playing on a reduced sightline capability. Zeptimus wants the challenge with Falcon, and he's doing well for it as well. Forces Falcon back around towards the rest of his team.
Falcon is backed off. Circle in 40 seconds, though, which is the difficult part. Zhol almost on target that grenade. Just need to be a little bit more cooked before it would have done too much damage. Black Esports on the backside, that's Aussie, Symphony, and Zeptimus, like you talked about earlier, are still rotating round. Had a lot of control over towards Impala early, so they had the pick of the litter. As teams started to filter their way in, they opted for that north side. I am very curious where this next circle goes now, because it will define the pace of the game. If it goes directly central, I think a lot of teams are going to be very unhappy with that.
Hellion up to the high ground where they saw one half of 4MV, and actually they'll be taking on the other half from this location most likely. Circle going to be closing in 40 seconds. You can see it's going to push them further south, as it will 4MV as well, to be fair. With Rorinho on that long off angle for Hellions, it feels like it could be a successful engagement. The question is the blue zone going to change that? In the midst of it, it's still undecided north or south, which again gives the 721 aggressors a little bit more advantage.
Exactly, and I think that although they're on the border of the circle, there is a lot more onus put on these teams on the south and the north side, how they want to play out these next few minutes. But super indecisive overall, this circle. It really does hurt these teams in the long run. 4MV still going though, taking down Raurino. As Reefus finds one, Falcon round the side. Ziol and Reefus locked inside this building. Groza nades his teammate. That's not a good start.
Reefus hops out with the auto shotty into the smoke, but he's getting peppered. And in the meantime, will not be able to find it. Hellions with 2 players now against Ziol, Falcon, and Groza. A Molotov launched on in, and that burn should be good. Ziol falls next. Hellions stay alive with 2, but they still got a way to go. Groza's burning himself. Oh no, he goes down. Falcon needs to get his teammate back up now, but in the meantime, can Black Esports third party here? I don't know. Maybe they can.
They're pretty far away. They're up on top at the moment.
You never know with Black Esports.
That's true.
They're going to teleport through that mountain.
That is true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think for Hellion, though, it was not a strong fight. I think 4MV just really drops the ball on that one. I mean, you see Reefus run out, and I can't tell if it's just not a call made from Reefus or a very slow reaction speed from Ziol there, but I really do feel like Ziol sort of should have backed him up. It could have been a very different story. Nepex still in this gorgeous position on the north side, full broadside over towards Black Esports, who are being pushed off this high ground now. Prestige from RA, you know, living it.
And there's Black Esports moving in on Hellions.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Found the shots.
That's what they were looking for. Oh, nice little jump down there. Arfu's thinking, hang on a minute. I didn't want that to happen. I don't want to let that go, but unfortunately doesn't have any choice anymore. Black Esports now regrouped out to the east. Just Groza remains for Hellions on the north. And Nepex with 4 in a commanding position on that side of it as well. Fairly isolated too compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah. This is where things get rough. Because I think there's like at least 4 teams here inside the north edge of Impala. Reject actually set themselves up quite well. I think always taking those most northern buildings is a strong idea. Gives you ability to hold out a lot of these other teams later on. You went more central.
Here's that replay. Yeah, Aussie just moved into position. Spotted Falcon, then backed off, regrouped with the rest of the team. Nepex with the team to take down Hellions. The circle again shrinks dead in the middle of this thing. And the 721 aggressors again have that advantage to just stay in the flux position. LGD have to sweep out wide. They go nice and quickly actually out to the east edge. And they'll be playing on from the compound there. Enigma Galaxy burn out as Upgrade are able to take a little bit more of the west side of Impala.
There is actually a chance for LGD if they wanted to, which is to swing north towards silos, try and take the teams out from there and then move over towards Nepex position. It is a bit of a long shot, but the options are quite limited for this team right now, other than sliding over the top side towards Nongshim Red Force, but that is a difficult push.
Aids from Akicyber landing to split off Upgrade from the rest of their roster. 2-2 right now. Buzz maybe going to take a bit of damage. No, the burn went a little bit long there from Regnum Kaya. Ramses and Ruzen crawling back. Akicyber did take a knock, you could see there on the high ground, which makes their presence over towards that a little bit harder to feel. Upgrade might get these reses. Nongshim Red Force on this east edge now, fending off against LGD. LGD with 4, and Tizzy goes down as well. 3 players are alive. Tizzy is knocked, so only 2 active. Bleeding out fast. Binny needs to tag this res on. Tian, Lings can start to surge forwards. Mau Mau into the buggy, and they know he has to commit to this. Bin around the edge with that DBS. Looks for the shutdown onto 1, but really won't find too much at all. Leaving it just as Doc alive for Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, it's just very, very quick play coming through from LGD. Nongshim Red Force, technically on these positions, you hold advantage. That looked pretty scary for a second then. Yeah, you hold advantage because you can constantly back up through these crates. And for LGD, to just kind of sweep through them like that off the initial pick is just not amazing coming through from Nongshim Red Force.
Akicyber with Force to be rezzed. Will play on as 3 from the south side, but they are penned in so badly right now by the teams to their sides. LGD out in their east, you've got Upgrade on their northwest as well. and they have to choose their fight here. LGD, 4 players alive. They have got a lot of control on their side of the road, but they have to move, Blank. They have to go further into this one, towards Reject, towards NepX's sightlines too.
Yeah, usually by this point in the game, it either shifts a little bit towards the west, in which case 7-2-1 have the advantage, or a little bit to the north, in which case NepX have the advantage, or it shifts back down towards the south, in which case teams that can hold this top corner of Impala tend to do very well. It's still not done any of that. We're in stage 8, so after this, we're just closing straight in onto the road of all places. For NepX, I think life is going to get very difficult soon because they're going to have to crest over the wall that sits on that side. LGD, what are you doing?
They're making a streak for the center here, right up against Reject, right in the face of NepX, and maybe they'll find something. Tian goes down first, and I think they've got 2 players forward here. Lings is there as well. Akisaiba nade over towards 2 of them, a huge opener from Force. R8 fall as well. Last player to stand for upgrade. Buzz has Zvezda sent straight towards him, and that's how you spray down an oncoming vehicle. Zvezda immediately take it down, but Buzz takes a nade to the side there. Blasts him back down a peg, potentially. A low HP position, but the first aid is already ticking up. Zvezda resable here. Force trying to isolate this fight, and Buzz repositions around the edge with the DBS.
Buzz has to move in. This has to be a play of a lifetime right now. Buzz looked for one, but it's not meant to be. Force will push him back. LGD struggling to regroup on Lings here.
Nice pickup from Force there on the spray down at range on Aggressor. A nice mid-range engagement. Dips back, 3 players alive for Akisaiba. The reses are coming through for LGD. They are playing as 3 right now, but another knock just sent over towards Lings. NepX aren't going to push south of the road, so these flushes need to come from nades if they come from anywhere, or from the teams on the south. But Afu, again, just goes down, and LGD are suffering so heavily, finally put out of their misery.
LGD, man. I mean, I like the play. You know, you try and play up against the slope there. Reject, though, versus Akisaiba. Take down admin to start things off. For Reject, an important game to get into that top 3 to keep those point scorings up as the defending champions. And they're doing more than just that. Akisaiba suffering even more damage coming their way. 7-2-1 looking to finish off NepX on this eastern side.
And that's easier said than done, but they are 4 players strong right now, Blank. NepX have 12 elims, though. So they are running on hot right now, and Rex with a nade. Sends Spidey into a tailspin. Aggressor with an aid to answer. Will split the difference. And there's the volley of fire from Yonic as he steps out nice and prescient on the fight. Rex in the back lines and Domain pinned on in. It's up to Precious really to make this one work. First is good. Second not so good. And Aggressor to bite back, and the 721 Aggressors now can start to channel over towards the south edge, but the zone closest to the road. Apollo there, Zvezda there, but do they have the sightlines to control it? I just don't think so. Another team falls down, that's Akisaiba, 3 players alive, and now it's all up to Apollo for Reject. Gets the res onto Divine, so 2 players in the back lines. The blue zone is upon them, and it's all but done. The 721 Aggressors hold in the midst of it. And to tumultuous applause, find the chicken dinner.
And it was a long time coming, right? That was a very, very slow game. Purely because of the circle. That sort of main stage was the circle itself. But for 7-2-1, they do a good job. They delay as much as possible. NepX almost really hurts them there with a great grenade round the back, but it's Yonic who really seals the deal because he gets enough chip damage on most of the players there from NepX so that they can't exactly continue the push, and I think they were lacking on utility. Either way, I think Reject also going to be very happy with that one, getting a second place off that positioning after losing so many players early on in the match. Really good stuff in terms of their point standings.
Fantastic result for NepX, over doubling their current points total on just that match, Blank. They had a great record there, but couldn't quite get past the 721 Aggressors, who just waited out the storm in their side of the road, in their little quadrant that they held down for so long. And they got a decent profit for it as well. So for the 721 Aggressors, they're looking to keep the Uzbek fans happy here in Tashkent.
Yeah, as up-and-comers, I think the 721 Aggressors have a lot of potential.
I think they might need to just change their name to the 721 though at some point with Aggressor playing on the team. But, you know, either way, great stuff from them. Really, really pleased with that game. They chose a good spot, but I don't think they over-egged the pudding either, right? They could have pushed a lot further. They could have maybe taken a couple of knocks here and there, which would have hurt them in the long run. They knew that they had to just keep their position solid and not show too much weakness or allow any openings to come through. And I think they did that quite well.
I liked LGD in that game as well. I think their position overlooking Impala was capitalized on. I think they did well to move around to the east side. Obviously, it's just really difficult to make anything happen there.
Yeah.
The only thing I will criticize them for, and I could see you kind of thinking this in your head, is that push up to the roadside. There may have been better options, but in reality,
I do think that is...
It's just rough.
That is kind of your... Looking back on it, it's kind of your only option, really. We're going to head over to the stage for a quick interview with Mukesh from NEPEX.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Mukesh here from NEPEX Esports. Some crucial points secured in that match for sure. But, you know, I feel like it was just an unlucky ending. It appeared that you got yourselves into a difficult position. What happened?
के भएको भन्दा खासमा अब हगेकै हो किन राट्नु अब चिकन खान सकिन्थ्यो तर हग्या हो भन्छु म I'm sorry for that.
To be honest, we would say we choked that game. Our goal was to get a chicken dinner so we could get a better run, but didn't go as we think.
Okay, that's a fair point. Now, I think that one of the things to notice as well is you've been competing on this stage against different teams. Now that these other teams have joined the lobby, what's been the biggest change in game? Have you noticed a change, like maybe a change of speed, or, you know, has things just been different in game?
First of all, the हामीले drop location पनि change गरेको छ, like हामीले त्यो जसरी पहिला खेल्छौं त्यसरी चाहिँ खेलिरहेको छैनौं. त्यही भएर हल्का अब गाह्रो पनि भइरहेको छ because it's a global lobby. अब वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट टिमहरु सबै आएर खेलिरहेका छन् सो एडप्ट गर्न अलिकति गाह्रो भइराछ तर यो गेम अलिकति बुस्टर जस्तै भयो हाम्रो लागि.
First of all, we had to change drops because of the professional team. They were coming under our drop. And because of that, it was a little bit hard for us to adopt the new drop. And it was hard for us to rotate as well as and play as we used to did. And because of that, it's getting really hard. Yes.
I guess that's one of the things, like, to really succeed on this stage, you have to be really quick at adapting to this in-game. But you know what? You guys have been really impressive so far. We hope you get that chicken dinner before the end of the day. And there's only one game remaining on Miramar, so best of luck in that. Thank you, Mukesh, for joining us here in this interview. But for now, let's head back over to the analysts to break things down for our final map of the day.
They got so close to being able to get that chicken there, but I mean, ultimately, it didn't end up working out. It did end up happening to the 7-1 aggressors, which, Max, I'm going to be honest, I agree with what the casters were saying. They weren't really that aggressive, but it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were in their position super early on, right, yeah. The T721, and actually, they had one of the most impactful pushes in this game versus NEPEX at the right time, so I can't really fault them for being passive when everyone is just fighting for scraps in the city of Impala. You're just chilling on the edge, you're waiting for the play count to go as low as humanly possible, and that's when you decide to get involved to make sure not only do you get a few eliminations at the end, but most importantly, you make sure you at least get top 3 and even maybe the chicken dinner as we just witnessed.
We like seeing those teams being able to not only be aggressive, but also be passive if they need to, especially if you have the advantage in a position.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there were several teams who had that advantage, like we were just saying, right? I mean, LGD, for one, had a massive advantage. Black Esports as well, up on those high ground positions. It was very, very nice from them. We also saw NEPEX have a similar thing, but we'll get into that later. But it was very, very similar for a lot of teams. And the fraggers coming into this, the top players, I mean, you are going to have our #1 is going to be actually Aggressor. It's all in name. But the rest of them are all from teams that were kind of just waiting.
Yeah, actually, just for Aggressor, I like how he gets 5 elims, 0 knocks. He's just like, all the elimination points for me. I love those, I love those. But yeah, NEPEX, we do get then Rex and Domain. I feel like, in a way, when we look at how this game played out in the mid to late game transitions, a lot of the teams come in from the northern side. NEPEX kind of took care of all the threats that could have been an issue for the 7-1 Aggressor. They're like, we are protecting your position. And then once they did their job, they're like, we don't need you anymore. Get out of here. Get back to the lobby.
Yeah.
And actually just claim that position on the Ridge that we'll talk about in a few minutes with the telestration segment. But I do think the NEPEX did a lot of the heavy lifting this game. They just didn't get the reward at the end with that chicken dinner.
We heard it from the players, right? They felt like they choked that one, but we'll see what can happen. You know what? You were talking about wanting to do a telestration, wanting to talk about terrain, wanting to talk about the 7-2-1. Max, take it away.
It's happening now. No, actually, I really want to talk about this game and how it played out earlier on, because we had a very unusual circle. Circles that end on rivers or roads, it happens quite commonly around Iptura, but what would you have happening quite rarely is actually a road trifecta. You have 3 roads intersecting in the middle of the map, creating pretty much 3 play zones entirely for these teams to play, turning the entire match pretty much in like 3 mini battle royales, weirdly enough. Only 1 or 2 teams will come out alive of their own respective play, but one part of this terrain is very interesting, which actually is the northern side of this road. What this position actually allows is actually pretty much a ridge, is allowing you to have a defensive position against those southern teams. The moment we see this terrain come up, we just know this fight of the 7-2-1 aggressors versus NEPEX is going to be so important, because whoever wins this fight, off the back of this fight, we'll be able to apply pressure on the team in the 2 other zones separated by the road, which we saw once they eliminate the northern side, they go for the push, get the engage onto reject, and end up taking the chicken dinner. The terrain knowledge of the 7-2-1 aggressors was 10 out of 10,
yes.
And it's great to see them be passive when back in the prelims in Iptura, they tended to be a little bit overly aggressive.
Absolutely, and we heard NEPEX rather on the stage just there going, we were wanting that win, and you could see why, because they were in a very, very similar position to T721, right? If they had won that fight, they would have been in the exact same position you just mentioned, able to cross that road and get that win, but it just didn't work out for them, and it is going to be T721 to get that.
It's good to see there on the first page. I'm happy to see Helion. This team has been needing those points. We saw them go up against 4MB. They knocked 2 players, and then they continue it up and fully eliminated them.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was very, very nice to see another team stepping up, though. Goodness me, it's going to be LGD. I mean, they have been the silent pole position here for, I guess, a while. I mean, it's only 1 point, right? It's only 1 point. But LGD managed to get top of the leaderboard without any chicken dinners, as do Dick Xavier. But what is this I'm seeing? 3rd to 7th all having a win?
Yeah, all the win, and yet not in 1st place or 2nd place. That's quite interesting. But eliminations is the name of the game. Clearly looking at LGD 31, Dick Xavier goes up to win 8. They're looking pretty grand when it comes to it. If they are able to lock down a chicken dinner tomorrow, that could be putting the nail in the coffin. But right now, they haven't shown the option to get one of those chicken dinners, which is a bit scary, because against Smash Rules, that chicken dinner on day 2 here 7 is going to be so damn important.
The thing is that everything is so close within all these points. It's going to come down. I'm hoping it ends up coming down to that Smash Roll. I mean, one team, I'm going to have to bring them back up, because they're just continuing to get eliminations, but I want to see them a little bit later in the game. It's going to be 4MV. Neptura, 19 elims, only 1 placement point.
I have one thing to say about 4MV, and it is that they're not playing. They are driving and sitting. And I hate to be that person, because I do love this team. Not shooting. No, not really. I mean, yes, they have a few elims, but certainly in that game, they were kind of like, we have rock. We like rock. And that's kind of it. There wasn't a whole lot of aggression. Not even aggression, just impulse, just no momentum whatsoever. They get to a spot and they kind of just sit there, and that's not the 4MV I'm used to. Certainly not the Doc, the Top, the Zjol that I'm used to, the Baron that I'm used to. I need to see them do some more here.
I do agree. It's definitely not the 4MV that we know and that we expected to see going into this. There's one thing that I want to be very critical about, and it was my biggest fear after this big roster change we just witnessed, is that the team play was not going to be there. And as of right now, we're seeing like some duos playing all over the place. We're not seeing like any angles or like information being given between the 2 teams. Like one duo will not have vision on the other duo to assist. That's what scared me, and as of right now, my fears are kind of being confirmed with the start of the day.
Something that can happen. I believe you ended up mentioning that at the beginning of the day as well. But after 5 matches, we are going to end up heading towards that final Miramar. Max, you called them out earlier, LGD. They were sitting on a good position for the longest time, but it seems like they ended up struggling just being able to regroup.
It's quite unfortunate, because I just mentioned in the telestration segment, there was this road trifecta finish, which is quite rare. Every single part divided by the road had buildings or had a really good ridge for the 7-2-1 aggressors. They able to win off the back of that. The angle that was held by Nongshim Red Force and, of course, LGD, there was nothing. It was just flat terrain, extremely nadeable dips or like sheds. So because of that, I think they just had a very unfortunate situation they found themselves in, because that cross, even if you attempt it here in Iptura, chances are you're not going to win it. And even if you do, you have, what, 1 player, 2 players, very low resources, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's really not. We're LGD, right? That's who we're on about here. Yeah. I mean, I like that they used their momentum after the Nongshim elimination to just go for it, but unfortunately, like you said, just not enough cover.
We'll have to wait and see if they can maybe get the win, as we're going to be heading towards the final Miramar of Day 1 main event. Blank, John Allen, you guys got this.
Oh, we do. It's M-I-R-A-N-A. Miramar for the last time today. Match 6. I definitely spelled it right. I checked as I went. Thank you very much, Seb. You
said Ed.
Don't think I... Look, yeah. Okay. Miramar. It's time for Miramar. The last map here today of the PMGO for the first day. Now we
John Allen.
John? Yeah, that's right. LGD sit atop the pile right now with 44 points. A fair stretch away from the Smash Ball boundary of 80 blank. DXavier behind that 43, and one more step below that is the aggressive 27. 7-2-1 rather. No, my 27 game. 7-2-1 on 42 points.
Yeah, it's quite far off right now. So, I mean, they still have one more game. And I think for LGD as well as DXavier, they kind of want to push the boat out here. But the 721, I am utterly blown away by this team. The fact that they're up-and-comers, they've made it this far. I think the Uzbekistan fans can be very proud of the squad. Really done well. And I think that they have improved from qualifiers to prelims to now to the main event. It feels like they've really been doing their homework between these matches. They've been, when they go home, it's not a case of just straight to sleep or in the morning, you know, hanging around. This is a lot of work been put on by this squad.
Definitely is. I mean, there are some stand-up performances time and time again from these guys. Butcher, MVP from previous stages, doing a lot of work, but every single player on this roster has had their moment to shine, and I think it's really interesting to see how that has developed on the stage in front of us, and so we'll question only if they can do it again in the future, because right now, no matter what, really, their performance has been impressive.
So Western shift on the circle here. DXavier getting Monty away, so it's very nice for them, especially in terms of their point scoring at 43 right now in second place, just 1 point behind LGD, so not too far away.
Max and 7 popping off with the high fives there over the side.
I actually thought something got snapped.
It was that loud. It was crisp and clean, much like our teams are hoping to play. DXavier on that west side of Montenegro. Are they going to pull the Black Esports and go down to La Driera?
We'll find out. We'll have to wait and see. Montenegro, pretty good central position for them though. A lot of teams not opting to go too far out towards that eastern side, keeping themselves pretty close towards the circle. 721 not having too much difficulty. I think it does help them here on Miramar that starting down towards here in Chumasera, they don't have a huge amount of teams around them. Most of the squads are sat in their starting positions, looting, not harassing them too much. Aki Cyber down towards Bidemar, which is an interesting spot to start, but it works.
Certainly in this scenario, right, you have access to the south side of those 2 long ridge lines that stretch south from La Driera. And do have your choice to go up that western road, should you want to, and try and play for those rotational situations. Behind them will most likely be LGD, though, who want to have access there. I think for now, LGD are going to break over towards Puerto Paraíso, get looted and turn back around. But we'll have to wait and see where they try and re-engage on the circle to try and defend their top spot.
It's a long rotate for them. It's a very, very long rotate for them. I imagine what they'll do is try and get as much as possible from these buildings as they pass, and maybe switch back. If it's looking pretty dire, they might just make the whole journey, but we'll see. La Cobreria held up by Goat. Can move down towards El Pozo early. Nick realized this time around, they don't try and challenge out from Montenegro. They're instantly over towards El Pozo, so this time a much cleaner start for Nick Mechanics here, currently in 7th place with 31 points. Very even drop-off right now on the tables. anyone all the way down to 11th place for 4MV, especially if they get a high elim game, you know, could rack up towards a first place quite easily.
In a single bound.
Yeah.
Leaping those tall buildings.
But it is a question of looking at what has come before, right, over these last 5 matches. And I'd agree with the desk somewhat, is that, you know, I don't think that 4MV's elimination power is too bad. It's just the coordination is a little bit all over the shop in terms of the late game decision making. That feels a bit wonky right now, which is always so strange in an international level.
Yeah, they haven't quite been able to perform at the level that maybe we would have expected. As of a few of our invited teams, I mean, specifically looking down towards the lower end of the tables, Nongshim Red Force, 15th place. We caught up with their coach to hear just what they're feeling in the throes of it going into match 6.
Welcome to the pit. I have the coach from Nongshim Red Force right here next to me, Saden. Now look, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of high expectations for Nongshim Red Force coming into this. You guys are an extremely strong team, and it just seems to not be happening today. You seem to have had a slow start. What's going wrong, and what are you trying to do to rectify it?
오늘은 원래는 우리 여기 팀에서 기대가 너무 많았는데요. 기대도 너무 많고 오늘 우리가 기다리는 것도 너무 좀 재밌어야 되는데 오늘 조금 우리가 생각하는 것보다 많이 느려요. 이거 뭐 때문인지 좀 알아봐도 될까요?
우선 기대를 많이 해주셨지만 그 기대에 부응하지 못해서 저도 매우 아쉽고요. 저희가 지금 당장의 성적이 안 나온 이유는 아무래도 저희가 자주 해보지 못한 팀이 많다 보니까 그래서 정보가 조금 많이 없어서 오늘 조금 더 조조한 것 같습니다.
First of all, thank you very much for expectations. Anyway, we are doing the best, but the main reason is we didn't contest before with these teams they are playing, but that is why we are a little bit slow, but we are analyzing the situation.
You're trying to pick up the pace and get back into the game by analysing everyone for now. Well, I hope you guys can do it quickly because we're in smash rules, so everything's going to be super fast-paced going into tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining me in this interview, Saden. Can't wait to see what you and the team bring to the table. And for now, let's get back into the action.
I mean, Barney's right. It does need to be faster pace, and as good as it is that you have that attitude of we're analysing, I think into match 6, for my money, it's kind of not good enough to say, oh, you know, we're analysing the situation, we weren't playing against these teams before. You had the opportunity to be watching them the entire time. There's been live broadcasts. We've been here, live broadcasting it for them. So as much as, you know, I respect the quality of player there, I'm not sure about the idea that, oh, we're just not warm.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, it is slightly difficult because as a region, they are a little bit less exposed to these sorts of squads. It's also nice seeing Saden as well in a coaching position.
That is true. Prolific player in his own right.
Yeah, definitely. Again, you can analyze, but we'll put it this way, is that PUBG Mobile isn't always about first place. It's nice, and we celebrate it a lot because it's an achievement, especially here at PMGO. But even just getting into the top 5, that's a good statistic to have for yourself. Not the ideal thing, but PUBG Mobile can be so many times an RNG-based game that you're just wanting to average out towards that top side of the lobby into that top 5. And I think Nongshim Red Force could even that out going into tomorrow. I think it's unlikely that we see a Nongshim Red Force win. But I think that they could go home proud of themselves if they get into that top 5.
Yeah, with 12 matches to be played, I mean, it is so easy to find that volatility, right? They are currently at 14 points, which is 30 points behind LGD. That gap can be closed in 2 matches if you have a good game, right? If you have a little bit of a string of performances going into tomorrow. So definitely not insurmountable, but difficult because LGD seem to be playing pretty well as well. So that gap may just accelerate away from you. Circle pops blank. It centers up just southeast of Montenuevo. So Xavier, again, fairly happy with this. And Regnum Karya, pretty chuffed.
Hey, Regnum Karya getting into a nice central position. I think Regnum Karya has been very good at finding the small alleyways to success in these maps. Very good at analysing the pace of the game.
Nice
Reject, taking shots. Yeah, that's causing some serious issues out in the open.
Divine, look at the ammo he's got in the back pocket as well. I think it was almost up to 400 there on the 5.56. Spraying down with the M4. Going to lose plenty of volleys that way. I wonder if he had a Mini 14 in the back pocket as well, potentially. Explaining the surplus. Reject, they've been taking shots out towards GOAT quality for a while, but no knocks to be found. Just a couple of shredded health bars across the board. Reiji will face, and yeah, GOAT quality, they just don't want to engage on this, and rightly so. You just want to get to some cover, and they're fairly central in the circle in this spot as well.
Yeah, it's actually, I think a lot of teams don't mind this type of position on the map as well, because there are a lot of areas to play. There's a lot of ups and downs in terms of the terrain too, so you can deny sightlines that way and keep yourself fairly safe. For DXavier, they're trying to find some of these high grounds as well, just for scouting purposes, because they were so central at the start. Having a good read on where most of the teams are is nice. They do continue to cause problems with Enigma Galaxy, no matter where they are, El Pozzo or down towards the south.
Ralph down and out, and First Blood goes over to Aggressor from the 7. Goodness me, I keep saying 27. The 7-2-1 Aggressors. They will be able to pick up that first point and continue their charge towards the top. Losing the tiebreaker as it stands with DXavier. A couple more placement points on board for DXavier, I believe. But they're still yet to chase towards LGD. 1 point further, they may have it.
Well, towards that northeast side, Nongshim Red Force, we talked about them a little bit earlier. They're currently very close to upgrade, and R8's making their way in, who've fallen off a little bit, but not too much. Currently in 4th place with 37 points. I think they're still rather pleased with that result. Not far off at all. 7 points total to get towards that 1st place. So shots over to Ralph from Aggressor.
Pretty tight.
Ooh, over towards Montenuevo, huh?
GOAT quality, DXavier, Reject as well, up on that north side. Going to be quite happy with this. This west side hill situation, especially on the southwest side of it, with Enigma Galaxy, with Ake Cyber, I think, is there, with LGD on the outskirts, which, if you guys are watching the map feed available on YouTube, you would know that they are sweeping late in from Valle de Mar up towards La Riera. That could potentially get very, very dangerous very, very quickly.
It is an awkward circle to play now, because there is a city towards the center and then fielded area over towards the west and the east, so very open ground. So you're either forced to play on these outskirts, on the south side, on the northeast and the northwest, on the hilltops, or send into Montenuevo. So could very well likely be a bit of an urban finish here.
Influence Rage try and send on in, and they get torn apart a little bit, losing one on the way in. But you know what? Sometimes it's worth that price, right? To have a position and to have a chance into these later circles. And they also get onto the west quadrant of Montenuevo, which arguably is probably one of the stronger places to be, especially given that you're surrounded now by GOAT quality on the east. You've got Ake Cyber on the south side and DXavier causing problems, so you're fairly protected in this scenario for Influence Rage. They can hold fast for just a little bit.
Yeah, for Influence Rage at 3 players, it will be okay for now. They are on the outer edge though, so again, that does provide benefits too, though, being able to leave quite quickly should the circle go a little bit haywire later on.
Looking at LGD right now, and they are all the way up that west side. They're crossing that open field you talked about on the west.
Yeah, straight up towards the hilltops on the northwest side. It's probably the ideal place for them to lock in from, because again, with that western rotate, they have little to no information on this circle, and that's something that they need to start doing right now, which is some scouting, figure out the lay of the land, and they can have a rough idea of where players are, but they don't have an exact, which teams like DXavier, Ake Cyber might have a better idea of. Regnum Karya definitely, because they've been around this area for a long, long time.
They have got all 4 players alive as well, which is a nice boon. We're getting replays of DXavier. GOAT quality, a lot of scraps going on. Nepex kind of getting the worst end of the deal here, but no team has lost more than 1 player at the moment, Blank, despite all of those volleys, all of those replays coming on through. South side.
For this stage 4 to come through, 14 seconds away. I think that it could go many different ways here. I think down towards the south would be a really difficult push for a lot of teams because so many areas have already been taken and you don't really want to get caught out on that slope. So I think a lot of teams are quite pleased with this one. Straight over towards the crossroads though, which is going to make some crossings quite difficult as you try and rotate around this map. LGD's got further to go, but there is an opening on the northwest side in terms of buildings. It's just a question of whether LGD's been able to scout them in time. Xavier, I think that they just annihilated Hellion.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Blank. 4 elims in first place now. They've pushed Vietnam up towards the top of the tables as it stands and resolutely maintain the embargo on giving Hellion any points in this tournament so far.
This is a wrap and a half from LGD over towards Leviso.
Get the Grammy for rap album of the year right there.
Yeah, and I mean, Leviso immediately starts moving back over towards that north side. LGD, kind of unfortunate, weren't able to catch him out because that would have made life a lot easier. Here's Zeptimus though.
Well, nice double spray down there. Has got Lord Cedric at his side. Rakesh, who we heard from on stage, now last to stand for NepX, with his teammates getting flushed left and right. 3 players from Black Esports bearing down upon them with the 721 aggressors as well, just over that ridgeline. I don't think that Mukesh gets away from this one without something miraculous, and he has been spotted, will be put down, and that is the end of it. Zeptimus up to 3 elims for Black Esports.
Yeah, Zeptimus has been clear away one of the most effective players on Black Esports.
Agreed.
Even at distance of M4s, but more specifically, even close range with shotguns, he's very, very good at it. Go will find Duello from Reject. That's over on the north side here. They're both clashing against one another. Apollo desperately trying to keep things together, but it's not enough as Reject gets ejected from the north side of the circle by Go.
Reefus backed off this ridgeline. 4MV 2-2 right now, suppressing the ridgeline from the far angle, but they've lost Reefus on this forefront. Spidey rolls over the top. This is dangerous now. Look at those off angles starting to chime in. Yonik, Butcher, both very low. Zjol in the smoke, looking for this res, and the backup moves through. They're playing 3-1 now with a backstop coming through from top for 4MV. Res is in, so they are playing as 4 now. Doc with a nade, only the one in hand, but let's see what he can do with it. Over towards Butcher, tags him for damage.
Yeah, it gets quite a bit off there as well. It's good chip damage, absolutely. That's going to give him a little bit of time to start moving up over towards the broken concrete.
Molotov on the corner.
That is a nice Molotov on the corner as well. Does prevent the peak from the side angles and forces them all the way back, in fact.
Going to fall off. This blue zone is pushing in. It will sweep over a lot of this engagement. It's going to force the 721 aggressors to play to the north side of this compound. Zjol, though, making the most of those moments before the blue zone closes away. Yonik on a cross angle. Nade over the top. Doesn't quite connect fully there. Not getting that knock. But the second one, maybe. Aggressor fades away from it. And over the top, into the roofs. Will not find the damage they're looking for. And I think 4MV may just look to disengage this.
Yeah, Circle's going to get away from this point, so realistically, a disengage would be ideal, and they have pushed the 721 back far enough now that they can effectively start to wrap around because they're not peeking over the ridge side anymore.
Doc wants more.
I mean, I think he's just keeping them at bay, right? That's the idea.
It's dangerous though, and Spidey may be in pursuit. Smells a trap, but sails straight on into it. Beeping the horn as he goes between the two of them. Split the pins there. And bowled on down. Not too sure what he was hoping to achieve there. Maybe didn't think that there were 2 players on the angle. There's damage sent towards the backlines of 4MV, but now there's chiming in shots from Xavier across the way. The 721 aggressors lose their first player in this fight.
That's an excellent readjustment there from 4MV. Very well played. And really shuts down the gameplay there coming through from T. 721. Really good stuff. Doc wants more, though. I think he can take the vehicles. Very bold, though, dude.
Okay. Butcher, happy to pick that one up. The 721 aggressor keep control of their vehicle. I agree. I'm not too sure what Doc was hoping to achieve with that. They've sent 2 players forwards over the top. Goes Butcher for another shutdown onto Reefus. Can the rest of his team help him? No, one is down. Aggressor needs to pick Yonik back up as DXavier are turning their attention this way, but they've slowed down 4MV just the same way that 4MV slowed them down, Blank, which means that perhaps they'll be able to extract some value. Black Esports, by the way, in the midst of all of that, sent straight into the middle. They crashed into a couple of players. Upgrade took one, LGD took another, and it's all now down to Lord Cedric.
Yeah, Aki Cyber underneath. What that was a Doc play.
Hubris.
Like, it honestly made no sense. I mean, me and Max practically at the same time, both just throwing our palms upwards at that play. Nongshim Red Force down to just 1 player. Not a great way to finish out their day, honestly.
Definitely not.
But LGD over towards the southwest side looking very comfortable on that high ground.
4MV closing their day in 11th or lower now as they go out as well. LGD getting a flush over towards DXavier. Doc is giving Regnum Karya a little bit of a run for their money, but he is still against 4. Toshpik takes some damage from the nade. Not the Doc we're used to seeing with the nade, but still plenty effective here for Nongshim Red Force.
To send one over the top of it was Toshpik, who immediately moves out the way.
Good read.
Very quick reactions. Excellent stuff.
The Loxian Wild, nades of their own. Drops smoke on the inside, trying to slow things down. Loxy nade on the bounce, and it's good. Regnum Karya stay as 4. 3 elims, they're chasing the top spots.
Yeah, very clean. Yeah, for Regnum Karya, I think they'd want to finish out the day kind of neck and neck, right up at that first place. I think they've had several good games. Lovely nade from Levi's.
And the last player from the 721 aggressor sits in the shack, a nade on towards it. No, it's just a Molotov. Looking to put that one through the window. We'll be able to close down that entryway. Shots from across the way. That is from RCB. Sorry, from Regnum Karya. They don't have that B in their name anymore. Drop that one. Oh, you remain resolute, though, on this eastern side hold and actually flexing Silas out all the way down south. On the off angle, you can see him there off in the distance. Very split, but behind a ridge, has plenty of cover.
Paragin trying to hold out LGD all on his own.
Is down.
Yeah.
Refrag, though, from Nate in the back lines. Over towards Mau Mau on the off angle, and Leviso can move on in for the challenge and actually go very, very low. Danger abound, and it's LGD to surge forwards with Lings. Now Nate, last player to stand, can't face into it. And LGD able to push in on the west edge. 721 aggressors breathe a small sigh of relief, but not too deeply, because LGD will pick up that mantle, as will Silas, knowing exactly where he's playing.
Yeah, I kind of understand where Levi was going from there, where you want to just try and send in as fast as possible and try and capitalize on just that sense of shock factor. But for LGD, it's a quick turnaround. So they've rotated down towards that south side. I mean, they were playing the hilltop on the west. I respect they've got away from it early. Too many teams sit up there for too long. Silas, the vehicle almost goes up in smoke there.
But he gets ahead of the curve now, and Aggressor goes down immediately. Hops out, bang, bang, job done.
Stop shooting the car.
Beautiful stuff. Scratching the paintwork, mate. Can't be having that. He'll send you the invoice.
He's having not a bad spot. I wonder how this is going to play out, because it does feel like more and more this is pushing away from that northwest side, and Regnum Karya could have a very strong game off the back of this, but we are cutting sightlines in half right now between the road and the northwest, and I think Regnum Karya and LGD is something that's going to have to conclude.
Tarmac rivers running through the center of the circle, splitting up these areas, and through all of this, Blank kind of quietly, Go Quality have got 8 elims out of this match, and they're on the north side, a fairly decent 2-2 split. See if they can continue. Meanwhile, on the south edge, it is LGD, who are now in top spot, looking to try and defend it against Regnum Karya, actually, who are just behind, 8 points behind, in fact, and Malmau spotted by Wild, adding to their point tally.
I think that's the first time I've seen hovercraft and esports on Miramar.
That is true. Where did that come from?
Very nice for getting over Miramar terrain.
They looted over in Puerto Parisa, if you remember, early in the game. They actually flexed all the way out there very, very early. So they've taken this with them the whole time. It's a good luck charm.
Regnum Kai continue to move up over towards that north side. I think they've done their job now. Cutting LGD down to 3 is quite significant. It does make their pushing power back over towards that eastern side where Regnum Kai really want to control much better. Troshpik, though, getting taken out on a very, very long-range spray. There's potential to pick him up, but he is far.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that convincingly no matter what. Well, there is a smoke being launched out there, so a fast deployment on that could potentially be a nice little rescue mission. I didn't expect them to be able to go for it here, but maybe Loxy has the presence he needs to allow Wild on in, and actually, yeah, there's the res.
Yeah, it's the really nice thing about having M79 now in esports mode is that if you want to have quick smokes one after another, because they bloom instantaneously too, no waiting for them to pop.
Silas's position here is on a clock, but right now LGD can't do much whilst it's established. 20 seconds before the zone closes, and he's going to have to start thinking about leaving, but for now, he's providing a lot of safety to the teams over this ridgeline. Lings wants to step forwards, does so, half HP though. And in the meantime, Upgrade are just biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 2 players alive for them, Buzz and Molodoy just over that ridgeline. Regnum Kaya have managed to spot the nade over towards Lings and launch another one over the top. Loxy locks in on his position and will blast him away. Not really going to be able to go for this res. LGD playing as 2. Tian and Afu. Afu goes down first. Tian now last to stand as Regnum Kaya handily deal with this position. Silas on this off angle, so pivotal. Tian in and out of the vehicle, into another one. Maybe he's giving them the fancy feet, giving them the runaround, but it's not going to matter. Where are they getting lit up from, though? Who's that chiming into the fight? I think it's Nick McGalaxy on the west.
Redux finding those shots and Molodoy trying to assist on that one. Buzz was shut down fairly quickly there.
Comes through from Go quality.
Now Valo wanting to send another one over the top. But I think Regnum Kai should be able to get these players back up again. Really good play from Silas, though, on distance, because essentially the only job he had to do there was literally just pass information back and ping out players so they could get efficient grenades over the top and not have to waste too many. Let's see how this plays out on the western side as we get through to stage 8 next, then we close this one down for the day.
I mean, for Nick McGalaxy, they might be 2 players, but they do have 2 options, right? Both sides of the road, the only team to actually be split over it. And it is such an open ground, and now AKE Cyber will be in a command position over this western edge, force all these other teams to fight for their amusement beneath them. But they want the points too, Blank. They're in 8th place right now, within striking distance towards the top of the tables, but Regnum Kai keep racking up these points. Nick McGalaxy lose their south side outpost, and now they're the only team on the south of this road.
This is insane. Regnum Kaya could have a massive jump up here. They've got 12 eliminations this game. It's huge. And also their only team right now on the eastern side who can just blast all these squads trying to exit from Monte Nuevo. This is an excellent opportunity to rack up some massive points and set themselves up crazily well for a smash tomorrow.
They would just love to. It would be top of their list of things to do on Sunday. Crack on, get a smash in.
What do they want to do on a Sunday?
Get a smash in.
That's right.
That's right. They're on 48 points right now. 80 points is the barrier. Currently, the closest is LGD on 50, but the placement points haven't been added for Regnum Kaya yet, because we don't know how many they're going to get. They can get over closer and closer to 80. They're going to have a good time. You can see how evenly split the damage they've been able to do as well is on this roster.
There is a thought here for Regnum Kaya, because they've got 4 players right now. They want to start stealing eliminations, which means they need to get a little bit aggressive on this one. Try and extract as much value as possible, because they know that they've gone very far here. They already find Ida. That's Toshpik picking that one up. That's a potential of 2 elims on that southwest side available to them.
Look at that ridge, though, on the other side of the road. If this fight on this side concludes with Ake Cyber, with GOAT Quality, with RA, they can start to think about going there, but until 2 of those teams have gone down, they just can't make that break. All the while, Regnum Kai are taking shots on the broadside. This is stage 9. It closes central and it closes on the other side of the road now. And you can see there, they're starting to pick up these points. Marth trying to break across, will be spotted by Silas, but not quite shut down there, unfortunately. Not going to be able to land the shot. Silas not going to have that one beat. GOAT Quality making the smoke train march across the open and actually getting to some ridge lines.
They are in nade range, but Silas has to send these nades over
4 nades.
thick and fast. He has a lot in the pocket to make this one happen. But he is getting bombarded himself.
Huge.
Massive. But again, they can't let these eliminations get stolen away from them because Aki Cyber's picking them up from the backside. Admin fights Wild. That's a massive amount of damage done over towards Regnum Karya. Toshpik's down, Wild's down.
Loxy looking for the res. Silas trying to hold his nerve against the push from GOAT Quality and is able to do so. Ephius stuck on the back line here as Aki Cyber really the only team that can have a say. You've got Ephius actually already across, but trying to just stay alive in this corner. The blue zone will push him on out. I think you just go down to the blue zone, try and survive for as long as possible, maybe find a second place, and they will be afforded it. 15 eliminations seen.
Come on, Silas.
Silas won't find a sliver of it. The play zone claims the final blow, but it is RC to be able to find the final chicken dinner on the day. 15 elims, 25 points to close down the day. A massive turn up for them. One step closer to getting that smash.
I'm pretty sure that sits around about 61 points by the end of that, which is a fantastic result going into tomorrow. One big game, and they get to that 80-point threshold, which is massive for them.
Denied the opportunity at a global title by 1 point back in London at PMGC. They're looking to try and go out all guns blazing here at PMGO. Maybe a redemption arc on the cards, as they will close down day 1 in first place. The question is maintenance, or will they get smashed from that top spot?
Again, more on the analysis side of things. I think for Regnum Kai, it was a very good setup into the game. I think that they picked their fights well. I think that's the most important thing about this game, because they knew there was a lot of cover to work around with, but every single fight they took, it was at the right time. I think the only thing I didn't like was the fact that Toshpik left his position just as Mark was starting to cross here. And there's definitely a fair few more eliminations that they could have got.
I mean, you'd rather pick up the chicken dinner, though. As good as points are, they weren't going to be able to get over that 80-point threshold in that match. So just securing those 10 placement points is great news. We're going to head back over to the desk to see what they think about RC and their potential to get that smash tomorrow.
Regnum Karya was so close to being the champions at PMGC. It slipped away from them. They're making sure that doesn't happen here at 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan, because this team is currently showing up.
I'm looking around here, Seven. I don't see no D+ gear to take it away. So they're going to take it. Of course, they're still going to be down to the smash rule heading into tomorrow. But man, Silas missed a worldwide maneuvering around Erangel, maneuvering around Miramar to get 2 chicken dinners, 1 on each battleground. Shut up, you two. Has been just an incredible IGL. And one thing we really need to highlight this game in particular, Niptura, has been those 2-2 aggressive splits to just kind of keep teams at bay. Have really just allowed them to secure that southern side of the road pretty much from the get-go.
What I really love about this and their strategy is this was completely repetitive in a way, right? Because they've done this every single game they can get. They have done this exact same 2-2 split. Go mid, wait, 2-2 split in the middle or in the end of the game, and then just run around looking for all those positions that they want. So it is a really, really nice game that they've played all day today, and it really shows with those 2 wins now.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff from Regnum Karya here. Getting closer to that 80-point barrier too, right, which is going to be very important heading into tomorrow's 6 matches. You know, it's going to be going. Though actually, we did talk a lot about Regnum Karya, how they got themselves this chicken dinner. I want to highlight another team that was very impactful in this game, which is GOAT. the kings of Monte Nuevo. They were just a meat grinder at the end of that game, just waiting for all the teams to be forced in their vicinity and pick up as many points as possible. And because of that, get a ton of smokes that almost could have allowed them to make that cross. But unfortunately, as we saw, the nades of Silas were just too damn good.
Absolutely, and it was looking a little hairy there for Regnum Karya as well, right? Because GOAT, they went down to like one solo at one point. So it was a little bit unfortunate there, you know, a little bit touch and go. But you know what? They came through, and actually, Loxy, I mean, my goodness me, 1,000 damage coming through. Wild as well, 1,100. It's crazy.
One thing I do want to mention, when we were watching that game, Nectura, you were telling me, I don't know about this game because nobody's doing what I'm expecting them to do, Neptura.
I didn't like the game at all, honestly, except for the last bit, except for Regnum. They were doing really well. LGD as well as like Nigma and GOAT. Some of those teams were doing really, really well. But I didn't like anything that the rest of the teams to the north, to the east, and to the south did in terms of their rotations. Because I felt like Regnum, no, not Regnum, Rejects from the north side, just sending straight into the city. Why is everyone obsessed with urban territory? Stop it. It's really annoying me because they had several options, maybe a little bit more risky, maybe a little bit more touch and go, but you know what? You could have split up, you could have used a ridge, it would have been really nice. Nongshim, exact same thing. I think they could have used their terrain a little bit better.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, Max.
Like, the thing is, I can't really fault teams for going to the city. I really can't, because when you look at this terrain, especially Monte Nuevo, it's not like there's an infinite amount of positions you can play around Monte Nuevo. A lot of teams are going to send it there early, just wait for the circle, hope that it goes in their overall direction, then they can try and leave. Unfortunately, because of this, it went south, and everyone's just forced in one direction. City finishes are not easy, and a lot of times you're forced in making that decision.
I mean, I get that, but the city is already so full. I feel like they could have done far more behind a car or in a tiny little dip outside of nade range than actually smashing into a team.
So, like, actually, we're looking at this right now. A lot of the dips were taken. You had T721, you had yourself Teak Xavier, you had upgrades, just a few dips. Regnum Kara were taking love control. Where do you go? If you're a team that's currently around the city, right, and you want to try and leave that spot like Nigma Galaxy, what's your game plan?
Well, for Nigma Galaxy, I actually did like what they did is hold until it was a little bit more open, and then they tried to go for that southern high ground. I did actually like that from them. That was much later in the game. I'm really talking about positioning for that late game in the mid circles.
One thing we're not seeing, though, sadly, for Nigma Galaxy is them here on the first page. Regnum Karya, 25 points. I mean, we heard John Allen and Blank talking about who's possibly going to be able to smash tomorrow with the smash rule coming in. 25 points is going to put them a little bit closer towards that, especially in Sanhok if they decide not to hot drop with, I think it was Teak Xavier at the beginning of the day. Go there with those 18 points. Overall, I'm good. I'm glad seeing some of these teams wake up and some of these teams continuing to be performing. One team on the other side, I have to bring it back again. I'm not happy seeing every single time we go to match ranking, Neptura, it's going to be 4MV.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly. I mean, 0 placement points in this match again. It's odd. I don't know. I mean, it was a nice fight, but then Doc, what is Doc doing, man? What was that car thing? No. You know, I could hear the comms in my head. It was like, okay, we need to go. Are you on foot? Yeah. No, I've got a car. You can't get that car. Yeah, I can. It's fine. Boom.
I had a replay 7 of in my mind going of not 7 of the of 4MB playing, and 4MB having pretty much an instant chicken dinner situation in front of them, and Doc being like, I'm just gonna go do my own thing, and it ends up just kind of crumbling, falling apart instantly off the back of that, and it's a big issue. The synergy just doesn't seem to be there.
That's the biggest factor for me, I feel like, especially that you've been telling me, Max, throughout today. It just feels like the synergy isn't there for that team. They're all doing their own game this time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seems like right now they've found their mojo, they haven't found that kind of synergy. Everyone has just got a lot of confidence going to grid, but here we go, looking at the overall ranking.
61
points for Regnum Karya. 19. The math is not mathing. 19 points away from being eligible for a smash.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's basically doable in 2 games. I mean, if they have another big match like this and get another 25 points, then they're eligible for that smash rule in 1 game.
Actually, one thing that's very interesting, right? Compared to LGD, compared to Go, compared to Xavier, that are actually relatively close to reaching 80 points. They haven't showed us they can get the chicken dinner. Let's not forget how important a chicken dinner is in the Smash rule system, right? And Red and Karia have done it on two of the most important maps that we will be seeing again tomorrow.
They just need 19 points. First game, Sanhok get 19 points. We could have, in theory, right, a champion going into the second game tomorrow. If that happens, we can just sit here and speculate. Let me just enjoy myself, okay? I like putting those situations out there. And here for the second pitch, I mean, for this team, they have to be a little bit worried. One team that I'm going to be mentioning right at the top, Enigma Galaxy, was not expecting to see them here.
I wasn't either, you know? I don't feel like the overall rankings actually reflect how they've done today. Yes, it's been very, very quiet from them, but I actually really love how they've positioned themselves in day one. Not necessarily in the leaderboards, but as a team, they have been consistently in that top 7, top 6, top 5. They are consistently wanting to go for those survival points, those placement points, but they're not hesitant, they're not scared, they're just keeping it cool, keeping it chill. And then tomorrow, I can see that they're setting it up for a big day tomorrow.
I would have to disagree with that. Consistently, but they're currently in 9th place. Like, they have to go back to the drawing board.
But you got to think about 2 days. You can't just think about 1 day. It's 12 matches, not 6.
For me, 1 win is similar to Ica when we saw the prelims. Like, get that 1 win, and we didn't see much of that. Like, sure, consistent when you get a few eliminations here and there, like, sure, of course. But let's not forget, you got to reach the 80 points, and as of right now, they're really far away from reaching the 80 points. If you just double their points, they wouldn't even get there, realistically.
That's true, yeah.
So you got to keep in mind that that 80-point limit is so damn important for this format.
Well, for everybody wondering what the Smash rule is, in case you were tuning in after the intro, this is exactly what it is. The first team or any team that reaches 80 points and wins the next map will become the next champion. Just hit 80 points, chicken dinner, be champion. Seems pretty straightforward. And if for some reason nobody ends up doing that by the 12th match, then it's going to be the team with the most points.
And actually, I'm kind of imagining this scenario. It's kind of weird, it's kind of funny. If Random Karia get a win in the first game, they get 80 points, and then they just get no win for the rest of the day and get overtaken last minute. That hurts. I don't know, that's like the worst case scenario, and I just imagined it in my head, like, oh, that would suck.
Oh, no.
That would be a repeat of PMGC.
And now you've said it. You've spoken it into reality. Oh my god, this guy does not learn at all.
Get closer.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh no.
Get closer. Yeah, sorry.
Can't say that! Okay,
sorry. I was told, please smack it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Turkish fans.
That one was for you, Forby.
Yeah, Turkish fans.
Since when is violence okay?
It's not. It was a love tap.
It's okay in game, not in real life. What is this about? Actually, 4MV, you saw that? Do more of that, please. You know, that would be great. Thank you.
As we're going to be going for the MVP of the day.
Oh, wow.
Gold quality, 11 eliminations. One player, too, that also had 11 eliminations I saw at one point was Mark.
Yeah, which is surprising because the only time we ever saw Mark was when he was either missing or getting knocked.
Oh, it was the
first game.
Slow down.
Nah, I haven't forgotten.
I thought I was top 6.
Mark, don't come for me. Please, I love you.
You're hitting me, talking smack about my boy Mark.
What can I say? I've learned from the best.
Who?
You both.
Oh, makes sense.
Okay,
I get that.
It's a compliment.
Thank you.
We promise. But look at the breakdown here of what happened today. 11 villains. Something interesting though, there on the 3rd and 4th match was the amount of villains for those winners below 10. That was actually surprising for me.
Actually, when you look at a lot of the teams that are on top of the leaderboard, except for, of course, Rebecca and Karia and how they played so far, it is actually relatively close. It's not as top-heavy as we had in the Uzbekistan finals, as we had in the prelims. To make it to the main event is actually pretty damn stacked, meaning that tomorrow, a team outside of Rebecca and Karia could very easily just get a really hot start, overtake Rebecca and Karia, and be the first team to contend for the Smash rule in the system. So there's so many parts of the equation to take into account, and I feel like tomorrow, really, it's still anybody's game, except for maybe the teams at the very bottom, which are really going to struggle to reach that 80-point limit.
Yeah.
This is why I want to just I want a team to just come in and do that tomorrow. Get some wins, get away. Natura just goes like,
come over here.
Get those 80 points and get that win after get those 80 points. By the way, for everybody currently watching, we're not done yet. Yesterday, in case you didn't get a chance to see it, we did the Solo Masters. We're past the first stage. Today, we'll be crowning a champion for the Solo Masters, so make sure you stay with us because we will be, don't worry about it, all right? We'll be crowning a champion for Solo Masters. And if I remember on the top of my head who was the champion previously, it was Nomi. So we'll see if Nomi's not here to defend his title, sadly. But we'll see who's going to end up being the champion for Solo Masters. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back shortly after this break. Solo Masters. Here we come. There can only be one Solo Master, but bring it. We'll find out who's gonna be in the chat. I know. Sure. The song, how does like hype and stuff. I'm all for it, but you know what? let's remind everybody what these players are going to be fighting for in the Solo Masters. None other than a prize pool of $10,000.
Money!
Money.
We like it.
I love
Buy
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't buy yours.
Because
if you could see the smirk this man has on his face. But don't forget, first place will end up getting 2,500, second place 1,500, and even 9th to 16th, they'll still get something there, but it's going to be coming down to that first place. And the bragging rights, too, because you gotta brag about this, too. These are the players that have been participating. Obviously, the ones that are currently lit up are the ones that are still within the tournament. The ones that are not have sadly lost their games yesterday.
Yeah. And of course, Ramses from no, Upgrade.
From where?
Yeah, from Upgrade.
Upgrade.
No,
Just
we could have done it.
Just to
Yes.
make sure, from
yeah.
Upgrade. Marth, Force, Butcher, Ozzy, Diego, Loxy, and Bluken. And actually, off the back of today's games, Loxy must be feeling pretty damn good. He's feeling hot after those matches. So if there's anyone you might want to support purely based off of the results of today, Loxy could be a pretty decent pick.
Fun fact, actually, I got to talk to Loxy at the beginning of the day, and I was like, man, why were you so bad at the beginning? He's like, I just had to get used to it. Okay, that guy was coming out hot. They were already playing. Just give me some time. And boy, oh boy, did he make a comeback.
He got to the logs. And then he was like, oh, let's go. And then it worked out. But then Loxy seemed to do pretty good. Here are our matchups for today. We're going to have Loxy versus Ramses, Force versus Bluken, Ozzy versus Butcher, and Diego versus Mark.
Yes, indeed. There are going to be some really nice bits and pieces of action coming through here. I'm excited to get started with them.
Me too. Which one are you going to be looking forward to the most? Is he still playing?
From which team?
I think so.
Wait, which team? Which team?
It's a joke. I know he's still playing.
Okay, all right.
It's definitely from Ake, right?
Yeah,
it's
definitely from
Upgrade.
Ake.
It's from Upgrade.
Yes. Yes. Why not? But I think, okay, you know what? Talking about Ramses, talking about Upgrade, besides that joke, who do you think is going to end up winning that match?
Well, we got Ramses versus Loxy. I mean, I think you make a very good point, though, Seven, is that Loxy is coming off of a very big high right now. So
I did say that.
I kind of want to say
yeah.
that it is Loxy.
Definitely, I didn't definitely
Why
not
are
say
we
that.
mocking me again? I feel like I said something
that
wrong.
said it. It was me, and then on the match too.
I said
it was
Seven.
me.
I know, it was actually him.
He's trolling, he's playing. And you're falling for it. That's the worst part.
Always.
Okay? We know what you
Is
beat
it the
me
worst
up, so you
part?
deserve it.
Fair, you know what?
No, Loxy versus Ramses.
Yeah.
I feel like Loxy is the pick that makes the most amount of sense. So I'm personally going to be going that direction. And for the other match, we're going to have Force versus Bluken. And actually, with how LGD played, I do want to go and support Bluken. So those will be my two picks.
Nice, very good. What about you, Seven?
You're funny. Who do you have for Force and Bluken?
Wow. Force.
Oh.
I'm going to go the opposite of Mr. Maxman over here.
Not from Upgrade. Yeah.
Well,
Not from Upgrade, from Ake.
well, if it makes you feel better, Force is the first one to strike as we go over to Loxy and Ramses as well. These players are going to be playing it slow. And remember, this is something that we saw Loxy being able to do yesterday as well. He decided to play passive, get a bit of a lead when he ended up getting the lead and just fully back up to his spot.
Yeah, and he wasn't playing at all yesterday, by the way, when it came to the actual main tournament.
Yeah.
Not playing
before the match.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit cold going through it. Could feel good getting 2 minutes. Maybe win the whole thing. That would be a massive, massive dub.
That would be huge.
For the Turkish player. And if you can make it happen.
I love how Loxy and Ramses are just 0-0 right now. We're a minute in and they ain't done a thing. They're like, no, you don't.
Look at Ramses.
No, you don't.
Ramses is shooting.
No, you don't.
Meanwhile, Loxy's like, you're cute. I'm not even moving, but let's go over to Force because Force is going to be going up against... Oh, Bluken with the movement right there. Gave me some flashbacks to PMGC for a second. It wasn't him. It was somebody else. Noble.
Yeah, it was like... What?
It was Noble.
Noble.
The movement. You remember the
But
movement?
hey,
The
he
movement
got
was
inspired.
insane.
He's a fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went back to watch it.
Hey.
Loxy and Ramses, I think, are just trying to watch the other game of Force versus Bluken. He's like, this match is so entertaining. Let's pause for like 9 minutes. And then on the last minute, they will start fighting. They're really not... Okay, finally, one player, Ramses, is going to be moving.
Yeah, he's been moving for a hot minute, but they ain't done nothing. Fourth one had 3-1, so that's looking pretty nice indeed. Oh, almost getting onto Luxy there, half health, but that's where the stun grenade's going to come on in, Max.
I mean, that's cool. At least if we get one elimination, there shouldn't be a tie, hopefully.
Yeah.
At least something will be happening. They'll have a reason to go and push and engage each other. Oh, nice nade damage. There's a little more tick work onto Loxy. Might take a few less bullets to get that elim. Oh man, Loxy taking an absolute beating down to the 3rd HP. Go back behind those concrete blocks. Not going to be able to get himself that tier 3 vest just yet, but Ramsey is here chasing him down and he takes a severe beating to in return.
I kind of like what Force and Bluefin are doing, though, 4-2, but it seems very evenly matched, right? Just because Force is ahead right now doesn't mean Bluefin can't get some nasty shots over on Force.
Oh, Loxy! You're going to get pushed, man. You better run. You better get the hell out of here because you can start regenning up to 100% HP. He has a good idea. Oh, no, actually, Ramsey does not know where he left, and there you go. He's back to 100% HP, and he saw him finally try and sneak behind that crate. That's quite unfortunate, but Loxy doesn't go out and gets that tier 3 vest. That is a big win for him.
I don't know how he managed that, Max. That's insane. He was tap dancing on them toes trying to get out of there, and it worked. It seemed to work.
Neighborhood Warriors. Ramsey's picked up the M249.
I don't miss, I don't play none.
Not street
I
legal.
don't diss, I don't say none.
Got to stick to the M4. I mean, we actually talked about secondaries being pretty important yesterday right now. And here Loxy does have himself the... I thought it was a small before secondary. Does have a handgun.
Yeah. The one that goes...
We saw a bit of a difference in strategy in regards to that yesterday, right? I can't remember. I think it was Redox from Nick Galaxy. Didn't end up working out for him, but he was using the shotgun. He would try to just go in between the both. Hit him with the shotgun first, super low, and then being able to push him. Yep. I'm enjoying this different strategies here.
Yeah. Little depth. Gameplay strats. There you go, another elimination from struggling a little bit versus Force from I guess Cyber, and realistically, with the amount of time left, still could initiate a comeback, but if Force is able to just keep creating an even bigger lead, which he is currently doing, that's an extra point to his name, that is going to be putting Bluefin in a very tight situation.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch as the last few minutes count down because, I mean, Force is just kind of running away with it now. I mean, you can see that the gap was not very big, but I just feel like Bluefin is definitely trying. I'm not going to say he's not trying here or that he's struggling, because he's definitely putting that work in. It just seems like when it comes to that last shot, it is all on Force to get it. So, not sure what needs to change here for Bluefin, but something does.
I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention to how Bluefin is moving, because I'm not seeing very, 10,000 IQ movements. I'm seeing very, typical movements that I would do, which is not a compliment. Unfortunately, there's not. You see he's just peeking, trying to go backward. Rough. It is quite simple in nature, which allows then Force to just abuse the hell out of his position and his movement and just get himself easy elimination. Once more, it just becomes very predictable.
Weird.
And Force now 6 points ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think Bluefin just isn't quite sure how to play against Force like this.
Stiff.
It's a bit stiff, yeah. It's a bit like I play, you know?
Still 0-0, by the way.
0-0 is insane.
I stopped paying attention to the left side because nothing was really happening. They took so many shots at each other, and yet nothing happened. Actually, tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest for Ramsey stats.
Yeah.
He's going to be a tanky boy.
The thing is that, if I'm not mistaken, Loxy is currently on Ramsey's spawn. So, by him doing that, by Loxy being able to move over there, now pretty much Ramsey has had all the time available to go pick up that level 3 vest, to go pick up that level 3 helmet. And they're truly, I feel like, as much as we might not like this strategy, they're truly waiting to see until the last moment and make a go for it. They're both might be a little bit scared to engage because of what's at stake, right? It is a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. You are right. It's a heck of a lot of money, and I could see why maybe Ramses and Loxy are like, no mine, no mine, no you, and it's just it ends up being this 0-0. But 3.5 minutes rather, is an insane amount of time to have 0-0. That's crazy.
What happens again if we end 0-0?
It will go to the tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. It will end up being another match, but it's whoever ends up getting the first elimination.
But what if they stay like this for
this point?
Yeah.
You know
it's
what?
Not anything.
Like, if we go to the tiebreaker, are they just going to stop moving for like 2 hours and a half or something? Like,
yeah. We might be here a while, boys.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Loxy, Ramses, we're not entertained right now.
Not entertained.
Definitely not. We're going to have 8-point lead created for Force versus Bluken. Nice little angle through the window to be created. Bluken, though, able to close that gap, able to make his way around in the entrance of the warehouse position. Force, though, going really low when it comes to the ammo count in that magazine. Able to make himself over the cylinder blocks, and he's able to actually get that tier 3 helmet. That's massive.
Ramsey's starting to make a push.
Is making the push forward, and will be getting eliminated. Force gets an extra point.
Ramsey's now starting to make the push here towards Loxy. Loxy still holding that angle. Remember, they ended up using all the grenades earlier on, so nothing's going to end up happening here. I think they're starting to feel the pressure of that time. When we're talking about it, they're starting to feel themselves out. Ramsey trying to get the angle. Ramsey being the aggressor. I appreciate this out of him, but Loxy making sure that he doesn't end up giving an angle. Meanwhile, you have Force on the other side with a 10-point lead. I mean, at this point, something to keep in mind, too, is that Loxy, even though he does have a level 3 vest, it's not currently at full. From what we were able to see earlier from Ramses, those level 3 vests, the level 3 helmet, that was at full. There you go. Loxy's going to be making a push for it. Ramses making the push. He's hunting him down. He knows that he was able to tag him, but remember, you don't want to wait too long because they will end up regenerating health right here, and that's exactly what happens. Loxy goes back to full heal. Ramses picking it out, trying to go for the push. He's able to get some shots there. He ends up, missing by a tiny bit, and they're just playing cat and mouse here with us.
Oh, yes! Oh, we got the first elimination.
With a minute 23 to go, we get the first elimination between Loxy and Ramses. And now the problem is for Loxy is that he's only got so little time to actually get it back. Oh, hang on.
Is that street legal? Oh,
I mean, it's a spawn, right?
I don't know. That we saw an M249 being used earlier. I was like, not too sure about that one. But anyways, Regnum Karya, Loxy now has to push. He's going to stop running away. So actually, we are going to be seeing some Loxy action right now.
Go on.
Oh, but no,
That's a good nade. That's a good nade. Oh, and he dodges it.
He's using his own spell against him. He's trying to run around the Rosie by as much time as possible. He's just playing hide and seek right now.
Yes.
46
it's Solo
seconds.
Master Tournament, not hide and seek, guys. Oh, he's on top of the roof. No escape here, Ramses. You have to take the fight. You have to take the encounter. Already a little bit of damage taken, down to 2/3 HP. But will we see Loxy jumping on down? Because currently he's holding on to that rooftop position.
Now 30 seconds. They know exactly where they are. The other game. There you go. Loxy's going to be making a push for it. Loxy's able to tie it up and shoot the boxes. Calm down, everybody. You guys just got 2 eliminations in 10 minutes.
Oh, 20 seconds left, though. Like, we need to see an extra elimination now. Otherwise, as you said here, Seven, we will be heading on over to another match for the tiebreaker. Onto the right side, though, 22-6 is not even close. Force, congratulations. You'll be moving on to the next stage. But now 5 seconds left, and they're way too far away from each other. I believe it is going to be a tie. It will be a 1-to-1 point game between Ramses and Loxy.
My goodness me, what on earth was the last 10 minutes all about? That was slightly odd and slightly crazy, but you know what? Tiebreaker it is.
I've never seen so many people get excited for 1 elimination. That's great. I wasn't sure if it was because it was an elimination from Ramses or it was finally an elimination coming through.
It was the suspense just building up between these two players. And I mean, Loxy, I feel like he was the most passive player there, especially towards the end. Ramses was the one pushing the action. He even decided to go towards his spawn and then realized, you know what, maybe I should back up, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah. So now I'm imagining how the hell is this tiebreaker going to go? Because are we going to have the same situation where they're going to take 10 billion years to even just move on to the centimeter? Like that could be happening. Or otherwise, they might actually just rush it, say, okay, it's a coin toss.
Yeah.
He's going to be getting it and moving on forward. Oh, he's not
happy with it.
I got camped on the roof. It was horrible. I hated it.
I was camping too, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, kind of that was just the battle of who can hide the best, honestly. I mean, it is what it is. We are going to see a rematch coming in here pretty soon, either before or after the next matches come on through. We'll see how that goes, but for now, we're looking at these players and Lucan, man.
I mean, right now, that means actually one of our 3 Uzbekistan players have made it through, which is Force. Chances are Ramses can still make it through, so that will be 2. And we do have a match then later on of Aussie from Turkey versus Butcher. We could have 3 out of 4 players in the semis actually being from Uzbekistan, which would be big for the solo Masters tournament.
That would absolutely be the case. I mean, it's more representation than we're seeing from any of the other players here, right? Because you do have Diego coming up here who's Brazilian. You've got Marth in there as well from R8. And so, yeah, you are looking at probably several opportunities for actually Uzbekistan to come out on top here.
So for everybody wondering what's going to happen there between that match between Loxy and Ramses, we are going to have that rematch where we'll set up another match. It is going to be the first one to get an elimination, which is going to be interesting because these players did go, what was it, almost 7 minutes without one elimination. Will they possibly be a little bit more aggressive? I don't think Loxy is going to be the aggressor one. I think if there's anybody that's going to be a bit of an aggressive one, it's going to be Ramses from Upgrade, because he was pushing the action, and he does have a bit of a pressure here from his home crowd as they are truly waiting. As soon as he got that elimination, the first one, everybody that's still here in the crowd went absolutely nuts.
I think we're going to see a similar thing to what we witnessed in PMGC 2024 Grand Finals, where we had Nomi Rush versus Noble in that final tiebreaker, and it ended in, what was it, 10 seconds?
Switch it up.
We knew the champion. So I think here's just going to be, okay, gentleman's agreement, let's just rush to the center, shoot, and whoever gets the first elimination, she will play, move forward. I would prefer that too, because I don't want to be here until like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Please, let's get it going.
The thing is, they've proven that they can absolutely make it go until 5 a.m.
Which is not a good thing.
That's what scares me.
Yeah,
it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. It is sometimes, but not right now. It's not going to work for this game. It's not going to work for this match as we head on over.
I never saw the country, but the money comes with Sweden. I meet them, then I leave them. I wake up with my demons. I never
We're going in shot
my inner
keep you locked out.
Yeah, that was
blank.
That was me trying to be like.
Looking at the trophy that somebody's going to be lifting tomorrow when we end up declaring the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025 champion. I'm excited for that one. Didn't see it earlier. Once this Solo Masters is done, make sure you go back and rewatch, because we had some exciting matches, and you'll get a little bit more context on what's going to end up happening tomorrow and who will be the champion, because my goodness, the way that Raymond Karia was able to finish that, couldn't ask for anything better. But I'm hearing that this match is ready. Let's see if we are gonna get a standstill between these two players, or if somebody, possibly, could it be Ramses, could it be Loxy, who is gonna be making the push, and both of them are actually going for the push. They want to get this over and done with. Ramses is going to be able to spot Loxy right there. Loxy is going to be cooking a grenade. He's trying to see if he can maybe get him. Both of them at least moving a little bit, trying to find those angles, trying to see who's going to be moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Those nades were cooking. They're not anymore, though. They've decided against doing that. Maybe Ramses is looking at switching in between. Also got the holographic, which is a continuation of what we were saying yesterday.
Yeah. Let's also keep in mind the nade, right? That could be very important if you get information and you just want to try and get it. Oh, Loxy's going to be cooking his own nade. You getting through the window? That could be massive.
I don't think Loxy knows exactly where he's currently at. He might have an idea, but for a second there, Ramsey was almost able to surprise him. One thing, though, that they are currently doing is they are shooting just to give out their location. Ramsey is now starting to make the push, trying to get him with the grenade. Wasn't able to. They both have used up both of their grenades. They are going to have those flashbangs nearby. They have switched positions. Could it be Ramsey? Could it be Loxy? All it takes is just one shot, and keeping aware of where that enemy is at.
Definitely not the gentleman's agreement. I would expect it.
Yeah.
Way slow. The two nades already used up on both sides. The flashbangs still available if you want to try and use them. Make a little bit of a sneaky play with it. Blind your opponent. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ready down. Definitely taken there. Sweet time. As Loxy here. That little bit of elevation could be given a little bit of an advantage to gather information with a third-person perspective. But as of right now, up. Oh, Ramses with the orb. One tap, and it could be done. One bullet could be enough.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys just know this TDM map just so well, don't they? They know all the angles. They know everything that is there to be known. Oh, not quite gonna get that shot off there. He's waiting for the right time, but nope. I mean, what I do like is that at least they're like shooting and trying to be, you know, aware of each other and not just like, you don't see.
It's like a tennis match.
Yeah. Oh! Takes the shot. Not gonna happen though.
4 more left.
4 more left.
4 more in the chamber. And
yeah,
gets up. Ramses loves getting that tier 3 loot. The vest, the helmet, if he can get it, he will bloody take it.
I mean, when it's only, you know, first match is the first point is the winner. I mean, you got to get all the protection you can get.
Do we not have increased mag capacity.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess not.
I thought okay, not even on Ramses. I thought we had it. Okay, cool.
Do they have anything on the AR?
Maybe
Well, they have holographic, but
maybe it's just a naked AR. I'm not sure.
yeah, maybe.
Okay, here Loxy. That could be one big headshot. Peeking over that rail is a little risky for Loxy.
3 bullets left. 2 bullets left there with the arm. He's really wanting to go for it. Sitting in a bit of a pressure. He's going to be just one. Oh,
Did he get more ammo? Did the weapon respawn in the middle of the map? I think it did.
I think he might have been able to get more ammo.
That's crazy. That's insane. I love how Loxy was counting those bullets, right? Yeah, he did. He was counting those bullets, and then he knew it was safe to peek. But what he doesn't know is that Ramses has indeed restocked on that ammo.
If he gets in close range, don't forget the Orm, also known as the best shotgun in the world. If you hit the shot, which is not always super easy with that blue shot. Can be a little bit complicated. Man, the audience now supporting Ramses. I don't know if they're supporting him or saying, do something!
Get on with it! We gotta go home, man. Been a long day, but no. Okay, now Loxy's just looking in complete opposite position, and we're gonna be here for a little while longer. 4.5 minutes.
What if we get to the whole 10 minutes?
Let me find out for you.
Thank you. Do it.
Is that even like? Did we ever expect this to happen? What is going on? Okay, I think he's starting to shoot a little bit because he's expecting a respawn to be pretty soon for the Orm. At least that's what I'm expecting.
I would assume so.
The game plan for Ramses. Loxy, just with a pistol, dropping on over. Flashbang. Ooh, blind the Orm player. Nope.
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 Wants to punch him. Nope. Wants to use the M4.
Can I punch them both into action?
May I interest you in a push? Maybe just a little push?
Yes.
Maybe a little...
Ramses with the shot with the arm. He was teasing it this whole time. All he needed was just a tiny little sliver of being able to just see the player Loxy. Wow.
And
one shot, one elimination, and that's all that matters in that tiebreaker.
Absolutely. You could see it on his face as well as the crowd cheers his name. He knows he did an awesome thing there. Well deserved. He's going forward.
Yep, nicely done. That means 2 currently out of our total 4 players will be so far from Uzbekistan. Maybe a third in Butcher if he's able to make it through his match versus Aussie.
Yeah.
But man, this Solo Master PMGO tournament is just heavily skewed, in a good way.
In a good
for the
way.
Uzbekistan
In a good way.
players so far. So that was fun.
Yep.
Please
Don't
let's
do
see
it
more
again.
shooting. No, not again.
Not
Bad.
again.
I don't want
Bad.
to see that standoff. I would like to see more snipers, though.
I wouldn't mind that.
That was nice.
That I wouldn't mind.
He was setting up that shot that whole time, too. And the awareness to just be like, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to start teasing him. Maybe make him think that I'm going to run out of ammo and then go restock the ammo. Worked out perfect.
To be honest, Loxy was playing with fire the entire time. He was just peeking against an Orm. You don't bay an Orm. It might work out 90% of the time. That one shot is all you need, and it's just instant elimination.
I'm going to say it. Congratulations, Ramsey. You deserved that one.
Well
Loxy
done.
just didn't want to leave. I felt like that was the most passive player that I've seen in a very long time. Sometimes it works, but he just didn't want to push the action. At least Ramsey was pushing that action. He wasn't making us go to sleep. He was trying to find those angles, and I'm all for that. So, thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Agree?
What you said. Yeah, I agree.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's really good.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see the replay of that elimination of that one shot because this was something right here. You were talking about.
And it's
peeking with the pistol, too, is what he was doing. Over and over again. And the thing is that he didn't want to end up moving. He ended up setting up the shot, and right there,
boom!
Wow. That's all it took. Ramses, one shot, one elimination. Send him out of here, and he's going to be moving on to the next stage. And going to the next stage, I'll be excited to see who's going to be fighting. Because honestly, I know we saw them earlier, but after that snooze fest that we just saw, I totally forgot. So for the next one, it's going to be none other than Aussie, Butcher, and Diego versus Marth. Diego did dominate yesterday.
It's funny how he's here now.
Diego dominated yesterday. Who do you think is going to win?
He dominated today in the other game.
Look at the switch
I'm
up.
just saying.
Look at the switch
No, I
up.
said Diego. I said Diego.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
No, you said that Marth was like,
No, I know,
How could he end up with 11 eliminations if he was so bad, missing shots here and there?
That's not what I said.
I remember.
He's twisting my words just a little bit.
What?
He is twisting them.
But do you have Diego or Marth?
Marth, personally.
Okay.
And Butcher also for the other match also. Because I want to see 3 Uzbekistan players out of 4 for the semis.
Oh,
Okay.
We've got
Well, you know
one
what?
match.
You want to see what Butcher's going to happen? The 7-1. Aussie from Black Esports. Let's see who's going to end up winning this one.
We talk a lot in the
Butcher.
show about how the rotations of Black Esport are so good.
Yeah.
You know, rotations in this mode. I
No
mean, I guess moving is
rotation.
technically a rotation, but no.
Technically,
no
but
big
not
macro
quite
moves.
what
It's
we're
going to be only
expecting,
individual
yeah.
play.
There's some rotations. You can end up rotating for that level 3. I feel like that possibly could have ended up helping some of the
That's
players
true.
in previous matches.
That's true. It's true. You could also rotate to the lobby if you're not going to do the things that you need to do, as we see Force and Butcher MVP going head-to-head against Diego and then Marth as well. I don't know. I feel like both Diego and Marth could do something. They're both on that MVP list at the end of the day right after those 6 matches. So I feel like it's fairly evenly paced here.
Yeah, I mean, Diego in his matchup beat Ego, actually, from GOAT, which has been a quite impactful player for his squad going into the actual main tournament of and also prelims for the 2025 PMGO, so he could definitely come out swinging in this match.
I will say that Butcher also has the now. He's seen his fellow Uzbek player, and he has gone, good idea.
Ooh, damn.
Not going to happen, though. Butcher going on down there. 1-2 on both sides, Max.
I think the best plan here is to just use the Orm as a shotgun. If you're actually pushing the entire time.
Jump shot, jump headshot.
Okay, jump shot, it really makes the bloom just so unpredictable. Maybe I would not recommend
Not
a
in
jump
my
shot, but it does look extra cool when you hit that
Does look
shot.
extra cool, you know.
Do you get extra points if you...
You get extra brownie points.
I don't really care about those.
Oh,
So
some people might.
That's the issue. Looking at this, though, we do have Diego. Then with the holographic scope on the M4, going for some pretty big shots over the ridge. But going full screen here for Aussie and Butcher. 1-2 point lead currently in favor of Butcher. Gonna push himself forward for the Uzbekistan region here in PMGO Master Tournament. Big spray down, Aussie extremely damn low. Big jump shot and able to get it with the Scorpion. Butcher getting now his 3rd point of the game.
Very nicely done indeed, and we like the action that we're seeing here, right, Max? We're seeing some things actually happening.
Whoa!
Oh, let's go.
Disgusting.
Let's go, indeed. Butcher showing that he isn't the only one that's handy with an Nicely done there, and Aussie's like, oi, that's not very nice of you. I'm going to get you back for that. 1-4.
I don't think he says oi. When
Oi?
you get
I
shot
say
with an Orm.
oi.
I think he
Oi,
says,
mate.
oh, and then he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he does it again! What? He does it again, and it is short range, right? He's moving, he's dodging and weaving, and he's still hitting those shots.
Ooh, Marth.
Again,
getting a bit of a lead there.
He
3
is.
eliminations over Diego. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to be a little bit lower, but right now Diego doesn't. I mean,
Oh!
I was gonna say Marth doesn't have a vest, but wow, the sculpts that we're getting.
Doesn't actually get a headshot.
Nasty. Oh my goodness,
Holy
Butcher.
moly, man.
Somebody stop him.
Put this man somewhere where he can't touch an because my goodness me, he is a master. A master with it, and Aussie is not appreciative of that, so he's being a lot more careful, I feel like, especially now that Butcher is only having a Scorpion as well.
Butcher is also staying there a little bit closer towards the middle in case that does respawn. He wanted to go for it, and guess what? It has respawn. If I'm not mistaken, Butcher is going to end up getting that elimination. Is he going to go back for that gun in the middle? Nope. He's like, you know what? I'm going to stick with the M4 for now. I got a plenty of a lead here. Let's see if we can make it, if we can maintain it, or if we can even make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, can play it safe. Play with a double M4. Definitely one of the most consistent strats we've witnessed so far in the Master Solo Tournament. They're able to head on over to the Scorpion, which I believe it was. Yep, Butcher, big pre-fire around that crate. But yeah, so far, I gotta say, the Uzbek players and the Orm, a better love story than Twilight. It's been pretty damn fantastic so far.
I'll have to take your word for it. I've never seen Twilight.
Yeah, trust me. This is peak content.
Okay, excellent. I mean, I could already tell that.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, I could already get that.
Making fun of how-
No, I wasn't making
fun of you this whole time, but you know what? Diego is currently trying to catch up Marth with that 4 elimination lead. And if we go to the other one, Aussie, I mean, Aussie trying to do something here, but Butcher's just taking full advantage of him with a 9 elimination lead.
We're going to have 3 Uzbek players in the semis. That is madness right now. We're going to have Ramses, we're going to have Force, and to join him last, it's going to be Butcher. Madness from those 3 specific players. On to the right side, 5 minutes left actually for the 2 matches currently unfolding. But no, the lead onto the left side. I think Butcher versus Ozzy, we're done with that matchup. Right side, though, that lead has been created by Marth, can still very easily be caught up by the man himself of Diego.
Yes, indeed. And Diego, we've seen him do several things in and out of this mode. So it would be nice
Several things. Such as?
Some nice shots over on the Erangels that we saw earlier.
Oh.
And the Miramars that we saw earlier.
And the Sanhok, just every map.
And the Sanhok we saw earlier, yeah.
And the Vikendi and the Ron.
The 6 matches we saw earlier.
The 6 matches, yeah, all 6 matches. He was doing some pretty cool things. So, you know what?
But Warehouse.
But Warehouse. Oh. It's very different, isn't it? It's a whole nother can of worms. And Marth at the moment is the one who's picking up the most fish. Can of worms. Tell me that works, please. Nope. Somebody in chat tell me that works.
Technically.
Technically?
But I didn't like it.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to go fishing.
Nah.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Butcher, like fishing fish in a barrel, I guess. Right now gets eliminated by Ozzy. Ozzy just still clinging on to hope. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock before we do wrap it up.
Ozzy has to push the action here. Yeah. I think if I am Butcher, I'm just going to go with the Loxy strat. Stay in your spawn. Make sure you don't move. Or if you do end up moving around, make sure you don't let them get in eliminations. And right now, Butcher, he doesn't care. He's not about that. He's like, I'm going to push a little bit further, and he's going to get the M249.
Ooh. Okay, that's a bit different from the Orm. Doesn't quite work the same way, but
not exactly one tap, is it?
If your movement is on point, your opponent might run out of ammo for that clip
nade.
on the M4. It could actually be a really impactful weapon here. That nade able to bounce on over, able to do some work, and actually Butcher does follow it up with a few shots and gets himself an extra point. 13 points on the board. The tally is so much higher for Butcher than it is for his opponent. So yeah, again, that left side match for me, it's done and dusted. But actually a lead has been created that's even larger in favor of Marth. He's kind of looking to make his way to the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, 5-10, it is still playable for Diego, right? It's all hope is not lost just yet, but now Marth is doing the strat that we saw in the last game of just kind of sitting up there on the roof and kind of just dodging and weaving either side.
It didn't work on that Sanhok game, but might work out here. So, there you go. Marth able to get himself on top of that crate, get himself a tier 3 helmet, and going super. Whoa! Okay, I thought that was going to be in the bag, but unfortunately, no, it will not be the case. And Diego able to get himself a sixth elimination of the game. But things are, again, pretty damn close. 2 minutes on the board. We are getting to that point where that lead is going to be hard to come back from. So Diego needs to be, again, hyper damn aggressive.
Oh, and Diego right there. Oh, no. The elimination that he needed to hopefully start some momentum towards his side, it doesn't end up going his way. And for Ozzy and Butcher, honestly, with 1 minute and 40 seconds, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the lead is just too much. Even with the timing, the other player might just, even if he ends up getting a little bit closer, the other player is just going to be like, you know what, you're the one that has to push the action. Right now, I feel like Butcher is giving him a bit of a chance. And to be fair, Ozzy is starting to push the action a little bit more. But Diego, currently 7-12. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, he has to push it more. And talking about a player that's currently just holding and waiting for the angles, that's exactly what Marth is doing. And at this point, I'm not against it. You got the lead, you went for it, you were aggressive at one point, and now you have the comfort to actually sit back.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with 1 minute to go, right? You don't want to risk an upward trajectory coming through from your opponent, because it is very easy that once you get one, you start bringing it all back, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, that gap anyway. So, yeah, I think they're in the right here. I think they're in the right to actually just, like, chill and wait and do something, and 40 seconds on the clock, 5:16. I think now he can kind of just go, you're not going to, it's impossible to get that many amount of elims on me in 30 seconds, so actually I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah, just give us a cool elimination to wrap it up. That would be cool. Even if you lose it, that is fine, I would respect it, but Marth says just no. Sit down, go back to your spawn location, get invincible, because that is the only way you can beat me, is if I cannot do any damage to your character. Here you go, 20 seconds to go. And then, yeah, to wrap it up then onto how things are going to be going, then Butcher making it 3 out of 4 Uzbekistan players into the semis. That is, like, how many did we have total actually? We had 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 4, so 3 out of 4 actually made it through the entire Solo Master Tournament so far, right to the actual semi-finals this 7. That is an impressive ratio to have.
Yeah.
It is impressive. Does that mean that we could end up with the finals of just Uzbekistan players?
Could be.
Yeah, it's
That would be
entirely
sick.
possible. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. Oh, Marth, there he is, winning.
I don't know if he's happy or angry.
I can't tell, and I think he's possibly telling his support, stand up, come on, give me that support that you were giving for the whole team earlier. Where's that support for me now? That's what Marth, in my head, that's...
It was for Neptura, I think. It's like, oh, what are you saying, Nep? Huh?
I'm
You're
sorry.
talking smack.
Okay, that's for you, Marth, right there. Yeah.
It flew away. But, I mean, okay, we got in some couple matches here already done. We've gotten an idea of how these players are going to be playing. I'm intrigued to see how Ramses will end up playing the next section of this matches. Is he going to end up playing it passive, or is he going to be a little bit more aggressive? Because I think maybe the aggressive might work a little bit better for him.
With the Orm.
With the I would love that. Let's absolutely have that. Let's just have Om to Om, honestly. That would be so much fun. Especially when it comes to Butcher and Ramses, because we've seen before how good they are with them in that close range.
But you can't both have an Orm, that's the issue, because the respawn timer is so damn long. Maybe the only way you do is if you have a gentleman's agreement. You take an Orm, I go back to base, I wait for it to respawn, you get an Orm, and then we start shooting.
Yep.
That's the only way, but I just don't expect it to happen whatsoever. Marth, again, great movement, especially when it comes to the verticality side of the warehouse map, able to just surprise his opponent a lot of times, especially when, again, he had the lead, the point lead for a lot of the time in that match. So he knew he was controlling the pace. He was controlling who was fighting, who was engaging, who was defending. A lot of the time he was defending, and because of that, he created an even bigger lead.
We have the matches set up for the semifinals. Ramses is going to be going up against Force, and then we have Butcher versus Marth. And you know what? We're going to go to the first one. Ramses versus Four. Who do you guys got for that one, Neptura?
I'm going to go with Ramses.
Okay.
This is our worst matchup, actually, by the way.
That's true.
Wait, who is so... Who? No!
And for
true.
Butcher versus Marth?
You know what? I'm going to go Marth.
Marth? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna
All
go
right.
Marth. Okay.
Max, Butcher versus Marth?
Butcher.
Okay.
Fair.
And Ramses versus Force?
For the sake of it, Force.
Oh.
Going up against Niptura and taking the opposite.
Is there a reason why you're picking Butcher over Marth?
Just to annoy Niptura, really. That's all the reason I need.
I thought maybe you would end up picking the same one just to be like, ugh, curse.
Yeah.
But no.
This is not my entire personality.
That's true.
90% of the time it is, but the 10%, I can be quite original.
You're pretty original.
Yeah, you are.
I'll give you that one.
Cool.
Thank you.
For me, I mean, you know what? I'm actually going to end up picking somebody, and I might end up cursing them. We'll end up having to win and find out. Marth. I enjoy Marth being aggressive. I actually... Wow.
I was the longest.
You know, we'll just let her be.
Oh, man. I did not see that. Sorry.
Thank you.
I got you.
We're good.
I got you. Can always, you know, you could have just switched it. Can't wait to see those memes.
Oh,
all over
don't.
the
Oh,
place.
no. Oh, no.
And you know what?
Instagram, man.
Maybe for everybody currently watching the vertical streams on your Infinix GT20 Pro, yeah. Besides those likes that you're giving, just create some memes. Make sure you tag us with Max on Instagram at
MaxManCasts.
Neptura on Instagram at
Neptura_network.
Trust me, she keeps refreshing that thing. See, oh my God, I got another follower!
Hey,
And then
I'm at
you
1,028 now.
can check out my Instagram at the7WG to see some cool behind the scenes here of the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025.
Well, like
We're
me
starting to
dancing? Is that...
That was a great behind the scenes.
It was pretty
really
good.
actually. That was great. I enjoyed that one.
If you want more me dancing, go follow 7.
Yes.
I think that's how that works. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Susa was like, my man has great moves.
Yeah. She asked me to go dancing. I'm like, I'm sure. So
All
thank
right.
you.
Well,
That's good date idea.
Nice.
Seven.
Well,
I appreciate it.
I got you. I
That
got
boy's
you.
hooking me up.
But right now, before we even move on to that, we got to focus on this matches because they are starting to get ready there. I can't tell with Marth. I can't tell if he's like excited, he's happy. He looks mad to me all the time.
It's kind of true, right? He doesn't look particularly pleased, but you know what? He should be because he's just that step closer to a little bit more of that prize pool.
When you talk to him, he's just one of the nicest guys possible. So I think he just might be in that zone.
In the zone.
He's got to be
Concentrated.
focused. He's like, you know what? I'm going to put my mean game face on. Sometimes people kind of have those personalities. They got to switch it up whenever you are within the games. Some people have it, some people don't. It seems like Marth might have that, you know, beast mentality.
Marth is Jason if he was a gamer, and if he was playing in this tournament. Like, he's nice in reality, just full of sarcasm and mean looks.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him talking all that smack.
He's not here, he can't defend himself.
He's on the other side of the desk, yeah.
He's over in Italy. I don't know. Maybe he's traveling or something. I have no idea. Hello, Jason. What's up?
Hi, Jason.
Ramsey is getting ready for this match. We'll see who's gonna end up taking it. I'm really hoping it's not one of the same stuff that we saw earlier. I want to see that aggressiveness, and I want to see some of these players actually be rewarded for it. And I want to see what kind of rotation some of these players might end up doing around the warehouse map. If they're going to be going for that level 3, which level 3 are they going to end up prioritizing? If you were in that situation, Max, would you prioritize the armor or the helmet?
Helmet. Because I feel like helmet, you can just instantly get a little bit unlucky and just get double headshot and you're just pretty much done. As of, no. It just happens a lot. We've seen so many headshots happening in these matches. So for me personally, I would have to go helmet. What about you, Nep?
I think I'd probably actually go armor. I've been thinking about this with some thought. And
tell us.
I don't really feel like the headshots are all that clear. I think especially if you're going up against an AWM, it's less likely you're going to get a headshot because you don't have as much time to actually plan the shot out. So I feel like if you get an AWM short range to your chest or an M4 to your chest, you know, with all that hip fire going on, you're going to need your armor.
Yeah, but like 90% of the time you see M4. So like that's...
No, I know.
Yeah,
but even
exactly.
the M4.
So, yeah,
but even the M4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the hit by sprays. They do have quite like a few headshots here and there.
They do, they do. But it's mostly body, I feel like.
Yeah, it is. Like a majority it is that. But I feel like that one time it gets you, it just takes your HP away so quickly. It's kind of crazy.
To be fair, both of the matches already have one elimination. So we can put any worries that we had to this side as Force right now currently tied 1-1 with Ramses. And we go over to Butcher and Marth. And right now is none other than Butcher just leading that match. But it's only just by 1 as he tried to connect there with a beautiful grenade. He was barely able to connect.
Yeah, we are getting, by the way, way closer to that line share of $10,000. Currently, the bare minimum you get for just playing these matches is $1,000. All of these players are getting minimum $1,000, right, if I'm not mistaken, with the price pool distribution.
I'll tell you what first place is going to be getting, which is going to be $2,500. $2,500, that's the one that they are actually going to want. We'll see, though. Right now, both matches at tied. You got Butcher versus Marth, 1-1. You got Ramses versus Force, 2-2. It is going to be closing right now. At this point, I don't want them to switch anything. Don't start switching that strategy. You can see, Ramses having to back off a little bit here as he needs to wait. Nice. He decided not to wait. He decided to go for that peek, and Force makes him pay for it.
Does indeed. And same over there with Marth versus Butcher there. 2-1 and 2-3, so still very, very close. As we get closer and closer to the end of this tournament here, you're really seeing them start to just try and guard themselves a little bit more, a little bit tighter with those angles that they're peeking around, and getting a little bit slower as well.
I did double check, by the way,
yes.
Mr. 7. 1,000 for 3rd and 4th place.
Oh.
So, everyone here, minimum, gets 1,000, so congratulations on that.
Very nice,
but 1,500 in the second, 2,500 for first place. So you want to try and go the entire way if possible. The top 2 would also be a pretty big win. Nice extra elimination coming on through from Ramses up against Force. And actually, question for you, Nipjora. You're playing in Solo Master PMGO Tournament.
Yes.
Okay. Claw socks or not?
No.
I'll
tell you why, because I've never used them in my life, and to start now would throw me off.
Okay, fair enough. I think everyone's using it for a reason. I don't play with claw socks. I think I would train because it seems to give a pretty big advantage.
Fair.
So I would scrim it up in 2DM and see how it goes. Here, there you go, 3-3. A tiebreaker situation could be still happening if they're tied, but they just get like the same amount of limbs.
But at least we're getting a limbs, right?
Actually, we're getting entertainment, which is cool.
Yeah.
So
We're getting
you.
cool shots.
Something that Marth is doing is he's making sure he ends up creating a bit of a lead, then backs off and waits for Butcher to make that push, and that's exactly what Butcher is going to have to do here. Keep an eye on, though, because Marth's armor is completely gone. I mean, there's just barely a minimum durability there on the armor. Butcher trying to find him, making sure he doesn't overextend. He's very worried at where Marth might end up being. Marth is going to end up picking up. Butcher able to connect there as Marth is currently halfway, 50% health, and Butcher's going to be making the push. M249 comes in clutch as he's able to just narrow that gap to 1 elimination.
Yeah, Marth is very methodical in how he approaches this TDM game, but Butcher's just built different. You know, he's just able to get himself some amazing shots. They're actually chasing it down into the enemy spawn of Marth. He's not invincible anymore. He just waited a little bit longer, making sure he did not get that invincibility, and he gets it, and he instantly runs away because he knows he will lose that fight right now. Give it a little bit more time, then re-engage, especially once you've gotten back to 100% HP. And Marth, back to that roof that he loves. He loves that roof for bits.
Yeah, he really does. He likes that high ground. He's going to take anything that he can get.
With him being on that roof, though, something that Butcher was able to do was just get that level 3. And if we go over to the other match between Ramses and Ford, they're currently tied at 5 apiece.
Butcher's gone on, by the way.
Oh.
Keep an eye out.
Okay.
Might have some cool shots coming through.
He did some cool stuff with it in the last match. Let's see if he can repeat that with Marth here. As, yeah, 5-5-3-3, very, very even at the moment. We're almost halfway through this round. And now we're going to just have to wait a little bit longer to see who's going to go forward.
Who is going to go forward?
I don't know.
Exactly. That's
Seven,
why we're
do you
playing
know?
the game.
You know what? Ask me in about 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Good idea. Honestly, I don't see any other reason except that's what he wants to do.
I think Seven's pretty smart.
I think so too. He's pretty big brain.
He's playing
His brain's
the
all
big brain
wrinkly.
game.
I do have a big head. I agree.
Not as big as me. Here we go, though. Force trying to get the high gun advantage on the container, and it does work out in his favor. Nice extra point for Force. A lead has now been created.
Butcher with the let's go. Nicely done there. Butcher actually bringing out a lead there a little bit. 4-3 now with that shot.
Good evening, Butcher. What the hell is going on? Not Marth guy's own Orm right now. We're going to have an Orm clash right now. You're going to use it like his sword in short range. We'll have to see. Yes, he does! Marth! It's not a shotgun, but it plenty might as well be when you use it. Down.
I love the attitude coming from Marth. He was like, you on me, I on you. Don't you dare think that you're the only one who can do that.
I like that out of Butcher, though. Spawn right away. You know that you were able to hurt Marth, and then just go for it. See if you can get that elimination back and get the lead back on your favor.
Yeah, but it didn't work.
Oh, the nade. Wait. Nade on the right side from Marth. Oh, a little bit too far trying to aim for the wagon. Wagon. I went French mode for saying like wagon. No,
Le wagon, huh?
Yeah. Oh, here you go, Butcher. Trying to bring around the Rosie again on this concrete block. Oh, going up actually against the Scorpion of Marth. He was pretty low ammo when it comes to his M4s. He was just going to be going for a secondary weapon instead. Now he has 2 M4s, and he does go also for an M249. But I think he's going to commit to the M4, which is way more precise.
Semi-finals, this is how close everything is. The match on the left of your screen, 7-7. Upgrade. Ramses being able to tie it up. Now he's wanting to get a little bit of home advantage here by seeing if he can possibly take the lead. And if you go to the other side, you got Butcher versus Marth, tied at 5 apiece. Butcher waiting a little bit longer. He has ended up catching Marth on the offensive, and he ends up playing on his favor. Right now, though, Butcher just backing up all the way to his spawn, and it might be a bit of a standoff here for these 2 players.
Got a double tie here, 7-7, 5-5. Are we going to have a double tiebreaker? Could be literally happening. But no, it seemed like Ramses is looking to go for the push, be aggressive. He does get himself an extra elimination. And I like the strategy we are witnessing right now, Neptura. We see the elimination because it's a tie. They get the point. They move back to their base to make sure they are in control of the battlefield.
And the reason why they are able to do it, Neptura, is because that elimination that he had earlier on. And on top of that, he knows that Marth doesn't have any more grenades. He was able to use them earlier. He has all the advantage. You know what? I'm just going to wait at my spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why not, right? I mean, yeah, there you go. Force going down there. Ramses now running away with it ever so slightly. I mean, he's not running. I think he's walking away with it at this point. It's 2-point gap. 9-7, very easily comebackable though.
I do like it for the left match of Ramses versus Force. The audience, because they're true Uzbekistan players, they're like, yeah, like no matter who gets the elimination.
No
but there's
matter
a little bit more hype for Ramses though. I do have to say, Upgrade has had a lot of supporters here locally for PMGO, especially for the Solo Master Tournament. Good angle for Ramses though over there. Most of the time the angle is just getting the info, knowing where to push so you don't get instantly shut down the moment you go for the engage. Though getting close quarter combat amongst more Force, taking a severe beating, and so is Ramses. Swapping on over to the secondary on the Scorpion. That's an extra point. 10-7. Ramses, if he plays his cards right, with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, he should be moving on to the next stage of the Solo Master event.
Yeah, now the gap is widening 10-7. I mean, still 5-5 for Butcher and Marth, but how much time we got? Just over a minute. Butcher and Marth need to hurry things up a little bit here if they don't want to go to a second match for them. But meantime, Ramses and Force, I mean, now the gap is 10-7, as I said a minute ago, and with less than a minute left, make that 11-7. I think we're seeing who is really going to come out on top here, Max.
Yeah, that is just not possible to come back from, I do believe, unless we just have the fastest bunch of eliminations happening in a row, then that would be possible. But unfortunately, as of right now, yeah, with 40 seconds left over, and Ramses looking like he might just get an extra elimination to really seal the deal of this match. No, actually, nicely done. Force does get a little bit of an engage and a nice angle on top of that crate. But 11-8, Ramses don't need to really push too much. Looking on the right side, though, 25 seconds. Do they just want to go to a tiebreaker? Because as of right now, it seems like no one is willing to push, and they will be going for that second game.
The thing is, though, is that the tiebreaker is going to put them in the exact same position as it is
Exactly.
now. So just do it.
Just do it now. 10
Just do it
seconds.
now.
Come on, rush it. Yeah, Butcher.
Come on. You know you want to. Don't make us go to another one, because again, the exact same scenario. Just 5-5 versus 0-0. It's the exact same thing. My goodness me. Right, so we have another tiebreaker on our hands here at Max and 7.
Tiebreaker Saturday is what the trend we are witnessing right now.
The good thing, though, is that Ramses is going to be moving on over to the finals, as we still have to make sure we end up finding out who is going to be the other person joining him in the finals. Is it going to be Butcher? Is it going to be Marth? I think it was so close that they both resorted to, you know what, let's just play a little bit passive here. Let's see if maybe we can get a bit of a reset. You can see the cool man, the one that's focused. Marth, wondering what's going to happen here on this tiebreaker.
Yes, indeed.
Undeterred. He's just
undeterred.
in the zone.
Good word. Undeterred. I like that in this
Out
context.
of dictionary. I just found it.
Wow.
Looking for synonyms.
Very nice. No, but for real, that's a good word to use in this context, because he is undeterred. He's gone 5-5. He's just waiting for another round where we're going to go to 0-0. And it's going to be one elim is the win.
Yeah, looking at some of the highlights, of course, some of the coolest shots. I hope we do see a replay of that shotgun orm shot.
That was
magnificent,
nice.
Beautiful, fantastic, and other synonyms that I just found in my dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at this one, though, Ramses just created a lead pretty damn quickly once he did get over that 10-point margin.
Yes, he did indeed. And it was very neck and neck there for a very long time. They were like, oh, we're going to go 3-3. We're going to go 5-5. We're going to go 7-7. 7-10, 8-10, 8-11, and so that is how that is going to work. But Ramses is going to be our first finalist here for the Solo Master Tournament.
I mean, what a run that has been happening here from Ramses, right? He's able to beat Divine first, then he goes up to Loxy. That one ended up going to overtime after the tiebreaker. Able to win the tiebreaker with a beautiful shot with the and right here, just absolute domination when he went up against Force. Now we go to the other side with Butcher. I mean, he has gone through everybody. The same with Marth. Anything can happen here, and as much as I personally don't like seeing them go to an extra match, I can see how close these players are and just the quality of their gameplay.
Yeah.
They are tying for a reason. They are at the PMGO for a reason.
I do think that Marth maybe has a little bit of an more interesting background in terms of his previous matches in Solo Master Tournament, because he took down Levi's of Deek Xavier, that we know is an incredibly good player. So I think that alone, I'm like, if I had to give an edge to a player based on their previous matches, it would be Marth. But as of right now, gameplay-wise, Marth is very strategical. Like, he knows how to use the terrain to his advantage, but The thing is, you can take all of what I just said and throw it out the window because it's only one elimination, right? You can't just wait. Nothing's going to happen. You need to push. You need to engage. You need to make something happen if you want to be the one moving forward.
Do you think that ended up backfiring for Marth? Because he did have a 2 elimination lead, and then he decided to play super passive.
No, I don't think so. I think they played that equally well. I mean, because at any point in time, they could have actually gone and gotten that aggression back, that momentum back. Either one of them could have gone, you know what, I'm going to do this, but they didn't. Neither of them actually stepped really foot outside their zone of the warehouse. So I think it was a mutual decision there, really.
That's fair. Max, thoughts on that one? Do you think maybe Marth had the wrong idea there whenever he decided to just back off with the 2 LM lead?
I think it was a good game plan overall because you are more in control when you do so. But the thing is, again, as I just said, you can't do that this game around. Take it out in your hand, throw it out the window. It is not going to be functioning whatsoever. Here we go. The match is happening. The tiebreaker is going down live in front of your very, very eyes. Butcher versus Marth. One will come out on top. 2 nades being pinned out. Marth, I think, rethinks it. Puts it back in his backpack. Might try and use it later on. Butcher throws it on over. Now Marth knows that nade is gone. Then we'll respawn on that utility, so that might give a few extra ideas to Marth and how he could use it to his advantage.
Absolutely, you do see that nade coming through here, but to be honest, there is a little bit of a blockade coming through there, and you do see Butcher with that once again. That's really becoming the meta of this tournament, and he's going to get within shotgun range, basically. He's going to try and use it again.
Marth is just holding onto that nade behind that wall. He's just waiting for him to get close, get third-person perspective information, and then do an educated throw with the nade. Is my get up? Yeah.
Yes, he knows.
He's trying to scare him with the pin sound. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, maybe.
I gotta run away. Ooh.
I almost feel like he's trying to make Butcher impatient.
Force him into a mistake?
Force him
making
into
him impatient?
pushing it towards him, and then he can just spray him down or nade him.
Play mental games.
Yeah, I mean, you have to in PUBG Mobile, right?
Do you think maybe Butcher is feeling a bit of a pressure having to push the action here because he does have people supporting him in the crowd?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I could definitely see that, especially when he's the one with all the nonsense coming through here. And nonsense in a good way. We love to see it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I could definitely see that. Whereas Marth, he's got more just chill. More chill.
Yeah. I mean, we do have, I've seen in the audience, 3 massive R8 fans.
Very true.
Like, they might just be 3 people, but I'm telling you, they're worth 1 million people in the crowd, okay? These guys go wild. Every time we see a good play from R8, they are there to clap and chant for the lads. This time, I hope to see them clap and chant for Marth. Or fall asleep because he's not doing anything. One of the two, not
I know.
sure.
I think now Butcher's gone, oh, I know what you're doing, and I'm just going to hold back. And now we're going to have 10 minutes of 0-0 because it's already 7 minutes 49.
You want to play that game? I'm going to play that game.
Please don't play that game, guys. Just
play
go.
the game.
Please just play the game. Oh my goodness me.
Can we, production, can we insert like cricket sounds? Something? Oh well.
Please.
That'll be very fitting.
Bruh.
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 I got told we're going to get copyright for cricket sounds. I mean,
Darn.
hey, those cricket labels be kind of expensive.
Yeah, they do indeed.
I didn't know, that really caught me off guard. There you go, though. Actually, Butcher just stacking up on a tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest, because again, Marth sticking to his home base.
Bruh,
So-
Marth, come on, my guy.
Butcher could tank that nade, maybe. Maybe he's like, I am
Possibly?
suiting up to get ready
Yeah.
for a breach.
Even the crowd are kind of going, get on with it already. I can hear a few of them in the crowd just kind of going,
I gotta go
"Oi."
home.
Yeah, like just please do something. And Butcher might have heard that because now he's going forward. Marth is back on his guard, and honestly, Marth needs to do something other than stand on that box because that might not get him the point he's looking for.
I do wish Butcher did not waste that nade because he could have actually used it to zone out an area of the enemy spawn, and then
Yes.
he's able to kind of clear an area, and he enters through that specific door. That could have been a really good play. Actually, he still has
He's
the
got a
flashbang.
stun, yeah. Oh.
Flashbang, chucked, wrong area, explodes very early, and Marth is not going to be blinded off the back of that. Unfortunate, but I do respect the attempt.
I mean, that's 2 for 2 for Butcher, though, on the failure of the utility, which is a little unfortunate because that's the only sort of scouting materials that you have. But here we are at 6 minutes.
4 minutes down.
4 minutes down, 6 minutes to go with still nada, nothing at all, man. We're watching. We're listening. We're waiting. I mean, at least Butcher's closer now.
Yeah, I'm just appreciating the textured details on this
Oh,
wall and this
so
palisade.
nice.
It's
Marth
nice.
has. It's like
Yeah.
got gold accents to it.
I'll buy that to my house when I get back.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, because you got a rose bush, that would look really cool.
That would
Actually,
look so pretty.
I think we're cooking.
yeah, I think we're
We're
cooking.
cooking.
Marth and Butcher not cooking. Us?
I mean, I think Marth has been
Ideas?
cooking that nade way longer
For-
than anyone has ever been cooking a nade.
Yeah, he's got the world record.
Imagine
for
if he
sure.
accidentally forgets that he's actually cooking.
He's
and
cooking.
he
He's like,
just blows
oh
himself
no,
up.
no.
Yeah.
Well, will the Ilum go to Butcher?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it would.
Actually, I don't remember.
Yeah,
does
it does. It does.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
100%.
I'm gonna test it. If
I'm
you're wrong,
gonna go.
Everybody on YouTube,
87%.
TikTok, whatever it is that you're watching, please let us know. Is Neptura correct or wrong?
I better be.
I don't think it did. I remember I self-naded once. It was a mistake. And the enemy
Once.
didn't get a
I'm pretty sure
point.
it's happened more than once.
I think they didn't get a point for it. So no, was in. Oh no, it was in gun game. So actually, that doesn't count because you
Yeah.
didn't. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. That
Yep.
was awkward. awkward. Okay.
We're gonna skate right past that and go right back to the silence that is this match, guys. You're not even looking at the screen half the time. What are you doing?
I know he's locked in. Look at Marth.
He's locked in. Yeah, I know. I'm making a point.
You know what's his biggest enemy right now? Finger cramps.
True.
It's like too long in the same position.
And itchy fingernails. Look, he's scratching his fingers there.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's rolling his eyes. He's like, bruh, when is this guy gonna push me?
It's your fault,
Yes.
Marth. You're in your
Push
home
him.
base. Don't roll your eyes to Butcher.
He's got those shades on. He's looking cool. He's feeling cool, and he's doing nothing. He is serving nothing. Oh my God.
This is
I'm getting mad now.
Matura.
These
Hold on.
children.
Do not give in.
Don't do it.
Stay strong until the
Do
very
not
end.
become us.
Chat. I have a question for chat. What did
Yeah.
you guys eat for lunch?
Yes,
Tell us. I'm very interested.
looking.
If you ate lasagna, you win. I don't know why. I just completely like
It's
lasagna.
quite good, actually.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty banging.
I had some amazing breakfast.
Interesting.
Breakfast?
Breakfast? What? What is?
Breakfast lasagna?
No.
No, I said I had some
Oh.
amazing breakfast.
Oh,
I was like, my man's skipping steps
I was
right
gonna
now.
be like, no.
Maybe that's
Like,
what
I
they're
know
thinking about
savory
right now.
breakfast are a thing, but like
7
no.
minutes, Butcher's thinking, wait, what was it that I had for breakfast? Country breakfast?
Yeah, the country breakfast.
It's delicious.
Two
And then
fried
some
eggs,
cakes.
two sausages,
Production
some
had
fresh
quiche.
spinach.
Production had quiche. They just had quiche.
Oh.
Quiche? Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But now, what kind of quiche? Let's get into detail.
Yeah.
Tell us more, please.
Tell us more, please.
Well, the chat's definitely on the side of Butcher in this one. I'm watching them.
Now look in.
Yeah, I'm having a
Chat.
little look-see. They're a
Be
little bit
chatting.
behind, but you know what? It's fine.
Yep.
Chilling.
This KD
Oh
of
my
0
God.
is
Mars is not
haunting
taking
me.
out his gun at all.
At all.
At all.
Does he even have one? Yeah, he does. I was
At all, at all.
I was like, did he throw it away or something? I have no idea. Okay, Butcher.
Okay,
Oh, Butcher had
okay,
enough.
here
Oh
we
my
go.
God.
Come
Okay.
on.
No!
The tease.
Butcher, please!
Please, Butcher.
Please.
He just baited us. Oh, he's going back in. He doesn't even have a gun in hand. Oh, wait. Oh, pushing on over. He had enough. He's making a push into the enemy. Oh, and he's going back to the other building, back to the roof.
He made him use the grenade, though. That's massive.
Got the flashbang.
That's huge.
He's got the
He's
orb.
got the arm in hand. Really?
Wrap it up with the orb. That'll be extra cool.
Really?
Oh, he let it out, though.
Oh.
He knows
Oh,
that. Oh,
no.
if he can get up there, he's going to have him trapped. Okay.
Come on.
Come on.
gonna
I
go
respect
I mean,
this.
honestly, I respect the.
I want Butcher to win.
Same.
I'm usually unbiased. Usually.
Yeah, just
Try
because
to
the
not
arm. We
trying
want
to
the
get on
arm
the
to
roof.
win. Let's be
I'm
real
just,
here.
honestly, it's not even because of the
Oh.
arm. It's because he's pushing the
you
action.
go.
He needs to be careful, though, now. Marth starting to push a little bit out so he doesn't end up getting trapped. It is going to be 1 minute and 49 seconds left on this match. Butcher having the arm. Are they going to be switching over positions? They are,
took
and
his
they're
spot.
just playing cat and mouse here with us.
That's a nice wall. I want to be there too for like 9 minutes. Here we go. One
Oh,
bullet's been
here we
taken.
go.
4 bullets remaining.
Hey!
Marth able to get on top of the roof. So he's going to be playing ring around the rosy once more. Marth
Butcher
with
needs
a
to be
high gun
careful.
advantage. He's 23 bullets. He's got to be careful. If he misses the shot on the M4, he might just struggle.
Butcher needs to be careful, though, with the arm. He's trying to get a little
He's
bit too
trying to
fancy.
get
It
it.
might end up backfiring. I know you want to get fancy with it. Martha's going to be pushing it, but it is Butcher with the arm shot sent down. The crowd goes wild, and he gets to go to the finals.
Oh, you could see Butcher. He put down the device. He's like, I've had enough. Go back home, Marth. You pissed me off. I'm making it forward. I am making it to the finals. And that means here, ladies and gentlemen, the Solo Master Tournament finals will be between two Uzbek players.
Absolutely. What a phenomenal way to win that tournament there. Really, really good stuff. You did see Marth, though. He's like putting his jacket on. He's like, I'm out of here, man. I am out of here. I spent like 6 minutes in that match holding a grenade, and it's time to go home.
Please go home.
Back to your hotel. Come back tomorrow.
I'm happy. As I said, I'm happy that Butcher won. He was the one at least trying to push the action. Marth didn't leave his spawn for at least 7 minutes.
Bruh.
It was up until the point that Butcher decided to push up that baited that grenade. I felt like that was the big one. I think Parth in his mindset, he had an idea of what he was gonna do with the grenade, and he stayed with it on his hand for so long that he just became too tunnel focused with that, and Butcher was able to take advantage. I did get a little bit worried though, Neptura, with Butcher just trying to go for that one shot, as you're gonna be able to see right here in the air, to sit down, go back to the lobby, and let's just do it one more time.
Oh my goodness me. What a play coming through there. I also shared your concern though, right? Because he was like, I'm so frustrated with how this is going. I just want to go for that ego like clip, put it on social media, get something out of this at least, you know, at least try and go for it. It is very risky. I didn't love it, but you know what? It worked out and worked out in style, so I can't complain.
He got the clip.
He got the clip.
Got to go to the finals.
Oh,
he got the money.
Win-win.
Well, not quite yet.
I mean, he's got extra money.
Secured
Well,
himself
he's got more,
money.
but
Yeah.
He could get more.
So he did get them like some extra money.
Yeah.
Wait, so Ramses and Butcher both have won their games,
Yes.
their tiebreakers, with
Yes.
an arm.
What, you want another tiebreaker?
No. That's not what I'm
Two
hinting
arms.
at. Jojo, relax.
Two arms.
Relax.
Two arms.
You can't give it a second. Maybe we'll end up seeing some arm action here, which
I would love that.
I'm not
It's
against it,
PS3.
honestly. True.
So we actually, the odds of a tiebreaker, like there technically, if we do have a tie
We're not even
on
gonna
the
think
last
about
game.
that. I'm just excited to see who's gonna end up being the champion. There you go. You can see the path of these players all the way to the finals. Ramses, where's he from, Ventura?
Ramses, he's from Upgrade.
Did you just have to look at that?
No.
She looked at the logo, I saw it.
No,
She was
didn't.
staring at the logo.
Saw
She's
nothing.
like this. Yep. Okay.
No, I was looking at it anyway.
And Butcher, the 7-2-1 aggressors. I'm excited to see who's gonna end up winning here. You know what? Any ideas on who you guys think is gonna win?
Oh,
Put
that's
you on the
really
spot.
hard.
Butcher.
Butcher, you think?
I respect.
You know what?
I respect the
50-50,
fast
let's go
answer.
Ramses.
Thank you. I don't know why you respect it, but thank you.
It was just quick.
Oh,
like
okay.
it. Nice. Not bad.
Unlike that last game. Oh, sorry,
Thank
again.
you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I think she was just like,
to be honest, you missed that window of time when it's like optimal to do a fist bump.
Nah.
Yeah.
He's
So-
blaming me, guys.
I say 50-50. But
think
we
that's
blame Marth
gaslighting.
100% for that tiebreaker.
Yes. We do.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
I'm just
cool with
shifting
that
the
too.
blame.
Agree. We can agree on this thing, yes.
You know what? While we wait for that next match, can we just replay that?
Yeah,
Can
can
we just go back
Can we do it
real
again?
quick? Parth,
That was
Roman.
so good.
Yeah, just let me see the
Come
arm
on.
shot again.
You know you
We
wanna.
had it built up. It was about like 9 minutes building
Please.
up. Please,
Give us another
just
10
give me the
seconds. Come
satisfaction
on.
of just
Come
shooting.
on.
And then
We
once
wanna
we get
see.
the shot, rewind it again and then play it again because I just want
That
to
was so
see how he was
good.
able to line up the shot. To be fair, it is a very hard shot to hit
So
with the
hard.
arm while the player is on the air.
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go. Marth
All right.
gets on top. Oh, I'm loving the
Parkour.
slow-mo. Gets on top. He goes for it. The thing is, Butcher didn't even have full HP. He switched up, took off his legs, boy.
That's insane.
Send them back to the lobby. Oh, yeah. Oh, one more time. Just because. It was beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get him. Oh, yeah, Butcher. Oh, you're nothing. Oh my god. How do you do it?
There's no way
That's
he
what
should have
Marth
hit
was
that
saying in
shot,
that game.
honestly.
To be fair, Marth was probably thinking that. He's like, okay, I was able to hit him earlier. He has the arm. Maybe he's trying to go for that lucky shot. He ended up getting the lucky shot.
It's crazy.
Happens.
It does.
He took damage only to lure him into a sense of false security.
Yes.
And it worked out. It's true.
I think that's what Marth was trying to do, and it didn't work out for him.
It's like, oh no,
For
you
7
shot me.
minutes.
Oh, I am weakened. Please don't come over here. Yeah. I want to fight you.
If Ramses win, maybe this is the confidence booster that they need so Upgrade can possibly end up doing good tomorrow during the final day of the PMGO. He's like, yes, I'm the champion now of the solo master.
I'm just thinking, like, he's so hyped. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm Ramses. I'm so good. Look at me. We're so ready for PMGO for the last day. And his other teammates were just like, sure, bro.
Yeah. Bro,
Cool.
yesterday
we're so happy for you.
we sucked.
Yeah.
Congratulations for you.
Maybe it's his mood is infectious. Who knows?
Maybe he's the energy his team needs, but no. I don't know. I don't think so. Sorry, I don't know what that was.
Please.
We've been here a while, okay? At the minute. What?
Guys, we're losing over here.
It's all right.
It's all these-
you're
it's
the
all these
mature one.
tiebreakers.
Take it away.
All right. Looking real nice over here as we look at this 7-2-1 aggressor. Butcher coming in here versus Ramsey. See, the crowd is going wild here, trying to boost up. Oh, right in there. Butcher with the You know what? I love it.
Butcher, the new Orm main.
Oh, man.
He's going to the Orm main. Oh! Butcher!
My God!
Chill out! Okay, I know Marth annoyed you, but like, you don't have to take it out on Ramses. My man did nothing wrong. Oh my God! Is he going to run out of bullets before he even gets eliminated? Like, it could be happening. Wait for the invincibility to wear off. Go on, one more. One more. Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it for the boys. Oh my God! Do it again.
For real, please. Keep it going.
Do it. One more. Oh, no. Okay. It's fine. Hey, you know what? Butcher, 4 out of 5. Good ratio. And now,
4 out of 5 is insane.
Oh, he gets chased down. But wait until the Orm respawns once more.
Or will Ramses go for it? He might. Suspense built up.
No, it's double M4, Kimbo M4. It's going to be the game plan for Ramses. Imagine you can hold 2 at once.
Oh, that's a nice headshot.
Ooh.
Ooh. You will know this is me in game though when I'm starting to like That's what I do.
It's gonna be Rance who's picking up that
It's true,
now.
so I'm just voicing it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Barney's here.
Oh,
Barney.
hi, Barney.
Who's winning between Butcher and Ramses? Come on. Butcher's winning. Barney said it, so that means Ramses is going to win. Let's go. Okay, we'll see you here wrapping around the concrete blocks once more on one of those doors from the warehouse. And we do see the Orm once again in play, able to jump on over. The M4 is going to be swap, but Ramses uses that Orm, the trusty Orm. Doesn't even need to scope it in. And he gets that elimination, 3-4. It's so damn close. So again, this is going to be a BO3 match. The odds of a tie a little bit lower, but in the final game, it could be going the entire way once more. Good nade. Doing a little bit of trickle damage on Ramses.
Hopefully nobody ends up choking up this lead because anything can happen here as Butcher trying to get the angles there. Butcher currently with a 1-point lead. Meanwhile, Ramses, he does have the he's going to be switching it to an M249.
Oh, yeah, he's spraying with it. Oh, jeez. No need to reload with that bad boy.
Yep. He's trying to put that scare tactic in him, isn't he? A little bit there with that M249. I keep seeing people look at me and I'm cracking up a little bit here. Okay. 7 minutes on the clock, 3-4. At least we have a lead this time, Max. Okay, all right, and we're going forward with me some more because everybody wants to hear my voice.
I'll be right back at like 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
So
just gonna go get a glass
This
of
is
water.
all you?
Go down the
That's a
stairs.
lot of very funny. Ooh, headshot going on here. Was that you're going down the stairs noise?
Maybe.
But very
We're not
nice with the
here.
M249.
This is all you.
Got it. Alrighty. As we see Ramsey. Oh, Butcher going, absolutely not, sir. I want to nade you because you were very mean to me earlier. 4v4 or 4-4 as we're evening things up at 6.5 minutes going on the board here. But really just kind of running away, and I have to shield my eyes from these two next to me because they are not very mature at all. Making me giggle. And that's not very professional, is it, chat? Not at all. See what I do for you guys? We're seeing, ooh, M249 on the board right now. Ramsey's going, dang it, there's no I can't get him back with this one, but he can still get those tasty, juicy headshots in here. Again, though, I kind of feel like we're going to be going head-to-head here. Oh, look,
Back up the stairs.
Max
6
is
minutes.
back.
I'm on time.
Nicely done.
Came back at the right time there, Max, as Ramses is able to get an elimination. Takes the lead. This was a player that was down by 4 eliminations. Guess what? The M249 is doing to him what Butcher was able to do earlier with the They are pushing the action. They are wanting to be aggressive. Butcher, very low HP. Ramses gonna try to get an angle here on him. He knows that he's gonna be low. And there you go. Ramses takes a 2 elimination lead.
Yeah, still got the M249 if he really wants to commit to the bit. But though he has to wait to regen a little bit more. Ramses though going to get pushed up by Butcher. One leg in hand, can try and use it. Oh, he tries to get the tier 3 vest and actually not able to get it. 5-6, 1 more point and we'll be back to a tie. I've seen too many ties for a lifetime today. Don't want to see another one, that'll be fine. Thank you very much. Ramses, nice big little pre-fires here around the corner of that door for the warehouse building. Double nade cook.
Oh.
But it does get unpinned for Ramses. Does do so much damage. And Butcher with the Orm now swapping on over to the M4. I think he knows he did a bit of damage with that nade. Jumps on over, trying to get himself that drop shot, and he gets it done. 6-6. The biggest comeback of the day, the biggest comeback of the decade, maybe of the century. Am I overhyping it a little bit, guys?
No, you're good. Keep going.
Of the millennia!
Wow.
Okay, is that, so where's the limit? Like 500 years? Like where are we?
Yeah,
400?
something like that. 400 sounds about right. Or 600, you know, 6 and 6. Does that equal 12 then? 1200?
Isn't a millennium 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Yes. So like we're putting in between. Like I went to 100, then 1,000, then you said too much, I'm putting it.
Yeah, you're
Price is
quite
right.
You're quite right, but the arm still is here. Oh my goodness me.
This is what happens when Butcher is able to get his hands on that arm. He's trying to get those shots, though. He is going to end up running out of ammo, and now he picks up the M249. This is actually massive, because remember, Ramses was able to come back and build up a bit of a lead whenever he did have the M249. Now he's not going to have that to his advantage. Now it's going to be Butcher on the other side with the lead and the M249. Let's see who's going to be able to strike it first. Ramses going for it. He is going to be able to get him, and is he going to be able to get that M249? No, he's not. He's just going to make sure that he has at least 2 M4s to his name.
I feel like the meta has shifted in these like few matches alone, where the center became even more impactful, not only because of the map control of Warehouse, but because the spawn of the Orm just keeps coming up. And actually, one thing I found very interesting here, Neptura, is that they still pick up the M249, which is not as good as the M4 in this kind of environment. Like, it's very great to clutch 1v2, v3s because you have got so much ammo, but we do see them pick it up because it allows the Orm to respawn a little bit sooner. And that is something that actually helps them a lot and is very clutch, as we've already seen in a few of these matches from today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually very strategic, isn't it? It's very, you know,
Nice.
I agree. I agree, Max.
Thank you.
No, but also, it also gives you that opportunity to do those tiny little sprays without having to reload too much, and that also takes up time as well. So
Good for
the
pre-fires.
M249, yeah, great for pre-fires, great for not having to reload so much, and, you know, saving a little bit of time as well.
Actually, I don't know what happens if we get a tiebreaker on the first game of BO3. Do we do a tiebreaker for that specific game or not? Or does it just...
I believe it just ends up going to the other match. It is best of 3. So if for some reason we are tied after 3 games, then I'm thinking we end up going to a tiebreaker. Not fully confirmed, but that would be the ideal thing to do. Ramses, finally we see somebody being able to fully connect with the nade, and that's what can happen there. 8-8 apiece. They are trying to go with it. Ramses hasn't realized that Butcher is going to be to the left-hand side. Butcher going for that level 3 helmet, doing the strategy that Max wanted to do himself. Guess what? He's trying to do it. He's trying to win it all, Max.
Bucking and weaving all over the place, but yeah, the tier 3 helmet can be quite impactful. It's able to suck up a few more of those bullets from Ramses. Ramses, I believe, no more nades. Big pre-fire does hit the headshot onto Ramses, down to half HP. And now, Butcher just wants to try and force him back, but Ramses knows he wants to regen back to 100% HP. Going for the push, getting in close quarter combat without a weapon in hand to be a little bit faster. Because of that, he will suffer the consequences, which is giving a point to his opponent of Butcher.
Yes, indeed. But with a minute and a half to go, we might not even need that tiebreaker just yet, right? 8-9. Let's see where that nade goes. It could be good, not quite good enough. 8-9 is the tally still. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. 27.
We'll see how it goes, yeah. 9-8. I think now Ramses is the one having to push. He's really trying his best to get involved, get an extra point to Butcher, make it another tight situation for this first game of the tier 3. 1 minute left, though. Meaning a lot of time to spare. Here we go. Ramses gets it. 9-9. About to break double digits here. for the first game of the finals.
A minute left though. Ramses, his armor is gonna be a little bit cooked. He's gonna try to go for that helmet. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get it, as Butcher is just applying the pressure. 40 seconds left to go. Can Butcher end up getting an angle? He's gonna get touched up right there. His armor is still intact. Oh, can Ramses get it? He's getting aggressive, but Butcher being able to clutch up and take the lead with only 30 seconds to go, Max.
Yeah, Ramses, you need to send it. You need to get involved. You need to fight. You need to be hungry for that point. And he is currently the one approaching. He's encroaching on the terrain of Butcher. The nade pin is out.
Side.
He's trying to chuck it on over. But yeah, indeed, the wrong side, Niptura, as the Orm has been picked up for Ramses. Is he going to try and clutch it? Is he going to try and tie it in the last second with the Orm? The nade also is going to be ready to be thrown on over. You've got to push it up. You need to go for the fight. He pushes with the grenade in hand. Not the play! And self-nades! But it does not count as a point.
It does not.
And it's 10-9.
10-9. Wow.
So we tested the theory about the 1 point.
We did test the theory. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Butcher to win the first game here of the BO3 for the Solo Master Tournament. 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3.
One more win here, maybe the next game, and we will be crowning our champion and taking home $2,500.
That's insane.
That's a good day's work.
That is a great day's work, right? But we are going to be looking at now so many things coming back, right? Ramses is going to be like, not on my watch. He's going to be playing extra hard.
Yeah, and Butcher's going to be like, yes, please, on my watch.
Yes, true. You're quite right.
Those shots that Butcher was
At
able
the
to
start.
get at the start,
So good.
the lead
4
that
in
he
a
was able
row.
to get, those 4 in a row, that's what you wanted to see. And honestly, he was rewarded there at the end. You don't want to end up pushing up with the grenade. It ended up backfiring for him. But I'm glad we got to see some action. Now the pressure is going to be on Ramses. Can he bring it back, and can he force a third match?
It's entirely possible. They have been so neck and neck, honestly. It's been, and also they've been very, very strong this entire tournament, right? They have gone head-to-head with many different players and come out on top. So now we've got the best of the best going head-to-head.
We've never throughout the entirety of this Solo Master Tournament had a lead created before the game even starts. And I think that's going to be changing the mentality quite a bit in favor of Butcher. He's going to be in control from the start. Even when it's 0-0, he knows I'm currently leading this game. I can control the pace of how things are going to go down. So Ramses, he needs to try and prove himself. He needs to make it a tie once more, 1-1 in this BO3. So Ramses, he's the one that has to prove himself in this match.
I think it's going to come down to that pressure. Can Ramses do this? Can Butcher just hold on to that lead and, you know what, finish it with 2 matches? That would be absolutely lovely. For everybody currently watching all over the place, let us know in the comments below. What do you think? Who do you think is going to be the Solo Master, the last one standing, the one? I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to see if we're possibly going to end up seeing some more action, because that, the takeaway for me out of this whole tournament is I want to see more
Same.
It's the best. It is
so
fun.
good.
But actually, Seven, before we get, actually, we're getting into this one. Do you think we're going to a match 3? Or do we think 2 matches is all we're getting?
I think Butcher, with the aggressiveness that he's been able to showcase, he is going to end up doing exactly that. Going for the going for the I think he might readjust a little bit in regards to what happened in the last match, right? We saw him being able to get those 4 eliminations leads. If we do end up seeing that again, I don't think he will allow Ramses to get even close. He knows what's going to happen now. And this is the thing with this kind of matches. They end up adjusting to it. These are wanting to be professional players. You can see now Butcher with the 2-point lead, Niptura.
Yes, indeed. But still a long way to go just yet. Butcher trying and failing there with a little trick shot. That's what I was trying to say. Trick shot with that Once again, just 2 bullets left. He knows where he is, though. He's trying to get that pre-fire going, but it's not quite going to work.
I do like the strat of Butcher, which is Orm if he's pretty far away, and he swaps on over to the M4 when he actually is getting pushed.
Yeah.
You saw that few of times, but even when he's getting
Like
pushed,
that?
it just works out. Like, he was like, you know what, I had enough of my strat I initially had and the theory of this commentator, so I'm just going to be switching it up a little bit, and it ends up working greatly in his favor. 3-0, misses that shot. No more bullets on the Orm, but now he does get the M249. And as we talked about earlier already, Niptura, the free shots with the M249, great weapon to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to probably see a lot more of that coming through here as Butcher just distances himself just a little bit. Meanwhile, Ramsey's trying to get those super tight, quick shots coming through there, and they're going to see what's going to go on. The nades are possibly going to be traded here. We did see one on the side of Ramsey's doing things. Oh, trying to do that quick little shot we saw from the other day, and it does work for Butcher. He's now got that level 3 armor.
Yep, the little animation cancel, and also the angle that was not expected from Ramsey as Butcher is able to claim himself his 4th point. And Ramsey's just getting a little bit bullied in this game. Not gonna lie, he's really not able to find any good, strong opportunity. Butcher just playing around by now. And again, the lead, when you're on the lead, you are kind of just dominating the mental game also versus your opponent. Ramsey knows he has to be aggressive, and forcing you to be aggressive, forcing you into bad positions, can make you do some pretty severe mistakes. As Butcher here, again, as we talked about, controlling the most important part of the map, which is the central area.
Yeah, Ramsey's is, I mean, I appreciate what Ramsey's is trying to do here, right? He's going full aggro, he's dodging and weaving, he's trying to get all those angles, but Butcher just seems to know what he's doing. I don't know if that's what he's picked up from the last match. Maybe he was studying him a little bit as well, but it certainly does not seem to be going his way.
The adjustment that I was talking about, that's what he was going to end up doing. He was going to want to go for that lead and know that he cannot back off. He cannot allow Ramses to end up picking up an M249 or an because that will end up putting him at quite a disadvantage. But right now, Butcher making sure he keeps controlling that center of the map. Ramses tapping away. You are going to have to reload. Butcher, see if he could possibly get an angle right there. He does. What's a headshot there with the arm?
That's insane. Another arm. I kind of feel like, am I right in saying that all of his, that one, all of his elims so far have been from the arm?
I think 4 of them were.
4? Okay. That's still the majority. That's still pretty impressive.
Plus the first 4 from the first match.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So, Ramsey's trying his darndest. He really is. I gotta give it to him. But at the same time, he seems to be at the moment no match for Butcher and his arm, except for that one time when he missed. Oh, and he tried again, but now switches over to the M4. And yeah, I see what you're saying, Seven. I really do like his timing on getting to the M4 and switching those weapons, because that is going to be his 7th elimination for him.
He knows as long as he keeps controlling this center area, Ramses is not going to be able to do anything. He's going to switch it up. Go for that bomb shot first. Oh, hit it just like that. And if he for some reason does end up missing it, guess what? He's still got that M4, baby. He's just going to be switching it up back and forth. Ramses, the thing with Ramses at this point, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left with an 8-point lead for Butcher. You kind of put in a situation where you have to force the action. You're going to have to expose yourself even more, which is going to end up giving Butcher an even bigger advantage.
I think we're slowly making a case of how good the orb is in this mode, because link shots are one shot. That is something that's really, really significant, and it's allowed us to get so many of the limbs 10 to 0. It is not even funny. If you're a Ramses fan right now, you're just feeling bad, you're feeling terrible, you're feeling horrible. And Butcher is looking to get what's more, and he does eventually go down. Can you get the orb right now? Actually, no, it's an M249. That's quite unlucky.
No, it's good for him. Remember, he was able to bring it back with that M249 in the first match. This could be the thing that Ramses needed. But for Butcher, I love all the adjustments he's been doing. I love him keeping the pressure on. And right here, he's still getting the angles. He's not doing any of the other stuff that we have seen in previous matches. He's not staying back. He's making sure he keeps going for it. Ramses, he has to be the aggressor here. We need to see some urgency out of Ramses besides just holding angles and getting shots. But the thing is, Butcher is just waiting for the right angles. He's going for it. You can see him being able to connect right there, trying to see if he can confirm that into an elimination and make it a 10-point lead once again.
Yeah,
scares everybody because this guy's steering 17-2 and he's got to look at that side to side angle. I mean, Ramses does pick it up in the end, but he came darn close to losing that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, it doesn't really matter, I think, but knows it's in the bag. He's just playing maybe for the clips, maybe trying to get himself here once again in the middle of the map. I do respect that Ramses is trying, he is pushing, he is trying his absolute best to get something done in this game out of pure desperation. But no amount of desperation will make this comeback possible. It does not matter. The Butcher still trying to maybe breach a 20 elimination game, which we have seen a few times, but those are quite rare, and it would be the crown jewel moment to have it happen in his final match.
Absolute domination that we're seeing here from Butcher, from the 7-2-1 aggressor, a player that came in from the open qualifiers, gonna be possibly gonna be taking the solo master. There you go, Ramses at least being able to save some face, and at this point, I'm just thinking about it for the future. Whenever we do have the solo masters again, I would like to see a match between Butcher versus Nome. That would be a fun one. You can see these players now at this point. 519, honestly, is absolutely impossible for him to be able to catch up.
It really is. It is game over, but I know we keep saying this, but he's really giving it the old college try, and he's doing a darn good job of it. I mean, he is up to 5 elims, right? In any other scenario, this would be a good, decent amount of elims, but the thing is that Butcher's just run away with it. He has sprinted, galloped even, so that 5 doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, and the lion's share of $10,000 is just around the corner. It's 30 seconds away to be exact. And
kutgandim, finalga kelishimni kutgandim, lekin Ramzes juda bo'lib bo'lmadi.
He expected that he will go to the finals, but he didn't expect that Ramzes will not. He was expecting Ramzes will beat him.
Ushbu g'alabaga bo'lgan qadam sizga qay darajada o'zingizga bo'lgan ishonchni oshirdi va shu bilan birgalikda sahnada yakka tartibda o'zingizni bemalol ko'rsatdingiz va bundan ko'nglingiz to'ldimi?
Albatta to'ldi.
Yeah, he's satisfied.
That was about whether or not Butcher's confidence has been lifted by that going into tomorrow. Now, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Congratulations once again. Let's make some noise for Butcher from the 721 Aggressors, everyone. What an amazing performance. Best of luck tomorrow. Smash rules are in place, so tomorrow could go the distance or one team could just seize the day. Only time will tell. Thank you so much to all of the production, all of the talent, and of course, all of the players for all of your hard work this week. Like we've already mentioned, tomorrow is our final day and we cannot wait to see you there.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, eng hayajonli birinchi kun ham ortda qoldi. Ertaga yanada o'z mahoratlarini namoyish eta olgan eng kuchli jamoa esa shohsupaga ko'tarilib, g'oliblikni qo'lga kiritadi. Va shu nuqtada biz siz bilan ertaga qonli to'qnashuvni guvohi bo'lamiz. Hozircha esa xayr omon bo'ling.